On a spacious office desk, there is a purple book with a delicately decorated cover. The sunlight shone through the window, making the appearance of this book clearer. At this moment, a hand wearing black gloves touched the book and caressed it. Subsequently, the voice of an unfamiliar man rang out in this room. There was once a great philosopher who said a sentence: "All death is the beginning of new life." It seems quite reasonable now that I think about it. This unfamiliar man is currently in a luxurious room. He sat on a spacious chair with his coat behind it. He picked up the purple book from his desk and introduced himself. "My name is Moen, and my full name is Moen Campbell. This is my current name." At that moment, the sunlight outside the window revealed the appearance of the man named Moen. He had blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes. He held his chin in his right hand and held the book in his left hand, moving gracefully like a beautiful boy. Moen went on to describe the special nature of his identity. "That's right, I'm a traveler, and my way of traveling is..." To explain why Moen became a blonde and beautiful young man, it has to start with an unexpected event in his past life. At dusk, a mischievous little cat ran onto a big road. Just as the kitten was happily playing on the road, a big red lorry was about to drive by. A girl wearing a school uniform saw this scene and immediately rushed out from the side of the road and pounced on the kitten. Moon's voice rang out. "My way of traveling is still classic and outdated." After saving the kitten, the girl held it in her arms. However, the dump truck is already heading towards the girl and the kitten. The girl tightly hugged the kitten, knelt on the ground, and looked at the large truck in front of her in shock, already at a loss. However, the protagonist in this scene is a girl. What is the connection between this and Moen? Halfway through the story, Moen suddenly popped out of the frame. He tilted his head and looked ahead, as if wondering if the audience had any questions about the scene description above. Why is the person above a girl? No, brother. Returning to the scene just now, the driver of the dump truck noticed that someone had not had time to escape, so he suddenly turned the steering wheel to avoid them. However, unfortunately, the dump truck crashed into a dirt wall next to the road. And because of this violent impact, the big lorry has burst into flames and surrounded the whole lorry. In the truck that was engulfed in flames, the driver's head was bleeding profusely due to severe injuries. Obviously, he had lost consciousness and leaned against the steering wheel. His body was also surrounded by flames. That's right, this male with yellow hair and wearing blue work clothes is Moon's past life. This is me. The truck driver who drifted and slammed himself into a wall to create death to avoid saving a little cat girl is me. In this way, the soul of Moon's past life crossed from the real world into a world of light novel. So, I arrived at a world of light novels that I had been reading before my death. A magical world made up of sword and magic. The continent of Matthias. There is a very magnificent castle in front of us now. This castle is magnificent, and the decoration is very gorgeous. It belongs to the Duke of Campbell. Unlike the middle-aged corporate slave who worked tirelessly every day to make a living in my past life, I am now the only son of the 4 dukes of the empire. The Lionheart King, Grand Duke Campbell. In the castle, a blonde woman in a black halter nightgown happily hugged Moon tightly in her arms and kept stroking his head with her hand. Moon was a bit overwhelmed by the impact of her twin peaks, but was not in a position to struggle out of her embrace. A man stood silently behind them, watching their interaction with kindly eyes. The Duke and Duchess, who are considered to be of high status in this world, are my parents who love me so much. This is a brief introduction to Moon's family background. Next, Moon will introduce one by one the partners he has met. The third princess of the Empire, known as the Pure White Girl, and the future Queen of Ice. The third princess of the Empire mentioned by Moon is named Cecilia Leopold. She has long white hair and a pair of blue eyes. She was wearing a white dress that could reflect her figure, perfectly embodying the unique temperament of a princess. And this gentle and elegant princess is about to become the most important person in Moon's life. She is my future wife. She lay shyly on the ground, her eyes dodging, but there was also a hint of expectation inside. She seems to have a side that we don't know about. The girl to be introduced next is named Anna Kablin. She has long black hair with a red hair tie tied to the left of her hair. She was wearing a red student uniform, clearly a student. She lifted her cheek and looked ahead, her movements very cute. Known as the Black Witch of Santa Maria, she is a super beautiful girl who also serves as the president and librarian of the Ancient Potion Society. She is my most respected schoolmate, one level higher than me. Although she is the person that Moon respects the most, Anna, who is so lovely, actually has some unknown things. Look, she's holding a feather and gently teasing Moon lying on her lap like a puppy. She looked at him with a teasing expression. Moon held a bone in his mouth and looked at her with a wooden expression, his face looking a bit bad. Oh, by the way, it's also known as the strongest human in the world. This girl wearing a mage robe and a black dress. Her name is Mela Demille. Although she looks relatively small, she is someone who can master various types of magic. Well, it's this little girl with white hair and red eyes. She is my mentor. She looked ahead with a teasing expression, seeming to look like she had a side to her that the others didn't know about. After introducing so many female companions around him, according to the development of the story, shouldn't Moon be the one with the protagonist's aura? However, he closed his eyes and spread his hands, muttering to himself. At this point, some people will say, "You have money and power and beautiful girls. Aren't you a definite winner in life?" He put his hand into his bangs, with a helpless expression on his face. Ha! At first, I thought the same thing, but... Suddenly, Moon opened his eyes and looked ahead with a weathered expression. I'm not the protagonist. It turned out that in this world that Moon was in, he himself was not the main character. The real protagonist was someone else. Standing here from left to right are Anna, the brave person Ariel Bugard, and the holy maiden Leah Angel. They are the true protagonists of this world. I have been following this book for 2 years, and it is a world with talented women as the main characters. The real protagonist is a girl. A girl. However, Moon is different from them. His character's setting in this world was a camp opposite to theirs. Moon walked in front wearing a gray school uniform. He was followed by some students who looked like delinquents around him. It looked like the environment of the school Moon wasn't too good. And I, Moon Campbell, am just a yellow-haired villain in this book. I am the kind of idiot that the protagonist team will inevitably encounter on their growth path, who specializes in causing destruction and giving the protagonist growth experience. I'm like the classic goblin that everyone passing by has to kill a few to train themselves. Then, Moon turned the book in his hand to a certain page, and excitedly pointed to a few big characters on the book. The words written in black ink on this page are irreversible, predicted destiny. The most frustrating thing is that this damn prophecy book told me that I couldn't change this fate. Otherwise, I would die faster. It turned out that the book in Moon's hand was the book of prophecy. Words already written down in the book meant that the person's fate could no longer be changed. Seeing that he couldn't change his predetermined fate, Moon had no other choice. He sighed, closed the book, and stood up from his seat. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Then I have no choice but to use my trump card. Moon left his desk and sat on his arse, sitting on the sofa next to him. He lay down on the couch in a crooked position, with a tired expression on his face. He tossed the book of prophecy onto the bed behind him in one fell swoop. I've completely given up, guys. The ship will sink naturally at the bridgehead. Let me enjoy my time as a noble young master before my inevitable fate comes. Suddenly, Moon thought of such a thing. He touched his chin and looked ahead with contempt. Hey, since I was reincarnated as a noble young master, is there a possibility that a 1.75 meter tall, versatile, and super beautiful black-haired maid sister would say to me, "Young master, I like you the most. Please go out with me?" Moon thought for a moment. As the villain of this world, how could anyone like him? Realizing his character's setting in this world, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand and burst into laughter. How can this be possible? The original owner of this body is the Empire's notorious, everyone crying scum. How could anyone possibly like that? At this moment, a maid walked into Moon's room. "Young master." Upon hearing the sound, Moon was a bit scared and immediately turned around to look at her. He seemed unaware that someone had walked into his room. The woman wearing a maid outfit that reflects her figure is named An. She looked at Moon and said to him seriously, "And likes young master." Moon seemed somewhat surprised by Anne's words. He closed his eyes and lightly tapped his forehead with his hand, as if trying to conceal his embarrassment. Ah, really? He doesn't know if anyone really likes him. He whispered in his heart, "I didn't expect someone to really like me." Suddenly, Anne activated his own magic. She lifted her hand forward. The red energy emanating from the surroundings enveloped her body. Subsequently, these red energies formed chains and flew towards Moon. Yes, technically, my feelings for the young master are not fondness. Moon was directly bound by these chains. He looked at the chains on his body in horror, then looked up at Anne, not knowing what had happened now. At this point, Anne continued speaking what she had just said. "It's love." Moon watched as Anne took a step towards him, feeling that the current situation seemed a little bad. While launching her magic to control the chains, and took her long black silk legs and slowly walked towards him. "I will fulfill all the capricious requests of the young master." She walked up to Moon and suddenly stuck one of her legs between Moon's two legs. Moon was clearly startled by her actions. "I will eliminate all the insects around the young master." So, she approached Moon, her twin peaks tightly pressed against his body. She reached out a hand and lifted Moon's chin, forcing Moon to look at her. Moon was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say for a moment, but could only stare at this maid, who was behaving strangely in front of him, and softly uttered that heavy sentence. "You become something that belongs only to me." Perhaps it was due to the use of magic that Anne exhaled a warm breath. This made Moon's face itch. She gazed at Moon with deep affection and tenderness. But little did she know, her eyes contained a strong desire to monopolize Moon, and she had long wanted to take Mu for herself. "Young master." She softly called out Moon in a tone containing special emotions. "My name is Moon Campbell. As you can see, after a car accident, I traveled from the real world to the world of light novel. When I feel pain from being stabbed by a knife, many memories flood into my mind. I turned out to be the yellow-haired villain in the novel. When I was still feeling lost because I was the villain, a purple book fell from the sky. Is this some mysterious prop? The weather today is quite sunny, with sunlight shining on Duke Campbell's castle. The clear sky and mountains set off the castle in a magnificent and towering manner. In one of the very luxurious rooms of the castle, a blond young man had just woken up and sat up from bed. He opened his own bleary eyes, topped off with a messy head of hair, and looked at his surroundings with a bewildered expression. "If I remember correctly, didn't I die in a car accident? Did I?" He looked at his hands in confusion and muttered to himself, "Did I transmigrate?" He lifted his head and observed the layout of the room. The design of the room is a luxurious palace decoration. There are some books, a dagger, and a mirror placed on the table. He noticed that the table, chairs, and other furniture in front of him seemed somewhat special. Palace-style decoration and furniture, Western style. He saw his current appearance in the mirror on the table. In the mirror, his long blonde hair was scattered, and he possessed the face of a beautiful boy who could charm thousands of girls. He touched his face and murmured to himself, "There's also this face that looks almost exactly the same as when I was 17 or 18 years old." He couldn't figure out where he was exactly. He grabbed his hair frantically with both hands, with a frightened expression on his face. Where did this transmigrate me to? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He got out of bed and walked to the desk. He propped up the seat with one hand and placed the other on his chin, repeatedly looking at himself in the mirror on the desk in front of him. Take another look. Hey, I was really handsome when I was young. To be honest, the appearance is quite well restored. This should be a world like games. At this moment, he suddenly froze, and his eyes became serious. Wait! He held his chin with one hand and looked up, carefully considering the current situation. Being transmigrated into an alien world because I was hit by a truck. Isn't this just a fantasy in my mind as a middle-aged homebody before I die? He stood in front of the table and picked up the red dagger on the table. He stared at the dagger while thinking about how to confirm his current situation. This needs to be confirmed. Only the sound of a knife cutting through the skin was heard, followed by a line of blood flying out. The sunlight from the window shone right through, illuminating the line of blood even more clearly. He just cut his finger with a knife. The blood and fingers instantly spurted out. He held a knife in one hand and looked expressionlessly at the blood flying out of his fingers. I merely made a shallow cut on my finger. This knife. It's too sharp. It hurts so much. It's true. I have truly transmigrated another world. After feeling the real pain, he covered his hands and rolled back and forth on the bed in pain, occasionally licking the blood that flew out with his mouth. Suddenly he felt his soul trembling. He who was rolling around instantly froze in place. It was as if something was pouring into his brain. In his memory, he was wearing tattered clothes and leaning against the wall, while the girl walking past in front of him was the protagonist of this world. A strange voice suddenly sounded. Moen Campbell blasphemed the royal family, stripped him of his noble status, and demoted him to commoners. His crime is unforgivable, and he is sentenced to exile. The scene changed, and he became a beggar on the street. He was disheveled and wearing his tattered clothes. He leaned helplessly against the dirty wall, surrounded by scattered bottles of wine and garbage. He even lost one hand and one leg, looking very down and out. Moen Campbell shall never enter the territory of the Empire. Violators will be killed without mercy. After these memories were played back in his mind, he felt his mind go groggy. There is too much information for him to accept all at once. He leaned against the bed, tilted his head back, and kept panting heavily. He covered his head with his hand and muttered to himself. Huh. I can't believe it. At first, I thought the name was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect. After slowing down from the uncomfortable feeling, his expression became grave and his eyes looked straight ahead. He suddenly recalled the name and backstory of the original owner of this current body, and couldn't help but sigh. I actually reincarnate into this guy's body. That retarded, brain-dead dude. The yellow-haired villain who wasn't even an elite monster. The name of this person popped into his mind. That's right. He was reincarnated into this villain named Moen Campbell. Moen recalled his past life. He remembered the light novel he would stay up late every night, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, huddled in bed reading light novels on his mobile phone. The Strongest and Most Gifted Girl in History is the most popular light novel of the year in the world before I was reborn, and also one of the few works I read every day. The book roughly tells the story of the protagonist, who is the illegitimate daughter of a fallen aristocrat, upgrading and killing various enemies along the way, and rising to become a great hero who saves the world. The person sitting in the chair now, with a very provocative expression, is the villain of this novel, Moen Campbell. Moen Campbell is a brainless, yellow-haired villain in the early part of the book. He used his family power to oppress the protagonist, constantly sending people to murder the female lead and help the protagonist team upgrade. In the end, his plot shattered, and he even involved his own parents, ending up with a broken family. If I remember correctly, there is no plot about him in this book after more than 20 chapters. Moen recalled all the bad things he had done, and his tragic ending, and couldn't help but feel deeply affected. He buried his head in his knees and covered his head with both hands. Such a person doesn't want to be a good young master, but has to be a fool who gets in the way of the protagonist. That's me. Moen felt especially helpless when he realized that he had been reborn as the villain that everyone in this world was crying out for. He held his head and had a look of wanting to cry on his face. I thought that I would be reborn once to become a protagonist and have a good time. As a result, I was reincarnated into this fool who was destined to become a stepping stone. What can I do? It's over now. While Moen was still in a state of anxiety over the fact that he was the villain, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. A maid knocked on the door of his room. Noticing that someone was about to enter the room, Moen hurriedly wiped the tears on his face with his sleeve so as not to let others notice his current appearance. After adjusting his emotions, he spoke towards the door. Come in. The door to the room was opened, and a very pretty maid came in with a small suitcase and a graceful step. She is the maid of Duke Campbell's mansion. Her name is Anne, and stood in front of Moen and greeted him first. Young master. When Anne first came in, Moen didn't think of her name for a moment. He stammered out the name of the person that happened to pop into his head. Oh, you're Anne. What's up? And held up the small box in his hand and showed it to him. Young master's formal attire for tomorrow's banquet has been delivered. Madam asks me to bring it to you for a try. Moen sat on the bed, scratching his head and awkwardly replying to Anne's words. He doesn't want others to know that the current Moen is no longer the same as before. Okay, I know. Put it over there. At this moment, Anne frowned slightly. She stared at Moen as if sensing something unusual about him. She leaned down slightly and noticed bloodstains on Moon's fingers. She asked him softly, "Young master, are you injured?" Moen lifted his hand and looked at it, only to find that his fingers were still bleeding. He smiled lightly and replied to Anne's question. "Yes, I accidentally broke my skin just now. It's okay. Do you have any medication to stop the bleeding or a band-aid?" Band-aid? Apparently, Anne didn't know what exactly was the band-aid that Moen was talking about. There didn't seem to be such a thing in this world. Anne knelt on one knee in front of Moen and pulled his injured hand, as if preparing to do something. Anne doesn't know what the young master is saying, but if it's just about stopping bleeding, I can still do it. Moen looked at her with some confusion. He thought Anne was going to use healing magic to stop his bleeding. Oh, Anne, you know how to treat. However, in the next moment, Anne held Moon's hand with both hands and gently licked his injured finger with his tongue. She made this gesture expressionlessly, as if she didn't find it strange. However, Moen may not be the same. After being licked by Anne like this, he felt very surprised. Moen can intuitively feel the touch of Anne's tongue. He froze on the spot, his face instantly turned red like an apple. He hadn't expected her method of stopping the bleeding to be in such a way. After licking it several times in a row, the bleeding had slightly stopped. Anne's mouth opened slightly, leaving Moon's fingers. His fingers were left with a small amount of her saliva. The bleeding has stopped. Every drop of the young master's blood is very precious. Please do not easily injure yourself. And gently wiped his mouth and offered a kind reminder to Moon. Her cheeks also blushed slightly, as if the previous action had made her a little excited. Moon had a reddened face and eyes wide open, still not having eased up from what he'd just been through. He stammered and replied to Anne, "Okay, I'll remember," and stood up, turned around, and prepared to leave Moon's room. She calmly said to Moon, "If young master has no other needs, I will go out to work first." Moon nodded stiffly. Thank you. Sorry to have worried you." When Anne left the room and heard her footsteps gradually fading away, Moon finally couldn't help it. The blush on his cheeks has not yet faded. He tightly held his hands and was about to lose control of his emotions. Suddenly, he held his face in both hands and felt very excited. "Oh my God, she is too cute." He excitedly rolled on the bed while recalling what Anne had done to him just now. He has never received such treatment before. Black-haired and gentle maid sister, just now she's so cute. While Moon was still excited about what had just happened in the room, and outside the door did not notice the sound in the room. As she walked, she was still thinking about how Moon had just made her feel a little off. This seems quite different from the usual Moon. Young master. She frowned slightly, doubting Moon and his behavior just now. Did he just say thank you to me? Moon, who was rolling back and forth on the bed, felt a little tired at this moment. He lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling the plot of his story in this novel. He didn't understand why Moon Campbell, whose family background was so good, still had to provoke the protagonist. The son of a duke, with high status, handsome appearance, a family that is not short of money, and a maid sister to take care of him. Why does he have to provoke the protagonist? If I remember the plot correctly, it seems that the Duke's mansion was raided because he drugged the princess during his coming-of-age ceremony. It was as if Moon had thought of a way to avoid going towards the destruction of his family. He sat up from the bed with a confident smile on his face. Since I know the problem, it's easy to handle. As long as I try not to provoke that protagonist, and don't do anything stupid at the coming-of-age ceremony. I, Moon, still have a chance to change my destiny against all odds. Moon held his chin with one hand, pondering how he should continue to live in this world in the future. In order to still be a wealthy playboy in the future, I need to plan carefully and carefully. Speaking of which, when was the coming-of-age ceremony? Suddenly, he remembered that Anne had just brought his coming-of-age gown to his room, and seemed to have mentioned the time of the coming-of-age ceremony. Anne just gave me the formal dress for the coming-of-age ceremony. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Knowing that the coming-of-age ceremony would be held tomorrow, Moon was completely stunned. He didn't expect to face his own ending so soon. He couldn't help but howl loudly in his room. Damn it! He crumbled onto his bed, hugging his thighs and weeping silently. System, are you there? The old man? Goddess? Cupid? Moon shouted out these names one by one, trying to be able to summon someone to help him with the difficulty at hand. However, unfortunately, no one appeared in front of him out of thin air. He cried in despair while muttering to himself, "Anyone? Can anyone hear me?" Does Elle really not have any cheat abilities? It's not like Elle only got a 10 pull with 5 golds in my last life. Even if it was a lucky draw, it should not be like this. Right? Knowing that the course of events had been irrevocably changed, Moen sighed in resignation. Tomorrow is the coming-of-age ceremony. It's already too late. I don't know if apologizing to the protagonist in person tomorrow can solve the problem. She probably wouldn't make any excessive demands, such as publicly licking her feet to forgive her. In Moon's fantasy, he was fiercely stepped on by a long leg, wearing black stockings, and was unable to move. Moon, you can do it. A true man is born to face the world, able to endure pain and overcome difficulties. An insult like licking feet is nothing compared to having my family broken up. I just need to bear this humiliation alone. Of course, it would be even better if she could wear black stockings tomorrow. Moon, who had decided on a solution, clapped his hands, smiled, and comforted himself. It's decided. As soon as I meet with the protagonist tomorrow, I'll rush up and slide on my knees at light speed and kowtow 3 more times. At this time, what Moon didn't know was that a mysterious portal quietly appeared from behind him. Immediately afterwards, something seemed to fall from the portal and hit his head. He shouted in pain. He covered his head while angrily turning back, wanting to see what hit him. What exactly is it? It hurts so much. Is this going to smash my head through? He fixed his eyes on his bed, and a book with a purple cover suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There was also a strange pattern on the cover of the book. This is... Moon walked towards the bed and reached out a trembling hand to pick up the book. Could it be? Could it be? He was elated, feeling like it was what he had hoped would come to him. My cheat ability has arrived. A mysterious book that fell from the sky made me think there was still a chance to change my fate. But the book made me dizzy, and then I found myself in an unknown place. The mysterious woman, who suddenly appeared, flew several silver knives towards me, which scared me and immediately woke me up. Who exactly is she? Was it just a dream that foresaw my ending? In order to prevent myself from heading towards a bad ending, I have decided to start looking for ways to avoid it and strive to survive in this world. Moon trembled as he picked up the purple book from the bed. He carefully held it with both hands, as if he had obtained a treasure. Ah, it seems. He clung to the book as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. He cried tears of joy while hugging the book, thinking that this was something brought to him by God that could change his fate. God still hasn't given up on me. Although I'm a loser boy destined to be cannon fodder, having cheat ability is different. Before the blood on his head could be wiped off, Moon was already sitting on the bed, flipping open the book with excitement. He couldn't wait to see what methods were recorded inside that could change his destiny. He confidently said to himself, "From now on, I will change the original ending and change my destiny against all odds. As the saying goes, my fate is up to me." After turning the book over to one of the pages, Moon was suddenly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the book, staring his eyes wide open, then blinked again, as if he couldn't believe that he had misread it. He thought his reading direction was not quite right, so he changed the direction of the book and read it again. However, he still found it very strange. He flipped the book back a few pages, wanting to take a look at the rest of the content. As it turned out, the content after the book was no different from what he had just seen. Moen found that there was actually no content in this book at all. This is a blank book. Moen looked at this book without any words and was very surprised. Wait, what is it? Is this a book without words? Does that mean I need to activate it in some special way? While placing the fingers of one hand on the bridge of his nose, Moen thought hard about what method the book needed to use to display the words. According to this Western European world setting, coincidentally, his fingers touched the blood flowing down from his head. Moen did not notice the direction of his blood flow. His fingers moved gently, and some blood flowed down his cheeks towards his chin. A few drops of blood dripped from his chin. Blood dripped onto one page of the book placed on Moon's leg. The pages quickly sucked the blood into the book, and then suddenly emitted black-purple energy from the book. At this moment, Moen realized that something was wrong. He lowered his head and looked at the book, noticing that it emitted a strange light, and the black-purple energy emanating from it surrounded him. The book suddenly floated out of his hand and flipped frantically in front of him. The sound of flipping through books echoed throughout the room, making him increasingly feel that something was wrong. During the process of flipping pages, a black-purple vortex gradually formed in the center of the book, followed by a huge suction force attempting to suck Moen into the book. Moen had no idea what happened. He looked at the strange book in front of him in surprise and cursed loudly. "Damn it! What's going on?" The book frantically flipped through pages while absorbing the blood that had flowed down Moon's head. "My blood." He crossed his hands in front of him to block it, and tried to lean back to prevent himself from being sucked in. However, the suction force is too strong, and Moon's hair is about to be sucked in. He looked at the current uncontrollable situation and felt somewhat helpless. Soon, due to the large amount of blood absorbed by the book, Moen felt unusually weak. His eyes were almost closed, and the scene in front of him gradually blurred. He could only see his own blood flying past his eyes and dripping into the book. After a while, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Unsure of what had happened, Moen seemed to have been transported by the book to an unknown place. His hands were secured to a wooden board, and there were many bruises and cuts on his hands. His feet were also fixed on the wooden board, covered in many bruises and scars. Take another look at the front of Moen. He was stripped of all his clothes and had a collar and chain around his neck. Not only the face, but even the body was covered with many red wounds. These terrible scars and bruises are so numerous that he seems to have been abused. His body was trembling, apparently due to a physical reaction caused by excessive pain. Moen woke up from a coma. He slowly opened his eyes. He looked around in a daze and realized he was in a place he didn't know. It was pitch black around him, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Where is this? Suddenly, the voice of an unfamiliar woman sounded somewhere. Oh! This mysterious woman appeared from nowhere and suddenly approached Moen. She looked at him with a very frightening expression on her face. She opened her red eyes wide, as if trying to reflect everything about Moen in her eyes. You finally woke up. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Moen was startled by her sudden appearance. He looked in surprise at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, who couldn't see her exact appearance. "Who are you?" Then, Moen realized that his entire body was bound by chains, and he couldn't move. He tried to break free of these chains, but found that whenever he moved, he pulled at the wounds on his body. He was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. "Ah, it hurts so much." The strange woman stood next to him, with no intention of trying to free him from the chains. She said to him in a relaxed tone, "Pain is inevitable. It's all to make you remember." She extended a finger and gently brushed it across Moon's abdomen, then across Moon's chest. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Her fingers touched the scars on his body, causing him to tremble in pain. "You don't know how heartbroken I am at this moment. You shouldn't be like this. How evil, how cruel, and how selfish you are." Moen wanted to refute her, but had to give up because the wound was aching faintly. He could only close his eyes, bite his teeth, and try to endure. You should bring pain to others instead of tolerance, and make everyone hate you. Only then can you belong to me alone. But you have changed. You have changed your heart. Changing your heart is not acceptable." She propped her hand on her cheek. Her red eyes looked like they were radiating a ghastly red light. She stared at Moen with eyes like she was staring at prey. With a voice that was completely different from the one she had just used, she said the most possessive words to him. "But don't worry. No matter how much time it takes, I will purify you thoroughly with my love over and over again." She held several silver knives, and her eyes curved upwards. "We will be together forever. Even death cannot separate us." She flew all the silver knives in her hand towards him, who was fixed on the wooden board. Moen felt fearful of her behavior. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the silver knives that were about to stab him with a frightened expression, and couldn't help but shout out loudly, "No, no, no!" Startled, Moen suddenly opened his eyes and immediately struggled to sit up from the bed. He observed the surrounding environment and found himself still in his room. He was panting heavily, with sweat all over his face. He still felt a bit dazed and hadn't recovered from his tense state just now. Who? That was just... Moen slowly calmed down. He covered his head, unable to believe that everything he had just experienced was just a simple dream. A dream? He lowered his head and looked at his hands, only to find that they were still trembling involuntarily, and he could vaguely feel the pain in his body. The scene just now seemed to be real. The pain still lingers on the skin. The dream had been too real. He picked up the purple book beside him, carefully observing it while recalling what had just happened. Before I fainted, I remember this strange book flipping through pages frantically and sucking away a lot of my blood. If it is really the precognitive dream brought by this book, was the tragic ending caused by something I did wrong? He opened the book, trying to find clues about what had just happened. As soon as he opened the book, he suddenly froze. The Book of Prophecy emits black-purple energy outward. The page that didn't have any content written earlier suddenly displays a few lines of red text. However, some of these lines of words were so blurred that it was impossible to see the prototypes of the words clearly, and only a few words were visible. The words that can be read clearly are do not, change, for, and fate. Before Moen could figure out what the other words on the page were writing, the book of prophecy turned into a black light and entered his forehead. However, without having to read the remaining words clearly, Moen could roughly infer the meaning that these few lines wanted to convey to him. He touched his forehead, furrowed his brow gently, feeling somewhat distressed about his current situation. Is this a warning to me not to change the original plot? Otherwise, I will have that kind of ending. But why? Wouldn't that end badly? At this moment, it was already dusk, and the sun was about to set. The sunlight of the setting sun shone into his room, and the gentle breeze outside the window blew the curtains gently. Moen walked to the window, and a gentle breeze blew his hair. He looked out the window at the sunset and muttered to himself. So in the end, all my ideas were just wishful thinking. In order to survive, I can only choose to actively move towards destruction. He leaned his chin with one hand and fell into thought. Suddenly, he came up with a good idea based on the ending of Moen Campbell in the novel. Wait a minute. Actually thinking about it, the ending of him in the original book doesn't seem so bad. At least he was still alive in the end. That useless young master lacks the ability to make a living, and can only become a beggar after being exiled. But I am different. Having figured out the differences between him and the original Moen Campbell, Moen gained courage once again. He confidently lowered his head and watched as he clenched his fists, as if he had regained the drive to move forward. I am a battle-hardened working professional, forged through the relentless trials of the modern 996 and 007 work culture. Anyway, the subsequent plot of the novel doesn't mention what happened to Moen Campbell in the end. In that case, after being exiled, I can start from scratch in another country with the wisdom of modern people. The setting sun outside the window reflected on his body. He stood in front of the window, facing the fiery red sunset, and revealed a confident smile. The so-called aristocratic status was nothing to hold on to at all. It was nothing more than a privileged class obtained by squeezing the working people. As a genuine socialist proletarian warrior, I can still make a living in this world with my hands and knowledge. After a while, it was time for dinner. Moen changed his clothes and walked towards the dining room to eat. He gulped down the steak in front of him. He took a sip of the glass of wine held in his left hand and ate a piece of steak from the fork in his right hand. He enjoyed these delicious foods that he had never been able to eat in his past life, and temporarily put aside what he had just said in the room. Damn it, I've never tasted such delicious steak and this wine in my previous life. This wicked privileged class is so delicious. There are not only steaks and wine on the dining table, but also other delicious dishes and desserts. In his past life, he had never been able to eat so well. Moen ate these delicious foods and felt like he was in heaven. He covered his cheeks, enjoying these delicacies with a look of intoxication. The elegant and mature woman sitting next to Moen is the Princess of Campbell Noyce Campbell, who is Moen's mother. She noticed that her son's mood today was a bit different from before, so she put down the knife and fork in her hand and asked him with a smile, "What's going on here? Moen seems very happy today." Haha, he must be looking forward to tomorrow's coming-of-age banquet. After all, that was one of the most important banquets in Moen's life. the slightly dignified man sitting on the other side of the princess. He is the Grand Duke of Campbell, Ron Campbell. He also known as Moon's father. He inserted a stake and looked at his son beside him with a smile, answering the princess's question. Upon hearing her parents mention the topic of coming-of-age ceremony, Moon elegantly put down the utensils in her hand and replied to them with a relaxed tone. "Yes, father, mother, I am looking forward to it." The princess held her face in both hands and looked happily at her beloved son. "Tomorrow, my son will definitely be the most eye-catching presence at the banquet. I don't know how many noble girls he will charm." The Grand Duke looked at the princess with indulgent eyes and replied with a smile. "Haha, that's unacceptable. Moon in our family has a betrothed wife. If Princess Cecilia sees and becomes jealous, it will be difficult to explain." As soon as the Grand Duke mentioned the name Cecilia, the princess became somewhat unhappy. She hugged her arms with both hands, pouted, and turned her head to one side. I don't like Princess Cecilia. She is cold and not cute at all. She is simply not worthy of our little Moon." The Grand Duke comforted her and explained to her. "You can't say that. If even Princess Cecilia is not worthy of him, then no one is worthy." Moon supported his chin with both hands and smiled as he watched the interesting interaction between his parents. However, he was quietly commenting on what they said in his mind at this point. "My dear parents, how confident are you in your son? What kind of person is Princess Cecilia?" That is the third princess of the empire, the pure white girl who has received God's gift, and a powerful candidate for the empire's first beauty. In the novel, she gained a large following with her aloof temperament, and the contrast between being cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Wherever she goes, she is a highly anticipated presence. In the novel, Cecilia, dressed in glamorous attire, holds a wand and looks firmly into the distance. The temperament she exudes makes people feel that she is a graceful princess. Moon looked at his parents, who knew nothing, and shook his head gently. He was a bit speechless about his parents' current behavior. He recalled the bad things done by Moon Campbell in the novel and his bad character, and knew that he was not worthy of Cecilia at all. What kind of person is your son? Don't you realize it yourself? Only you will consider him a treasure in this world. The Grand Duke and the princess were chatting happily under the sunset, and occasional bursts of joyful laughter could be heard. Moon watched them while expressing his thoughts in his heart. In the original work, both of you were good people, but unfortunately, you had such a son. According to the original plot, you will also be implicated in the coming-of-age ceremony event. After that, the entire Campbell family was forced to fade out of the core circle of the upper echelons of the empire and completely disappear from the story. He slightly bowed to his parents, indicating that he had finished his meal and left the restaurant first. Even though that book says that you can't go against your destiny, the fate of broken arm and leg, exiled and reduced to an invalid, is an opening that would be too difficult to turn around even with a modern mindset. I can't accept it. Moon walked towards the door with a determined stride. I have to think of a way to do something. I can't change my own destiny, but it doesn't mean I can't change someone else's. He tightened his tie and looked solemnly ahead, his expression as if he was about to make a major decision. Upon careful consideration, looking at the entire incident, taking action against the princess was not the real reason for my punishment and exile. because I was convicted of treason and implicated my father. The Duke of Campbell, who held military power, fell into a power struggle and was purged by the imperial ruling class and the aristocratic class. This is it. So, on the premise that the outcome remains unchanged, I need to pull the Campbell family out of the entire incident as a life-saving talisman after exile. Additionally, I need to find someone to take responsibility. Speaking of taking the blame, there seems to be no more suitable place in this Western fantasy background world. In order to avoid a bad ending, I started planning to change the conditions that trigger the ending. I found the black card hidden in the treasure chest, and planned to enter the underground black market to find the medicine that can bewitch the princess. Based on my memory, I found a small shop selling this medicine. After I explained the situation, the shop owner turned around and searched among a pile of bottles. Can the shop owner find what I'm looking for? The sun outside the castle has slowly set. The clouds slowly disappeared into the sky. The orange sunset shines on every corner of the castle. A gust of wind blew gently, making the leaves on the tree rustle. After dinner, Moen walked down the corridor of the Grand Duke's mansion. He is preparing to return to his room. As he walked, he pondered on how to change the triggering ending for the outcome next. There is only one day left before the coming-of-age ceremony, and it is too late to make any more arrangements now. But we can only take one step at a time and improvise. The first order of business is still to solve the established end of offending the royal family. Pure white girl, future Imperial Queen Cecilia. It is obviously impossible to defeat that once-in-a-millennium magical genius with ordinary drugs. And this guy has never had any related drugs in his memory, which proves that there is currently no such thing in the mansion. Perhaps there is one there. He closed his eyes and held his chin with his right hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, he thought of a place where he could buy the medicine he had in mind. Hey, I remember when I inherited my memory, there was a place called the Black Market that specialized in selling various prohibited items and slaves. Maybe. At this moment, around the corner, a maid walked over holding a teapot and teacup filled with black tea. Her face is red, and she looks not very energetic. Moen, who was thinking about something, didn't notice that someone was about to come over. The maid didn't notice who was about to walk over. In the next second, Moen and the maid collided together. Both of them let out a pained yelp at the same time. After being hit by Moen, the maid immediately fell to the ground. The teapot and teacup in her hand spilled on the ground, and all the tea in the teapot was spilled out. Some of the tea even got stuck on her long socks. Due to the impact just now, her head felt even more dizzy. She rubbed her head with her hand, looked at the spilled red tea, and nervously said, So painful. The master and madam's black tea. Sorry, I was just thinking about something and didn't see the way. Are you okay? Moen, who had already stood up, saw that the maid who had been bumped into was still sitting on the ground, so he reached out his hand and tried to pull her up. The maid raised her head, and after seeing the person standing in front of her clearly, the expression on her face suddenly turned to fear. She backed away in fear and stammered. You are young Master Moen. The maid recognized the person in front of her as the young master of Duke Campbell. She exclaimed in panic. Seeing the tea splashing onto Moen's collar, she became even more nervous. Moen raised an eyebrow and didn't seem too concerned about the maid bumping into him. The maid hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his collar, wanting to remove the stains. She nervously said to him, "Young master, I'm sorry. I'll help you now." Moen looked down in confusion and realized that his collar was a bit dirty. He raised his hands, intending to give the maid some space to easily wipe his collar. He was surprised by the maid's nervous mood. However, the white collar was getting dirtier as she wiped it, and the traces of tea were getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the dirty collar unable to be wiped clean, the maid panicked. She cried nervously, "It's ruined." She turned her back to Moen, quickly hugged her head with both hands, and crouched down. She felt like she had committed a heinous act. "Young master, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Please don't hit me, don't strip me naked, and throw me on the street. I will definitely not do it again next time. Ah, young master, spare my life." She was so scared that tears couldn't stop flowing, and her face turned red from being too nervous. Moen stood behind her and didn't say a word. From the maid's words, Moen roughly inferred the original Moen Campbell's attitude towards the household servants. He looked at the trembling maid, sighed, and looked speechless, not knowing where to say the original Moen Campbell. Just spilled a cup of tea, scared the little girl like this. How bad is the impression of the original Moen Campbell in the eyes of others? Moen leaned slightly down and reached out to support the maid's arm, wanting to help her up. He said softly to her, with a gentle expression, "Okay, it's just a small issue. I won't punish you. Get up." The maid turned her head slightly and found that Moen not only did not punish her, but also took the initiative to pull her up. She looked at him with teary eyes, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Moen, who touched the maid's arm, felt that her body temperature was slightly higher than that of ordinary people. He asked her with a caring tone, "Speaking of which, are you okay? Your body is so hot." Then, the maid felt a pulling force pulling her over. She opened her eyes wide. Moen held the back of the maid's head and pulled her into his arms. He pressed his neck against the maid's forehead, testing her temperature, and found that it was indeed very high. "Sure enough, your body is so hot. Don't you even know that you have a fever? Your forehead is so hot that you can cook eggs. Why don't you go rest? Young master." The maid raised her head and looked at him nervously. She didn't know why Moen did this to her. She was flushed and couldn't tell if she was now blushing, because of the fever or because of Moen's behavior. Because tomorrow is the young master's coming-of-age banquet, and there is currently a shortage of manpower in the household. So, Moen's voice sounded above her head. "Even so, you can't work while sick." Just as he released the maid in his arms, Anne walked over from the other end of the corridor. She saw Moen standing with a maid and expressed confusion about it. "Young master?" Moen and the maid turned their heads together and noticed Anne walking towards them. "Ah, Anne, you came just in time. Arrange for her." He suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked the name of the maid in front of him yet. He supported her shoulder and asked her with a smile on his face, "By the way, what's your name?" The maid looked up blankly at Moen and whispered her name. "Young master. My name is Noel." Moen gently patted her shoulder and said to Anne standing behind her, Arrange for Noel to rest." regarding the arrangement mentioned by Moen, and explained the current situation expressionlessly. "But young master, tomorrow night is your coming-of-age ceremony, and now every maid in the mansion has her own responsibilities. If Noel takes a break, the workload of other maids will increase significantly." Without hesitation, Moen immediately gave an answer. "Recruit people from outside. Our Grand Ducal mansion cannot afford to hire even a few people." Moen turned around and prepared to return to his room. He looked at Anne with a firm gaze. He said softly to her, "That's how it was decided. Tell the head maid to arrange for all unwell servants to rest, and for vacant staff to be recruited from outside. I don't want a large group of mentally confused patients to cause inconvenience to the guests at tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony." And closed his eyes and bowed slightly, indicating that he had received instructions from Moen. "I understand. I will convey this command to the head maid." After Moen finished explaining the maid's affairs, he left here directly and walked back to his room. Anne and Noel stood behind him, watching him leave until his figure disappeared around the corner, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Noel looked at Moen's back, feeling a little confused about his behavior and what had just happened. She asked Anne, who was standing next to her. "Anne, I remember the young master said before that he didn't want dirty outsiders to dirty the Duke's mansion, so he didn't let the maid master recruit foreign aid? Today's young master," and seems to know what she wants to ask. She didn't give a direct answer, but asked her to go rest quickly. "Don't overthink. Follow the young master's orders and go rest quickly." Although Noah was still confused about the current situation, Anne said so, and had no choice but to comply. "Okay." Noel turned around and took a step back to his room to rest. However, Anne remained standing still, seemingly pondering something. She turned around with a meaningful expression and looked towards a certain part of the hallway. Compared to before, there have indeed been some subtle changes. In order to avoid uncontrollable situations, it seems that the plan must be brought forward. After returning to the room, Moen searched for something in the room. He threw out some jewelry, and then threw the scroll he found on the ground. These don't seem to be what he's looking for. There is a large treasure chest placed somewhere in the room. Moen knelt on the ground and crawled into the treasure chest to search for things. Various types of jewelry are scattered around the treasure chest. He searched and threw out a batch of unnecessary jewelry while muttering to himself. "This is not, and neither is this. It's impossible. This guy's memory." The only way to deal with a super magical genius like a princess is to use special psychedelic potions. This thing is not only difficult to refine, expensive, but also a prohibited item. The only place where it can be sold is... "I found it. This guy is really a scumbag. In the novel, I remember it was quite difficult to get this thing." After searching for a while, Moen finally found a black card in the treasure chest. He crawled out of the treasure chest and also dropped some jewelry. He had several strings of precious jewelry hanging on his head and shoulders, some of which even fell to the ground. However, Moen didn't care about those. When he found the card, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The black card in Moen's hand is also decorated with gold borders. Although it may seem ordinary, this card is very useful. This is a proof of access to the underground black market. A VIP pass for the underground black market. That evening, Moen rode in a luxurious carriage through several brightly lit streets, and then crossed a bridge, preparing to enter the city gate. Probably because it was nighttime. The people on the bridge and near the city gates were a bit sparse. In no time, the carriage stopped in front of a very luxurious and magnificent building. This building is called the Chasford Chamber of Commerce. Moen got off the carriage, and the guards protecting him followed closely behind. He instructed them, "Wait for me here for a while. I'll go buy some gold and silver jewelry for my father and mother to wear tomorrow." The groom and 2 guards nodded and answered, "Okay, young master." Moen detoured behind the carriage and then cautiously turned around to take a look. After observing for a moment, and realizing that no one was nearby to notice him, he tightened his tie and turned towards a path diametrically opposed to the Chamber of Commerce. People come and go on the streets. Some people were walking and chatting, while others were hurriedly searching for their desired destination. They didn't notice that a person with yellow hair quietly left the street and quickly walked into a small path next to a house. After entering the small path, Moen entered the sewer below the city of the Empire. The water in the sewer flowed slowly, occasionally emitting a foul odor. He pulled out a black cloak from somewhere and put it on his body. He walked while searching for a route to enter the underground black market. According to the route in memory, the outer ring of the royal city, deep in the sewer of Belland City. He wears a mask and covers his head with the hat on his cloak to conceal his true appearance and identity. He held a torch and slowly searched along the route in his memory. In no time, he found a door guarded by someone. He held up the torch and shone it around, confirming that this should be the entrance to the black market. This should be the place. The person guarding the gate is also wearing a black cloak and a mask on their face. It seems that people here have a very high sense of confidentiality. He could see someone walking towards here from a distance, very cautiously questioning the other party. "Stop. Who are you?" Moen answered the man's question in front of him according to the secret language he had memorized. "The mice in the sewer." "What are you doing here?" Moen took out the black card from his clothes. He walked forward and showed it to the guards, indicating that he was a customer of the black market. "Search for carrion. This is my pass." The guard leaned in to observe the black card. After determining that it was a pass exclusive to the black market, he gave way and bowed slightly. "Honored guest, please come in." The guard turned around and opened the door. Some light shone out from behind the door. Moen's eyes widened slightly, a little excited and curious about what the black market looked like. What Moen didn't expect was that there could still be such a large black market in the space of the sewer. The black market is shrouded in a dark atmosphere. Except for the shops where the lights are on, there is not much light in the entire black market. This is the underground black market of the Empire, the Leopold Underground Black Market. As Moen walked, he observed the various mysterious things placed outside by the shop owners. He saw many bottles containing magical herbs on the shelves of a shop. These bottles come in various sizes and contain medicinal herbs of different shapes. Magical herbs material. He looked at another shop again. There are many iron cages next to the shop, which contain several fierce-looking animals. Magic synthesis beast. Moen was surprised by the things sold on the black market, while muttering to himself. This truly embodies a fantastical world. If I recall correctly, this place even deals in the trade of demi-human slaves. It seems that one of the protagonist's later teammates bought it from here. Well, these are all secondary. Let's focus on the main task at hand. Moen found a small shop based on the address in his memory. He pushed the door open, and the bell on the wall made a pleasant sound, reminding the shop owner that a customer had come in. Upon hearing the sound of the bell, the shop owner immediately stood up from his seat. The shop owner is wearing a red cloak with cat ears and a mask with a cat-like mouth, making him look like a red kitten. She waved her hand and warmly welcomed the arrival of the guests. Wow! Finally a guest came to our door today. Please come in. After welcoming the guests, the shop owner sat down with her hands on her face and looked towards Moen. What does this young master want to see? Although the store is small, it doesn't lack anything. Moen won't beat around the bush either. He directly told the shop owner what he wanted. I want that kind of medicine. The shop owner had some doubts. That kind? It's the kind that is colorless and odorless, specifically designed for wizards, and immediately leaves them unconscious for several hours after taking it. The shop owner thought for a moment and then gestured okay to Moen, as if she immediately knew what medicine he was looking for. Oh, it's that kind. I understand. Wealthy people all like to play like this, right? Haha. Then, the shop owner placed an advertisement for Moen. I happen to know several good shops that sell slaves. Can I recommend them to you? Just need to pay some referral fees. Reporting my name can also offer discounts. Seeing that the shop owner had been talking here for so long without intending to find what he wanted, Moen turned around and wanted to leave the store. Don't you have it here? If not, I'll leave. The shop owner found that his promotion had caused his impatience, so she quickly reached out her hand to persuade him. There is. Of course there is. Young master, please stay. This small shop has several rows of cabinets, on which there are also many unknown jars containing magical herbs. The shop owner hurriedly got up and walked towards the cabinet at the back, pointing to it and saying to Moen, "But this treasure is a scarce item. I need to look for it. Young master, please wait for me for a moment." The shopkeeper opened some bottles and jars on the cabinet, searching for the medicine that Moen wanted. Moen stood still, watching the busy movements of the shop owner, silently analyzing in his heart. This person has camouflage magic on their face, and voice has been processed by magic, making it difficult to distinguish whether male or female. However, the tone and demeanor. And this amazing figure. The shop owner searched for a while, but still couldn't find the bottle that stored that medicine. Oh no, the 2 bottles of medicine that were refined 2 days ago. I remember they were placed in this box. Where did they go? Through these, Moen roughly determined the gender of the shop owner. Female, most likely still a beautiful girl. To secure a foothold in such a murky and cutthroat environment, the shop owner's skills are probably more powerful than her figure. If I could establish a good relationship with such a person, she might be able to help me when I am exiled by the Empire in the future. Just as the shop owner was searching for the magic potion I was looking for, another mysterious customer entered the store. She also wants to buy the same magic potion as me. When I was about to pay for the potion, The mysterious customer exchanged one of the bottles with a piece of information. I was curious about the customer's information, but the expensive price proposed by the shop owner was unacceptable to me. Finally, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived. Cecilia, the third princess of the empire, also arrived at the Duke's residence. Since the shopkeeper couldn't immediately remember where the potion Moen had requested was stored, and there were so many different types of potions on the shelf, she searched for a while but couldn't find it. She was worried that Moen would become impatient if he waited too long, so she turned around and informed him in advance. "Wait for me a moment, young master." Fortunately, Moen is a patient person. As long as this store has the potion he wants, he doesn't mind waiting for a long time. "It's okay, as long as you have it. I'm not in a hurry." Just as the shop owner turned around to continue searching for the magic potion, the small bell outside the shop rang again. Another customer pushed open the door and came into this store to buy something. Moen heard the sound of the bell and curiously looked towards the direction of the door. Immediately after, the mysterious customer stood next to Moen. This customer's entire body is covered by a black robe, and she is wearing the hat that comes with the black robe on her head. Wearing a black mask on her face, leaving only a pair of red eyes. Wearing black stockings on both legs and boots on the feet. The shop owner, who was looking for something, also heard the sound of a bell, turned around and waved her hand, warmly welcoming the customer. "Oh, welcome." Before the shop owner could finish speaking, the customer directly told her the item she wanted to purchase. "I want to buy a medicine that has strong potency and won't leave any traces of magic. Do you have one here?" The shop owner didn't expect this customer to buy the same magic potion as the previous one. She awkwardly scratched her face and answered the customer's question. I have it here. Wait a moment." The shop owner felt strange about this. It seems that not many people usually come to her to buy this type of potion, but today there happened to be two people who wanted to buy the same potion. She silently said in her heart, "This type of potion usually goes unnoticed. It's really strange today." Moen secretly observed this mysterious customer nearby. Based on the customer's figure, attire, and the body odor emanating from them, he speculated that the customer was a female. However, he is not quite sure why women also come to buy this type of medicine. This figure, as well as the faint fragrance emanating from it. Do women also have this need? The mysterious woman wearing a black robe quietly lowered her head, without saying a word, waiting for the shop owner to find what she was looking for. She didn't seem to notice Moen's gaze for the time being. Although Moen doesn't know the reason why she bought this medicine, she probably has similar thoughts to him. He silently speculated in his heart. Well, most people who buy this medicine are likely to harm someone. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop it. The guy who was drugged, good luck to you. The shop owner carefully searched every floor of the cabinet and finally found the type of potion they were looking for in the corner of one floor. She placed two bottles on the table and showed them. "I found it. That's it. The magic potion is a dark red liquid. It is contained in a heart-shaped bottle, and the outer body of the bottle is decorated with gold-colored metal roses." Seeing the color of the potion, Moen was a bit stunned. "Wait a moment. Isn't this color a bit too conspicuous?" The shop owner seemed to know that Moen had doubts about this bottle of medicine. So he picked up one of the bottles and introduced some details to him and another customer. Customers don't need to worry, although the color of this medicine is indeed a bit bright. As long as it is placed in drinks such as red wine, it will not be noticed at all. And compared to the small flaw that is a bit eye-catching, its advantages are much greater. As long as a person drinks a small drop, even an elephant will instantly lose consciousness and faint for 2 to 3 hours. Moen was very surprised by the effect of this bottle of potion. He has never seen a potion that can even stun animals. He said in great shock, "A drop of potion can knock out an elephant. Really?" The shop owner didn't find his reaction strange. She kindly explained to him, "Of course it's true. You get what you pay for. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. I declare in advance that if you fall asleep here, you will be charged 5,000 Amir's sleep fee per hour." Moen smiled awkwardly. He doesn't want to bear such a strange expense. He waved his hand in refusal. That's not necessary." The mysterious customer picked up one of the bottles of magic potion. She didn't speak to them, just quietly turned the bottle in her hand, observed it thoroughly and carefully, and then placed it on the table. The shop owner spread out his hand and told Moen and the mysterious customer the price of this potion. Specially made sleeping potion, priced at 130,000 Amir, no price negotiation allowed. Would you two like to pay by crystal card or cash? Moen reached into his black cloak and prepared to take out his card to make the payment. He planned to pay by card. Swipe. Just as he was searching for his card, the mysterious customer standing in front of him spoke to the shop owner first. She calmly said to the shop owner, "I don't have enough Amir, and I don't plan to use Amir to pay the bill." She also reached into her black robe, as if searching for something. Judging from her actions, it seems like she has no intention of buying the potion without paying. Then she continued to talk to the shop owner. "I can sell you an information as an exchange for a potion." Although the shop owner's expression was invisible, she seemed very interested in the information that the customer was saying. However, is just one piece of information enough to be worth 130,000 Amir? She touched her face, thought for a moment, and replied to the customer with a playful tone. "Oh, I have to remind you, 130,000 is not a small amount." The customer took out a sealed envelope and handed it to the shop owner. She was very sure of the value of this piece of information. She confidently told the shop owner, "This information is definitely worth 130,000 Amir. Even for different people, its value is far more than 130,000 Amir." The shop owner took the envelope and took out the letter containing the information to read. "Okay, let me see what kind of information it is." She quickly browsed through the information on the paper, seeming a little skeptical of the content. She brought the letter closer and read it carefully again. Based on the content on the letter, she seemed to infer what might happen next. She said to the customer with a slightly surprised tone, "Well, it's interesting. Are you sure this information is true?" The mysterious customer did not directly state the authenticity of the information. Whether it is true or not, based on your abilities as the shop owner, you can easily find out. The shopkeeper put down the letter and acknowledged the customer's understanding of her abilities with approval. "Oh, this guest really trusts me. However, as you said, This information is indeed worth 130,000. She pushed a bottle of magic potion over to her. Take it. This bottle of magic potion is yours now. Thank you. The mysterious customer left a thank you and didn't say much more. She took a bottle of magic potion directly and stuffed it into her black robe, leaving the shop without looking back. The shop owner waved her hand and watched her leave. Take care and see you next time. Standing beside, Moen watched the entire transaction between the shop owner and the customer. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process and had doubts about such a transaction. The shop owner turned his head and looked at Moen, who was still standing there, asking about his payment method. Young master, how about you? Moen still watched in the direction where the customer left. He handed the black crystal card to the shop owner and answered her absent-mindedly. I swipe my card. The shop owner picked up the crystal card with both hands and answered cheerfully. Okay. After the payment is completed, the owner will return the crystal card to Moen. At this moment, she took out another bottle of white potion from the cabinet and placed it next to the red potion. Young master, please keep the crystal card. This white bottle is a small gift for you. Moen expressed doubts about the use of this small magic potion. A small gift? What is this potion for? The shop owner extended one hand, raised one finger and shook it, while the other hand crossed his waist and said to him in a playful tone, You know, it's for that one. I suggest using it together with the red bottle for better results. Although he didn't know what the actual effect would be if the two bottles were used together, Moen didn't think too much and accepted her kindness. He put both bottles of magic potion into his cloak and thanked her. At this moment, he remembered the customer who had just exchanged intelligence for the potion, and was very curious about what kind of information could have such high value. Thank you, shop owner. By the way, the information that the woman just said. Noticing that Moen was also interested in the information just now, the shop owner quickly sat down. Her body moved slightly forward, her hands supporting her face, and her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Moen was startled by her sudden movement, and instinctively took a step back. She excitedly said to him, Oh, is the young master also interested in this information? Since we're old acquaintances, I'll sell it to you at this price. The shop owner reached out and made a 9 gesture. Moen knows that the prices on the black market are generally not cheap, let alone just a small piece of information. He carefully inquired about the price of the information. 90,000? The shop owner gestured with one hand and covered his mask with the other, calmly stating the true price. 900,000. When Moen heard this price, he directly froze on the spot. Afterwards, he turned around without hesitation and walked directly towards the door. No, thanks. It's not worth spending so much money just to know a small piece of information. Moen closed his eyes and was speechless at the expensive price offered by the shop owner. Damn it, earn me 9 times the price difference in front of me. This move is really underhanded. No, this black market is full of profit-driven people. Even if I spend money, they are likely to not only fail to help me in the future, but also add insult to injury. The cooperation object still needs to find someone who is honest and trustworthy. He pushed open the door and walked out directly. The shop owner waved his hand behind him and said in a lively tone, "Take care, young master. Welcome back next time." After confirming that there were no more people in the store, and that no one would be coming in for a while, the owner took off her hat and exposed her long black hair. She took off her mask and muttered to herself, "I thought tomorrow was just the coming-of-age ceremony for that useless young master from the Campbell family. I didn't expect that the third princess would also attend." However, at this critical moment, the Duke's mansion had to recruit outsiders due to a shortage of manpower. Who should I sell this information to? I'm so distressed. After taking off the mask, it was the face of a young and beautiful girl. In fact, the real identity of the owner of this store is a student, and her name is Anna Kablin. She held a mask and looked at something with interested eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. I remember that the second prince seemed to have always disliked his excellent sister, and the Duke Raymond, who has always been at odds with the Grand Duke Campbell. This is such an interesting thing. Why don't I sell it well on both sides? Anna tapped her lips with her finger and said with a smile, "Playing both sides. I'm really bad." Time came to the next night, the day of Moen's coming-of-age ceremony. Night falls over the entire Duke Campbell's mansion, accompanied by stars and the moon. This is the backyard of the Duke's mansion. On the road, there were many nobles dressed up and traveling together to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of Moen at the Duke's mansion. Inside the Duke's mansion, many nobles were chatting and laughing with each other, discussing the arrangements for tonight's coming-of-age ceremony. Grand Duke Ron and Moen greeted every guest who arrived with a smile on their faces. Moen also bowed to each and every one of them, expressing his greetings. At this moment, a marquis greeted them with his daughter. The marquis gently patted his daughter and introduced her to them with a smile. "Duke, this is my third daughter. Come on, greet to the Duke." The daughter of the marquis seems very nervous and shy. She lowered her head, bowed slightly, and greeted them in a small voice. "I have met Grand Duke Campbell. I have met." When she lifted her head and met Moen's gaze, the expression in her eyes was not happiness, but fear. She gently covered her mouth with her hand, her body trembling uncontrollably. Moen also felt her emotions at this moment from her eyes, but he couldn't say anything either. The daughter of the marquis quickly turned around, picked up her skirt, and ran away with her eyes closed. She ran while speaking. "My mother is calling me. Sorry, I'll excuse myself first." The marquis felt embarrassed as he watched his daughter run away impolitely. The Grand Duke and Moen watched her run away in a daze, unable to inquire about what had happened. The marquis awkwardly touched his head and apologized to Moen on behalf of his daughter. "Sorry, Moen. My daughter is quite shy. I apologize on her behalf." Moen waved his hand, indicating that he did not care about her daughter's behavior just now. He said to him with a smile, "It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. We didn't greet each other properly. Please take a seat." After seeing off the marquis, he continued to greet the guests with a smile. However, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere inside the Duke's mansion was not quite right. Sure enough, not only the daughter of the Marquis Hill, everyone's eyes are almost the same. Due to the Marquis's daughter running away in front of him just now, there was some minor disturbance at the scene. Everyone's eyes peeked at Moen. Their eyes were filled with distrust, even disgust, towards him. It is obvious that they are very wary and afraid of him. Moen sighed. He closed his eyes, supported his forehead with his hand, and had a helpless expression on his face. For the actions of the original Moen Campbell, he also had no choice. Ultimately, it's because the original owner's reputation is too bad. The Grand Duke seemed to sense Moen's emotions and reached out to touch his head, expressing comfort. He said to him in a relaxed tone, "You performed very well today." Moen raised his head and expressed surprise at his father's behavior. He looked at his father and said in confusion, "Father?" The Grand Duke looked at Moen with a loving gaze and a smile. He confidently said to him, "I was a little worried before, but now it seems unnecessary. You are the protagonist of today's coming-of-age ceremony. From now on, you are no longer a boy, but a true man of the Campbell family. Keep up the good work." Encouraged by his father, Moen's previous feelings of disappointment were swept away. He looked ahead and confidently replied, "I'll try my best." The lights in the Duke's mansion shone on him, as if to illuminate his future. At this moment, a group of guards arrived at the door. They are neatly arranged at the door. A guard said to everyone at Duke Campbell's mansion, "Everyone, please be quiet." The Grand Duke and Moen noticed the sound at the door. They looked out the door together, surprised by the numerous guards. A young girl was surrounded by numerous guards and escorted into the Duke's mansion. The guards continued to announce to everyone, "Let us respectfully welcome the third-in-line heir to the Leopard Empire. The pure white child blessed by the ice and snow goddess." The nobles who were chatting near the door just now all made way and bowed together to the girl in the middle. Cecilia, the third princess of the empire. Cecilia walked quietly into the Duke of Campbell's mansion under the protection of the guards. She was wearing a deep blue and black interwoven dress, exuding the noble temperament unique to princes. She walked with an expressionless expression, exuding a cold elegance. She is like an elf in ice and snow, peaceful and noble. The third princess of the empire, Celicia, came to my coming-of-age ceremony, and I personally welcomed her. As I was chatting with her, the tone of her speech sent chills down my body. At the same time, the brave Ariel and the holy maiden Lee also came to my coming-of-age ceremony. Although Ariel finds my personality changes strange, she is very wary and doesn't want me to get close to Lee. Then, the ball began. I invited Celicia to dance with me, and hope she can come to my room. After welcoming Celicia, other dukes also arrived one after another. Grand Duke Ron is going to greet the other dukes. He patted Moen's shoulder and said to him with a smile on his face, "I'm going to receive the other two dukes. I leave it to you. Remember not to neglect the Royal Highness Princess." Moen confidently said to his father, "I understand, father." Moen placed one hand on his chest, bowed to Celicia, and walked towards her direction. Celicia also noticed the protagonist of tonight's coming-of-age ceremony, Moen, from a distance. She took the initiative to talk to him. "Long time no see, young Master Moen." Moen smiled at her and praised her outfit for today. "Long time no see, Princess Celicia." You are extraordinarily beautiful today. Celicia didn't feel happy because of his words. She coldly replied to him. Is that so? Thank you for your compliment. But it's really rare to hear such praise from young Master Moen's mouth. Then, she lifted her skirt with both hands, leaned forward slightly, and bowed to Moen. Her movements flow smoothly, elegant, and beautiful, perfectly showcasing the princess temperament she possesses. Moen smiled politely, covered his chest with one hand, and bowed slightly, performing a return salute. He seemed to be able to hear that Celicia was talking about his bad personality. Aha! Your Highness, what you're saying makes me seem like the kind of rude person who can't even control their mouth. Don't you think so? Suddenly, Celicia looked at him with a cold gaze, and even lowered her tone when talking to him. Moen didn't know how to reply to her for a moment. He felt a chill from her tone of voice, spreading throughout his entire body. To ease the embarrassment, Moen smiled and immediately changed the topic. He reached out his hand and gestured for her to rest in the nearby rest area first. Haha, Your Highness must be tired from coming from the royal city. Why don't you go take a break first? The banquet won't officially start until a little later. Celicia didn't say anything more about the topic just now. She followed his instruction and turned around to walk towards the rest area. Well, that would be appreciated. As Celicia's figure gradually faded away, Moen's tense emotions finally eased. He exhaled a breath and scratched his head with his hand. He was really a bit overwhelmed by the icy aura that Celicia emitted. He silently said in his heart, "She's finally gone. Beautiful is really beautiful. Scary is also really scary. Worthy of being the first female lead in the novel, this aura is really scary." Celicia walked towards the rest area and met two nobles again. The two nobles politely bowed to her, and she gently lifted the hem of her skirt in return. However, she seemed to be still thinking about Moen's every move and way of speaking just now. She noticed that he seemed somewhat different from before today. Today's him, I feel a bit different from before. She turned her head and secretly looked at Moen, who was still standing there receiving guests. She pondered with a puzzled expression. Is it because he has become a little more polite? At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the crowd, followed by some voices of discussion coming from within. This caught Moen's attention. Although the voice was very low, he could hear clearly what the nobles were discussing. He perked up his ears and listened carefully. I can't believe that illegitimate daughter is here. Is she the person who recently dueled with her betrothed partner? I heard that the Duke Bugard has just handed over the position of heir to her. Oh my, this person is not only an illegitimate child, but also a woman. How did she qualify to inherit the earldom? Moen turned his head to look towards the direction of the door, and the person the nobles were discussing had already walked in. I really don't know what Duke Bugard is thinking. The Duke is also present, don't let him hear. There is a tall girl and a short girl walking side by side. The nobles standing on both sides of the door secretly looked at them with unfriendly eyes. Although the nobles were still discussing them quietly with others, they seemed indifferent. Moen looked at them seriously. For these two people, he is the most familiar, especially the tall girl standing on the left. She has finally arrived. The true protagonist of the original story, the ultimate girl overlord of this world. Ariel Bugard. The tall girl on the left is the brave Ariel Bugard. The person standing on her right is the holy maiden Lee Angel. Because they didn't come in formal attire, they stood out among all the nobles. However, Ariel didn't care about these things. She crossed her hands on her chest and walked ahead with a cold expression. Lee seemed a bit scared of crowded places and kept pinching Ariel's clothes, hiding behind her. Ariel raised her hand and greeted Moen naturally. "Hey, young Master Moen. We meet again. How have you been lately?" Moen looked at her with a smile on his face. He raised his hand, about to greet Ariel with a polite gesture. Suddenly, someone stepped out from beside him. An obese nobleman wearing glasses suddenly stood in front of Moen. He pointed his hand very excitedly at Ariel and raised his voice, saying very rudely, "You lowly illegitimate daughter, how can you talk to our young master Moen?" Moen was stunned by his behavior and froze in place. He instantly felt something was wrong. If he let that nobleman continue talking, something big would happen. "Shut up." He immediately pounced on the obese nobleman with a frightened expression, covering his mouth with his hand and preventing him from continuing to speak. The obese nobleman was startled by Moen's movements and struggled with his hands in the air. He didn't expect Moen to suddenly do this. Ariel looked at the scene before her and felt speechless. Moen awkwardly forced a smile as he pressed his hand firmly over the obese nobleman's mouth. He said to Ariel nervously, "I have been doing well lately, Miss Ariel Bugard. Thank you for your concern." Ariel was somewhat stunned by Moen's sudden change in personality and polite response. She felt a little surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. "Huh? You?" She lowered her head, covered her mouth with her hand, and pondered why he had become like this. "What's going on here? This guy didn't call me a lowly, illegitimate girl like before." His brain, about the size of a nucleolus, can actually remember my full name. Has he come to his senses? Or is he having some conspiracy? Lee was not quite sure about the current situation. She looked at Ariel with worried eyes. "Ariel!" Suddenly, Moen greeted Lee. He politely reached out his hand and said to her in a relaxed tone, "You must be Miss Lee." Lee was startled by his sudden movement. She looked at him with fear and said in great surprise, "Ah, young Master Moen actually knows my name?" Moen slightly bent down and extended his hand forward, wanting to shake hands with her. He said to her gently with a smile on his face, "Of course. How could I not know the names of the important guests tonight? Miss Lee Angel." Just as Moen wanted to shake hands with Leah in a friendly manner, his hand was slapped away hard by Ariel. Moen was somewhat surprised by Ariel's behavior and stared at her blankly. She looked at him warily and said to him in an unkind tone, "What would you do?" She seemed to be under the mistaken impression that Moen was going to do something out of the ordinary to Lee. However, in reality, he didn't do anything strange. Lee looked at them nervously, feeling uneasy about the current situation. The nearby nobles heard Ariel's voice and looked towards them. Ariel approached Moen very angrily, her whole body pressed against Moen's chest. Moen felt that her emotions were not right and awkwardly leaned back. He lowered his head and said to her nervously, "Miss Ariel." Before he could finish speaking, Ariel spoke to him in an angry tone. "Moen Campbell, listen carefully." She looked at him with a disgusted expression and tapped his shoulder hard with her hand. "I came purely because of your father's face. I don't care what kind of plot you have, just come at me. If you dare to think anything against Lee, I'll never let you go." After issuing a warning to Moen, Ariel turned around and headed straight down the hall. Without looking back, she said to Lee, who was standing behind her, "Lee, let's go." Lee nervously turned around to look at Moen, while stuttering in response to Ariel's words. Moen looked at them without saying anything more, just watching them leave. Moen caressed his chest up and down with his hands, trying to ease the tension he had just experienced. He closed his eyes, awkwardly smiled, and silently said in his heart, "Ah, it seems that the misunderstanding between original Moen Campbell and her was really deep." Then he turned around and walked towards the second floor. He needs to prepare for his coming-of-age speech later. He looked ahead with a smile on his face, no longer worried about what would happen next. Well, forget it. As long as tonight passes, our fate will be two completely disjointed parallel lines. From now on, you will be your savior, and I will be my laborer. We will both have a bright future. Miss Girl Overlord. In no time, Moen's coming-of-age ceremony began. It began with his speech as the opening. He stood with his parents on the observation deck on the second floor. He bowed to the nobles and then began to deliver his speech. The nobles on the first floor all looked up, fixed their gaze on him, and listened attentively to his speech. So, under the guidance of my dear parents. Moen placed his hand on his chest and looked forward with a firm gaze. Whenever he finishes a speech, his parents standing behind him smile and applaud him. For their grown-up son, they are very happy inside. I, Moen Campbell, have completed my coming-of-age speech at the age of 18, witnessed by all the nobles of the empire. From today on, I can also be considered the official heir of the Campbell family, but unfortunately, when his parents were applauding for him, the nobles on the first floor smiled at him and joined them in applauding for him. Although he gave a coming-of-age speech according to the plot in the novel, he had to face what happened next. After tonight, the direction of his story in the novel will also change. The identity of this heir may only be limited to tonight. The speech lasted for a relatively long period of time. Finally, with warm applause from everyone, Moen concluded his speech. He exhaled and loosened his tie with his hand, allowing himself to catch his breath. He said with a sense of relief, "Finally, it's over." At this point, the coming-of-age ball has already begun. The nobles found their dance partners one after another and danced in the center of the hall. Moen looked at the crowd, pondering what he was preparing to do. Next, I should prepare for the main task. Moen glanced at the dance party and then at the nobles chatting beside him. He looked around, trying to find Celicia's figure. Princess Celicia. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in front of the French window. Found her. That's Celicia. She didn't attend the dance and stood alone in front of the French window. She held up red wine and quietly watched the night view outside the window. Moen went to the French window and bowed to Celicia. He felt a little sorry for leaving her here alone. I unexpectedly let the noble Royal Highness Princess be left alone. It seems that I acted disrespectfully. Celicia turned her head to look at him with some confusion. She raised an eyebrow. Moen Campbell. Moen elegantly extended one hand and placed the other behind her, making an invitation gesture to Celicia. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to invite you to dance with me? Celicia asked in confusion. Are you inviting me? He answered her softly. Of course, my beautiful highness. Celicia hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something to him. However, at this moment, she couldn't say anything. She closed her eyes, sighed, and placed one hand on Moen's hand. Well, tonight is your coming-of-age ceremony. I naturally have no reason to refuse. Moen smiled and thanked her for accepting his invitation. Thank you, Your Highness. At this moment, the nobles who were drinking and chatting were all looking in one direction. They all looked at the center of the dance floor with surprised eyes. Some nobles occasionally whispered to the people next to them about the scene in front of them. Ah, that is. What? Lee saw the person in the center of the dance floor and quickly tugged at Ariel's hem, reminding her to look over there. Ariel, look! Ariel, who was busy eating dessert, heard Lee calling her and looked up at the dance floor. She asked Lee in confusion. What's wrong? Accompanied by music, Moen and Celicia danced elegantly in the center of the dance floor under everyone's gaze. They held hands with each other, changing different dance moves. Celicia danced slowly to his rhythm, while lifting her head and softly praising his dance steps. Your dance steps are good. Moen smiled back at her and humbly said, Thank you for your praise, but it's just at the beginner's level. Celicia carefully observed Moen's face. Through tonight's conversation with him, Celicia can confirm that there have been changes in him compared to before. You have indeed changed a bit, Moen Campbell. Moen had some doubts about her words. What aspect? Is it that I'm not behaving like a nobleman? She said to him expressionlessly. No, it's the way you invite people. Upon hearing Celicia's words, Moen became even more puzzled. Invitation method? He didn't quite know how the original Moen Campbell used to invite others. Celicia explained to him. I remember the last time you invited the daughter of a viscount to the academy ball, you said that. Celicia imitated the tone and expression of Moen's speech at that time. Woman, rejoice and cheer. I have mercifully rewarded you with a dance with me. After listening, Moen awkwardly tilted his head aside. He didn't expect the original Moen Campbell to say so. He stuttered. No, wait. Celicia stared at Moen and returned to her original cold tone and said to him, How is it? Did I imitate it well? Moen smiled awkwardly at her. It was my mistake. Your Highness Celicia, can you please forget about that time? At that moment, the band playing in the hall played the tune to the next part. The people on the dance floor also changed their dance positions. Moen and Celicia changed their dance moves to another one. Celicia leaned against Moen, who held her hand. He lowered his head and whispered in Celicia's ear. After this dance, may I invite your highness to come to my room? Celicia thought he had other ideas. She intends to reject him. Moen Campbell. Although you and I are engaged, I understand, Your Highness. I have no intention of crossing over. Moen knew what Celicia wants to say. In order to prevent her from rejecting him, he came up with a reason. What I want to discuss with Your Highness in detail is about the engagement. Celicia raised her eyebrows gently. Oh? In order for the princes to agree to come to my room, I lied and said I wanted to discuss the engagement with her. After believing my words, the princes pulled me towards my room. I can only provide her with red wine and black tea in order to make the princes drink the potion. When the princess was about to drink the black tea with magic potion, she took the tea that was supposed to be mine. After drinking it, the princess fainted directly. I also took the opportunity to prepare according to the plot of the novel, waiting for the protagonist to appear.
At this moment, the band playing in the hall moved on to the next part of the piece. Moen and Celicia changed their dance moves again and continued to dance slowly to the music. The nobles dancing around them follows the music and changed their dance moves. Moen supported Celicia while whispering to her, "Do you need to have a private discussion with me about our engagement?" In order to make Celicia believe his words, Moen came up with corresponding lines in his mind based on their engagement. He held Celicia's hand with one hand, slowly approaching her and saying the lines he had already made up. "I know Your Highness doesn't like me, and our relationship is actually just a political marriage made by Your Majesty to maintain his relationship with my father." He looked at Celicia with a smile and continued to explain the impact of the engagement. "This is the will of the king. If Your Highness proposes to cancel the engagement, it will inevitably affect the credibility of the royal family and the relationship between Your Majesty and you. Am I right?" Celicia nodded in agreement with his statement. Then Moen leaned into Celicia's ear and whispered his own opinion on the engagement. "So, I think, at least when it comes to the issue of canceling our engagement, we are in agreement. If we work together, perhaps we can find a dignified way to terminate our engagement. What do you think, Your Highness?" After hearing his suggestion, Celicia slightly widened her eyes. She didn't expect the person in front of her to have the same thoughts as her. Celicia closed her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then gave him a plain answer. "I understand. This matter can only be discussed privately between you and me." Upon hearing Celicia's response, Moen smiled back. He was secretly happy in his heart that Celicia had already believed what he said. She took the bait. "Sorry, Your Highness. In order for the plot to proceed smoothly, I can only..." Just as Moen was still immersed in the joy of Celicia being deceived by him, Celicia suddenly said to him, "Where is your room?" "Eh?" Upon Celicia's question, Moen froze in place. He didn't expect Celicia to want to go to his room so soon. Perhaps Celicia took Moen's words seriously and wanted to immediately go to his room to discuss ways to break the engagement. She eagerly grabbed his hand, wanting to take him away from the ball. She turned her head slightly to look at Moen and said to him, "Don't wait for the dance to end, let's leave now." Moen felt a bit at a loss about her sudden behavior. He staggered forward with her steps. Your Highness." Some nobles standing around noticed that the protagonist of the ball was heading towards another place. They looked at Moen and Celicia with curious eyes. Celicia walked ahead with Moen's arm. Due to her fast walking speed, Moen couldn't keep up with her pace, but it was also inconvenient to tell her. He could only let her take him away. At this moment, not far from the Duke's Hall, it seemed that someone was staring at their actions. In a corner where no one was paying attention, two mysterious maids were staring closely at Moen and Celicia. One of the short-haired maids noticed the direction they were leaving. She put down the broom and said to the long-haired maid next to her, "She left with that idiot young master." The long-haired maid stole a glance and nodded. The two maids looked solemnly ahead, as if they had already decided what to do to them next. The short-haired maid planned to follow Moen and Cilicia alone. "Keep an eye out for me, I'll take care of it." The long-haired maid responded softly to her, not forgetting to remind her. Be quickly. After all, this is the territory of the Lionheart King. Fortunately, not many people noticed that Moen and Cilicia had already left the ball. Cilicia arrived smoothly at Moen's room. Moen took out a bottle of red wine and a wine glass from the room, and was about to bring it over to ask Cilicia if she was drinking, when Cilicia rejected him outright. "Sorry, I don't drink alcohol." Moen felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "It's just red wine, drinking a little should." Red wine is also not allowed. Cilicia closed her eyes and elegantly lifted a strand of hair behind her ear. She explained to Moen, "My constitution cannot tolerate alcohol, not even a drop." Moen smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Cilicia to not drink. He answered her hesitantly. "Ah, okay." Moen placed the red wine in his hand on the cabinet while secretly looking back at Cilicia. Due to her inability to drink red wine, he was unable to pour the red potion into the wine. At this moment, he felt a bit flustered. He silently said in his heart, "This isn't good!" The novel does not describe how the princess fainted. "That potion is so red she doesn't drink wine, how can I pour it in?" Moen turned his head, smiled nervously, and asked Cilicia if she could change to another drink. "If your highness doesn't drink wine, what would you like to drink?" Cilicia thought for a moment and then answered Moen, "Coffee? Only black tea." Before she could complete the name of the drink, Moen immediately said the name of another drink that was still red. Cilicia was a little puzzled. Moen walked over to Cilicia's side. He touched his chest with one hand, bowed slightly, and made an apologetic posture. "Due to some uncontrollable factors, no other beverages are available here tonight except for red wine and black tea, so..." Although the lie was told, he still looked at her nervously, afraid that she would see something wrong. Cilicia covered her chin with her hand and lowered her head to think for a moment. "Is there only black tea? Then I'll have that." She didn't seem to think too much, so she asked Moen to brew her black tea. After Cilicia agreed to drink black tea, Moen happily searched for the black tea leaves in the cabinet. He said to her with a hint of joy, "Okay, I'll go get it now." Cilicia watched as Moen happily searched for tea leaves and brought a teapot and teacup to brew tea. Feeling a bit speechless, she watched his back expressionlessly and silently said in her heart, "Is brewing tea such a joyful thing for this guy?" Moen poured the brewed black tea into 2 teacups and placed them on the counter. He turned his back to Cilicia and blocked his entire body in front of the 2 teacups. He peeked back and, realizing she wasn't looking this way, snuck the 2 potions out. He nervously opened the lid of the red potion and dropped a few drops into one of the cups of black tea. He was worried that these few drops of magic potion might not be enough to make Cilicia faint, so he added a few more drops. Although a drop of alcohol can knock down an elephant, it's better to add a few more drops when facing a super powerful magician like Cilicia. Then he looked at the white potion in his left hand. "I don't know what this white bottle is, I still don't want..." At this moment, Cilicia suddenly poked her head out from behind the wall. She asked expressionlessly, "Is the tea ready?" Moen was startled by Cilicia's voice and accidentally pulled out the lid of the white potion. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Moen quickly turned around, his hands behind his back, and hid the 2 bottles of magic potion in his hands. He was worried that she would discover these 2 bottles of magic potion. He awkwardly smiled at her and said nervously, "Almost done." Cilicia stared at him for a while but didn't seem to notice anything strange about him. "Please wait for a moment, Your Highness." While talking to her, he secretly poured some magic potion into 2 cups of tea. Since she still needs to wait a little longer, she decided to go back to the sofa. She nodded to Moen, turned around and walked towards the sofa, continuing to sit and wait for his black tea. Moen was scared and broke into a cold sweat. He stared closely at Cilicia's movements. When she returned to the sofa, he quickly turned around to face the cabinet. He closed his eyes, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his hand, and exhaled a breath. He was almost caught by Cilicia doing something inappropriate just now. Fortunately, he quickly reacted. Phew, scared to death. Fortunately, this potion doesn't have any magical fluctuations, otherwise I would have been caught by her. At this moment, Moen lowered his head as if he had noticed something on the floor. There is a red water stain on the floor, which seems to be the same color as the potion just now. He was very surprised, thinking that he had accidentally spilled the potion on the ground just now. He held his head in both hands sadly and screamed in his heart, "No!" At the thought of such an expensive magic potion being wasted by himself, Moen's entire body froze directly in place. He crumbled and reached out his hand towards the puddle of water stains, saddened by the fact that he had lost the opportunity to make money. Originally, this was an important material that I was going to make my first bucket of money by watering it down and dividing it into 10,000 portions to sell to others as sleeping pills after I was exiled. It's all gone. He could imagine the gold coins that were about to arrive flying away from him just like that. Young Master Moen? Cilicia called out his name and urged him again whether the black tea had been brewed. Moen quickly put 2 cups of black tea into the tray, holding it while responding to her call. "I'll be right there. Sorry for keeping you waiting." Moen walked towards the sofa with 2 cups of black tea. At this moment, they didn't notice that a black figure was secretly watching them outside the window, and then disappeared into the night. When Cilicia received the black tea, she lowered her head and her expression suddenly became somewhat serious. She seemed puzzled by the appearance of the black tea in her hand. The heat of the black tea drifted onto her face, making her feel even more strange about this cup of black tea. She hesitated for a moment and then said to Moen, Young Master Moen, your black tea? It's so red and it seems to glow?" She held a teacup in one hand and carefully observed the black tea. Unlike regular black tea in white porcelain teacups presents a bright red color similar to blood, and there is also something like glitter floating in the tea water. She has never seen this type of black tea before. After hearing Cilicia's evaluation, Moen's mood suddenly became tense again, to the point where cold sweat broke out on his forehead again. He looked nervously at the ceiling and hesitantly explained the reason to her. This is a newly procured precious tea species from the Eastern Kingdom at my home, called Big Red Robe, right, that's the name." Cilicia didn't seem to care too much about Moen's statement. With a cold expression, she gestured for him to drink his tea first. "Is that so? Well, young Master Moen, you drink first." Moen thought Cilicia might have noticed that he had added something else to the black tea. This made him even more nervous. "Does your highness suspect that I have added something to my drink? Would I be the one to do such a thing?" Actually, Cilicia did not doubt him. She calmly said to him, "Young Master Moen is too sensitive. As the host, you should have tea first. This is the basic etiquette of nobility." Moen dare not continue thinking. Since Cilicia doesn't believe him, he can only take a gamble. "Okay, since your highness doesn't believe me, then I can only—" He picked up the teacup and was about to touch it with his mouth when Cilicia suddenly said to him, "Wait a moment." He stopped and looked at Cilicia. He didn't know why she suddenly stopped him. Cilicia observed beside for a while. Then she took the teacup from Moen's hand. She seems to be more interested in his tea. "Young Master Moen's tea seems to be a bit better than mine." She held Moen's teacup and smiled at him for the first time tonight. "How about we swap? I hope you don't mind." Moen looked at her nervously but couldn't say anything. Before Moen could answer, Cilicia brought the teacup to her lips and took a small sip. Suddenly, she felt her body becoming a bit strange. She widened her eyes. Moen noticed that she suddenly froze in place, motionless. He reached out and tried to call her name, wanting to ask if she was okay. "Your Highness." Then Cilicia's body became unsteady. Her eyes became hazy and her face suddenly turned red. She looked at Moen in a daze but couldn't say the complete words. She felt her body lose strength and immediately collapsed towards the sofa. Her black tea didn't hold steady either. It slipped directly from her hand and fell onto the floor, spilling all over. She was lying on the sofa, her eyes closed, obviously unconscious. Moen was so scared that he quickly stood up. He remained silent and looked at her quietly for a while before realizing that she had stopped moving. It seems that the potion has already started to take effect. He was surprised by the effectiveness of this potion. Fortunately, I was smart enough to put the potion in both cups. Otherwise, I would have almost gotten into trouble. It's worthy of being a secret potion that can charm an elephant with a single drop. The merchant who sells magic potions didn't deceive me about its quality. However, it seems that the original text did not mention that the princess cannot drink alcohol. Could it be that Moen Campbell in the book also poured the potion into the tea? Am I just getting it right? Moen pinched his chin with his hand and began to recall the original plot of the novel. No, now is not the time to talk about this. In the original plot, not long after she fainted, Girl Overlord would come over. I need to prepare quickly. He messed up Celicia's clothes according to the plot of the novel. He gently pulled down her stockings a little. Pull down the stockings a little. Maybe I should also loosen her skirt a bit. He untied her skirt a little, but was also worried about her physical condition. This doesn't seem very good. If I untie the bottom, she will reveal her belly. This will catch a cold. Maybe I should just mess up my hair a little bit. After everything was ready, Moen found that his clothes had not been taken off yet. Oh, there are also my own clothes. He tried to take off his clothes according to the modern way of taking them off. However, this aristocratic outfit seemed somewhat difficult for him. Why is this outfit so difficult to take off? Phew, I finally took it off. After several attempts, Moen finally took off his clothes. He also got his hair loose. He hugged his chest with both hands and looked at the current scene with satisfaction. Celicia lay unconscious on the sofa, with her clothes and socks taken off a bit. Moen has recreated the scene according to the plot of the novel. Now there is only one final step left before he is caught. Great success has been achieved. The rest is waiting for that girl Overlord.
I waited for the protagonist to come and save the princess. But after a long time, the protagonist still didn't come. I carefully analyzed the reasons and found that I accidentally changed the plot of the story. When I was still thinking of a solution, the princess suddenly pounced on me. Outside the room, the brave, who was supposed to come to the door of my room, was also guided back to the Duke's mansion hall by the maid. In an unknown room, two mysterious maids are preparing to embark on a mysterious plan.
After Celicia drank black tea containing magic potion and fainted, Moen stayed in the room the whole time. He was waiting for the brave Ariel to break into his room and save the princess, and then his plot in the novel could end here. However, it was already time for Ariel to appear, but she didn't enter the room. Moen took out his silver pocket watch and confirmed the current time. What's going on here? Moen sat on the table with his clothes and pants off, looking at the time on his pocket watch with great confusion. He found that Ariel's appearance time had already passed a long time ago. He didn't understand why Ariel hadn't appeared yet. Half an hour has passed, according to the original plot. Shouldn't Ariel rush in quickly to save the princess and control me? What's going on now? Where is she? Suddenly, Moen seemed to remember something. He pinched his chin with his hand and recalled the original plot of the novel. Wait a minute. How was the plot of this section originally written? Little by little, Moen combed through the development of the story's plot, presenting several familiar images in his mind. In his recollection, a blonde maid didn't hold the tray steady and accidentally poured tea on Ariel's dress. He muttered to himself as he recalled it. If I remember correctly, it seems like Ariel's skirt was accidentally soiled by a very sick maid in the Duke's mansion. Later, this guy was on her way to the bathroom to find something to clean her dress. She noticed something unusual and looked me, who was about to do something indescribable to the princess, Pooh, the original Moen Campbell. Recalling this, Moen realized that there was something wrong with this whole incident. Wait a minute, a very sick maid? He furrowed his brows and opened his mouth slightly in surprise, sensing that something was not quite right. Noel. He loudly called out the name of the maid Noel. Yesterday, due to illness, she didn't see the road in front of her clearly and accidentally bumped into him. He noticed that she was still working while sick, so he asked her to go back to her room to rest and recruited new maids from outside to replace all the sick maids in the house. She must still be in her room at this hour. At this moment, Moen realized that he had already changed the plot of the original novel. He nervously turned around and looked at Celicia lying on the sofa, feeling lost in the current situation. Gosh. Isn't this equivalent to changing the original storyline? Celicia is still in a coma. Her face was flushed, her eyes closed, and her eyebrows were lowered, as if she felt discomfort in her body. Moen suddenly panicked when the story changed direction. He didn't know what to do next. If the original storyline is not followed, there is a high possibility that major events will occur in the subsequent development of the story. This is a huge problem, he called out softly. He turned his head and sat in place, anxious. However, at this moment, Celicia opened her eyes groggily. She unconsciously activated the ice magic, emitting a terrifying chill, and slowly sat up from the sofa. She stared at Moen's back with very terrifying eyes and walked towards him. At this moment, Moen was still immersed in his own world, not realizing that Celicia had already woken up. He lowered his head, covered his mouth with his hand, and quickly thought about the next solution. Calm down. Although something went wrong unexpectedly, the most crucial princess had already fainted. There must be a remedy now. Celicia's ice magic has spread behind Moen. At this moment, he felt that the temperature in his room seemed a bit different. The room that was originally somewhat hot was slowly starting to get colder at this point. He turned his head to the side and said in confusion, Why does the temperature seem to suddenly drop? The summer shouldn't be. Before Moen could finish speaking, he saw a pair of hands stretched out in front of him. He was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, Celicia unconsciously unleashed ice magic of greater intensity. The blue magical energy blasted all the furniture in Moen's room away. The entire room was instantly enveloped in a large amount of coldness. Due to the overly powerful magic she unleashed, Moen's room was covered in ice crystals everywhere. The temperature of the room instantly plummeted to the same as an ice cellar. Moen didn't have time to react just now before he was already pounced on by Celicia. Her entire body was now pressed on top of him, and from time to time, she was still emitting some cold air. Moen was frightened by Celicia's sudden action. He was so nervous that he couldn't even feel the temperature in the room. He looked at her in great surprise and didn't dare to sit up. He thought she already knew that he had poured something strange into the tea, so she was very angry and wanted to punish him. He explained to her very anxiously, "Your Highness, listen to me explain. It's not what you think. You drank the wine." At this moment, Celicia suddenly spoke. "It's so hot." Moen widened his eyes and looked at her, not sure what was wrong with her now. Celicia seems to be not very conscious. She held her flushed face in her hands, stuck out her tongue, and her eyes were hazy. She said to him in a daze, "My body wants to..." The Celicia in front of him was a completely different person from the one just now. Moen realized that her current state was not right and thought she might be sick. He quickly propped himself up on the ground with his hands, trying to get up. "No! This state is incorrect! Your Highness, hold on, I'll go call a doctor right away." Celicia seemed to know he wanted to leave, so she used ice magic to fix his hands on the ground. She slowly climbed onto Moen's body, gently touched his body with her hand, and then gently grasped his neck. "Your body is so cold. I like it." Moen was pressed under her, and her hands were imprisoned by ice magic, unable to move. He looked at her nervously. "Your Highness, wake up! Your Highness!" "Ariel, protagonist, help me quickly. If it continues like this, it's just a show and a real thing." Suddenly, Celicia bent down, pressing one hand on his shoulder and the other on his neck, and forcefully kissed Moen. Moen was extremely shocked, and a slight blush also appeared on his face. He never expected such a thing to happen. At this moment, somewhere in the Duke's mansion, the sound of fast walking resounded in the corridor. Then a familiar voice rang out. "Come on!" Ariel hurriedly walked down the hallway looking for a bathroom while wiping her skirt with a handkerchief. She lowered her head and looked at her dirty skirt, muttering to herself, "My dear Leah, how could she be so careless? The cake got all over my skirt." At this moment, Ariel stopped. She sensed a hint of something wrong. She looked up ahead and seemed to notice that there was someone staring at her in the area. The corridor in front of her was empty, only bright candle holders quietly illuminating the corridor. The doors of the rooms in the hallway were also tightly closed, as if no one was here. However, Ariel could clearly perceive that there was indeed someone's aura here. She looked around carefully for a moment and then asked a question towards the hallway. "Who is it? Who is here?" At this moment, a maid slowly walked out of one of the rooms. "Excuse me, miss." Anne closed her eyes, touched her chest with one hand, and politely bowed to Ariel. She kindly reminded her not to go any further. "This is a forbidden area of the Duke's mansion. Please turn back." Ariel expressed doubts about this. Is there any place in the vast Duke Campbell's mansion that guests cannot enter? She didn't know she had gone where she shouldn't have gone. Forbidden area? She continued to inquire curiously. "What kind of forbidden area is this?" Anne looked at her with a smile on her face and calmly answered her question. "Sorry, this is a confidential matter of the Duke's mansion. I'm not authorized to explain." Upon hearing that Anne was unable to provide her with clear information, Ariel hugged her chest with both hands and looked at Anne with a slightly unhappy expression. She whispered a sentence. How stingy. At this moment, Anne noticed the stains on Ariel's skirt. She squatted in front of Ariel and observed her dress. "Miss, it seems like your skirt is dirty," Ariel replied. "Yeah, I'm looking for a bathroom." Anne offered to help her clean her skirt. "Let me help you with this small matter." She reached out her hands and approached Ariel's dress, gathering magical energy in her own hands. Clean. The green magic energy cleaned the stains off Ariel's dress, making it look as clean as it had been washed. Ariel lowered her head and looked at Anne's ability to cast magic, feeling somewhat surprised. She didn't expect the Campbell family to be so powerful that even the hired maids could use magic, she said with a slight surprise. "Oh, worthy of the Campbell family. Do all maids know how to use magic?" Anne withdrew her hand and humbly replied, "I only know a little, not worth mentioning." After cleaning Ariel's skirt, Anne stood up and took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. She smiled and said to Ariel, who was still looking at her dress, "It's already cleaned, miss. Also, let me remind you, in a little while, the banquet will offer a limited number of pachichi cakes. If you like it, please don't miss it." Pachichi cake. Upon hearing the name of this cake, Ariel's eyes suddenly lit up. She clenched her two small fists excitedly, and her saliva couldn't stop flowing. She was very happy to be able to eat her favorite dessert at Duke Campbell's mansion. She was worried that the limited number of cakes would be sold out, so she quickly turned around and prepared to run back to the hall. She turned slightly and waved to Anne, saying goodbye to her. She smiled and expressed her gratitude for cleaning her dress just now. "Thank you for your help, Miss Maid. I have to go grab the cake." Anne also waved her hand gently. "You are welcome. Take care." Anne smiled as she watched her leave, until Ariel's figure gradually faded away and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Then she put down her hand. She withdrew her smile, turned back indifferently, and looked towards a certain part of the hallway, as if there was some unspeakable secret there. Ariel ran forward while recalling her interaction with Anne just now. She had actually noticed something strange about Anne. Since she didn't want to care too much about the Campbell family, she didn't say anything. She whispered, "That maid is a bit strange. She has a bloody smell on her body, and the other person hiding is also a bit suspicious. But what does this have to do with me? Anyway, she's causing trouble at the Duke's mansion, so it definitely won't involve me. As for Her Highness Celicia, well, Her Highness is already such a mature person, and she is also a young and top-notch magical genius. Can she still be eaten by that stupid playboy? She noticed Celicia taking Moen's hand and leaving the ball. However, she didn't worry too much about Celicia's safety, considering the power of her abilities. In summary, Ariel's main concern now is the limited quantity of pachichi cakes. If she doesn't run faster, she's worried that she'll be robbed by other nobles. She firmly looked ahead and quickened her running speed. Now! Nothing is more important than my pachichi cake. I'm coming. My dear Pachichi. In a dark room in the hallway, the short-haired maid was holding a dagger and leaning against the wall. She tilted her head and listened cautiously to the movements outside the door. It seems that as soon as someone breaks in, she will immediately kill them. Until Ariel's footsteps had disappeared into the hallway, she whispered to the long-haired maid. That girl has left. Is she also your mission target? The long-haired maid answered her. No, she was originally the target of number 9. Number 9 was my former partner, so I know some information about her. The long-haired maid was kneeling on one knee. She gathered magical energy on her fingers and drew a red magic formation on the ground. She seemed to be trying to invade the Campbell house through the magic circle. When the short-haired maid heard her mention the code name, she remembered something that happened earlier. Number 9, I remember it was a mission failure. The long-haired maid knew what she was talking about, so she continued her words. Right, it's that girl who surpassed her by 2 great realms but was killed in return. After confirming that there were no more people outside the corridor, the short-haired maid retracted the dagger at her waist. As soon as the maid with long hair reminded her, she knew who she was referring to. Then she realized that the long-haired maid had been drawing magic circles for a bit too long. She turned her head and frowned slightly, reminding the long-haired maid to pay attention to the time. It turns out to be her. By the way, how much longer do you need? There is not much time left for us. The long-haired maid answered her. Soon. After all, it was something laid down by the Lionheart King Ron Campbell. Although it is a massive object covering the entire duchy, it is not so easy to quietly open the gap without disturbing him. The short-haired maid seems a bit anxious. She urged the long-haired maid to move faster. We need to hurry up. If Moen Campbell or Princess Celicia suddenly come out, our mission will be considered a failure. Due to the fact that drawing magic circle consumes a lot of her energy, the long-haired maid cannot immediately invade the Campbell family. Some sweat dripped down her face as her fingers sped up the drawing of the magical array. However, she doesn't seem to be worried about not having enough time. I know, but I think there's still plenty of time. Just now, when I was exploring the exterior wall, it seems like they are doing that kind of thing. The long-haired maid remembered when she was secretly observing them outside just now. She looked through the window of Moen's room and saw what was happening inside. The short-haired maid didn't understand what she was saying for a moment. She asked her in confusion. That kind? At this moment, in the room, Celicia, who was unconscious, was lying on Moen's body and forcibly kissing him. Moen was pinned down by her, unable to move at all. He was still in shock from her kiss.
After a period of intense biting, the princess finally calmed down. However, the princess was very angry about this matter and intended to punish me. I had intended to calm her emotions first, but the princess refused to listen to my explanation. Just then, a maid with short hair came to the door and claimed to be delivering dessert. Just as I was suspecting the identity of the maid, she rushed straight towards the princess. The princess is currently in crisis.
Moen lay on the ground, with a weak face and a lot of sweat flowing from his body. Celicia's white stockings were casually thrown on his head by her. He gasped for breath while silently saying in his heart, "Finally, it's over." Just now, Celicia, who had drunk black tea containing magic potion, crazily vented her emotions to Moen. She not only nibbled on Moen's chest and arms, but also left one red scratch after another on his body. After a while, Celicia finally calmed down. He recalled Celicia venting on him just now. He kept dodging the attack from Celicia just now. finally restraining himself from doing something that would lead him to that extent. I tried my best to dodge her and finally saved my pure body. Otherwise, if I take the last step and really do something like that to the princess, the outcome that awaits me is probably not exile, but really ruin. But now it seems that the situation is also similar. Moen closed his eyes, feeling helpless about the current situation between him and Celicia. At this moment, as he was still immersed in his own world, he did not notice that a sword had appeared on his face and pointed at him. Celicia held a sword condensed from ice magic, pointing with a serious expression and angry emotions towards Moen, who was still lying on the ground. She said coldly, "Say your last words, Moon Campbell. This is your last chance before you die." Just now her clothes had become a bit tattered due to her emotional outburst against Moen. However, it didn't matter. She was very angry at Moen for pouring an unknown drug into her tea. Seeing Celicia, who was clearly not in the right mood, Moen got a little nervous. He braced his hands on the ground and slowly stepped back while smiling awkwardly at her, intending to muddle through. "So if I don't say it, I won't." Upon hearing that Moen had no intention of saying her last words, Celicia decided to kill him directly. She cast her own ice magic, emitting a stronger frost aura. "Since you have no last words," Moen noticed that what he had just said not only did not stabilize Celicia's emotions, but also made her even angrier. He took a few steps back in fear and raised a hand, trying to stop her from using magic. Wait a minute! I do. Let me think about it. For the current situation, Moen feels at a loss. Due to Celicia's extreme anger now, Moen was worried that she would rush towards him with her sword in the next second. This is too bad. If I hadn't managed to calm her down, I wouldn't have had to wait for the guillotine. I'd have been done for right then and there. I don't know if there will be a second chance of rebirth. He had to calm her emotions first. He was rapidly thinking of a solution in his mind. Given the circumstances, I can only use my modern wisdom to take a gamble. Moen lifted his head and spoke the modern language he had thought of to Celicia. Once there was a sincere love in front of me that I didn't cherish properly. I didn't regret it until I lost it. Celicia lowered her head, still holding her sword towards him. She frowned slightly and heard Moen saying something she had never heard before. "If God could give me another chance?" Moen looked at Celicia with sincere eyes and deep affection. He placed one hand on his chest, as if it would make him appear more sincere. He hoped that Celicia could stabilize her emotions due to his modern language. Unfortunately, Celicia was not moved by his words. She wrapped the entire sword in ice magic. She raised her sword and swung it forcefully towards Moen's head. In an instant, several strands of his hair were cut off by the sword. He raised his hands and looked at the top of his head in great fear. He was so scared that he let out a scream. Yikes! Celicia narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him, her expression becoming more serious. She had no faith in what he said about love. She thought he could realize his mistake, but ended up wasting her time with such a long piece of nonsense. She felt even angrier about his lack of remorse. She held up her sword and augmented the ice magic on her body quite a bit more. "I see, is this your disgusting reason?" Moen's eyes flicked to the side. He scratched his head and smiled at her, trying to diffuse the awkwardness of the situation. Disgusting? In a sense, this can also be considered a very sincere emotion, and in fact, we haven't taken that step forward. So today, do you call this dirty, nasty tactic sincere? What are you joking about, Moen Campbell? Celicia shouted at him loudly. Hearing Moen say such words so unashamedly, she felt extremely angry. For someone like him who drugged her and turned her into that unpleasant appearance just now, how could there be any genuine emotions? She didn't approve of this kind of dirty person who would do anything to make him like her. If you really like me, you should stand in front of me openly and honestly, and use your character, your strength, and your sincerity to impress me like a real man. If I still don't like you after you do that, maybe in the end, I will also follow the engagement and become your wife. Moen froze in place, slightly widening his own eyes to look at Celicia. He had never seen her lose her composure and get angry with him before. But you chose to poison this most despicable and shameless means. Although Celicia was still pretending to be strong, her heart was hurt by Moen. Her emotions could no longer be controlled. She lowered her head slightly, tears streaming down her face. She gently wrapped her hand around herself, trying to calm her emotions at the moment. She couldn't forgive Moen for doing something that made her angry and sad. Seeing Celicia so heartbroken, Moen also felt a pang of guilt, realizing that he might have gone too far. At this point, he had no other choice but to apologize and come clean with her. "I'm sorry, Celicia. I need to be honest with you. I had no other choice but to act this way. I just wanted a result, and had no intention of doing those offensive." However, Celicia could no longer listen to any of Moen's words now. As soon as Moen intended to stand up, she immediately swung the sword in her hand towards him. She said angrily while shedding tears, "Shut up, kneel down." Just as Celicia's sword was about to touch Leon's body, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Celicia noticed the knocking on the door and cautiously looked towards it. Moen, who was kneeling on the ground, also looked towards the direction of the door. Celicia put down her sword, grabbed Moen's neck with her other hand, and lifted him up forcefully. She coldly issued a warning to him. "Tell the people outside to leave." Moen was choked by him, and his whole body was trembling with discomfort. He raised his hand, wanting her to loosen it a bit, but he didn't dare to struggle casually. He answered her intermittently. "No, this room is soundproof. No sound can come in except for knocking on the door, and the sound inside cannot get out." Celicia felt somewhat dissatisfied. She didn't want anyone outside to come in and know what had happened in this room, but now she couldn't stop it either. She lifted her head and showed a disdainful expression towards him. Celicia released the hand that was holding onto Moen's neck and threw him to the ground. She gave him orders coldly. "I'll spare your life for now. Put on your clothes and open the door." Moen suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. He covered his uncomfortable neck while lifting his head to respond to Celicia's words. "Yes, yes." Moen quickly found and put on the clothes he had thrown somewhere in the room. He accidentally changed the plot of the story, so much so that he couldn't predict what would happen next. He helplessly closed his eyes and tidied up his collar with both hands. He silently analyzed the outcome in his heart that he could know. "This is really bad. Now I only have 3 possible outcomes left. I'll either be killed by Celicia herself, publicly hanged by the angry king, or, like in the dream, cut to pieces in the dungeon by an unknown person. No matter which one, it's a dead end." Seizing the moment when Moen went to open the door, Celicia tidied up her dress and quickly picked up the tattered stockings, sitting on the sofa and putting them on. She doesn't want to be noticed for her disheveled appearance. Her eyes remained cautiously focused on the direction of the door, paying attention to any movements there. After finishing his clothes, Moen opened the door with a helpless expression. He sighed softly, assuming that the person coming through the door was Ariel, who had just rushed over not long ago according to the direction of the plot. "So, protagonist, I almost did that kind of thing. What's the use of you only coming now?" However, the voice of the person outside the door was not Ariel's voice. "Young Master Moen." Moen opened his eyes. When he saw that the person outside the door was not his familiar Ariel or Anne, he felt a little surprised. He looked at her with confusion. The short-haired maid stood at the door of Moen's room, holding a plate of dessert and hot tea. She smiled at him and expressed her intention of coming here. "The madam saw that you talked with Royal Highness Princess for a long time and thought you should be hungry. She specially asked me to send some dessert. It turns out that the maid just came over to deliver some food." Moen's tense mood relaxed a bit. He expressed his gratitude to the short-haired maid. "Oh, thank you." He extended one hand and gestured for the short-haired maid to bring the dessert and tea into the room, while using the other hand to close the room door. "Just put it on the table over there." The short-haired maid smiled and turned around, indicating that she had received instructions from him. "Okay." The short-haired maid carried a tray and walked towards the nearby table. At this moment, Moen felt that the maid in front of him was not very familiar. He seems to have never seen her at home. He stood behind her and observed for a while, then said to her in confusion, "Hey, wait, how come it seems like I've never seen you before?" Upon hearing that Moen seemed to have doubts about her, the short-haired maid stopped. She closed her eyes and still smiled at him. She explained to Moen, "I was only elected to the Duke's mansion last night. It's normal for young Master Moen not to know me." Moen recalled yesterday's incident, and indeed she had told Anne to let the sick maids rest in their rooms and recruit new maids to cope with the shortage of maids in the Duke's mansion. However, when he saw the maid's attire, he remembered what Anne had said to him yesterday. "Oh, are you here to help with the banquet?" But I remember Anne said that because there were no extra maid uniforms, they only hired ordinary servants. Is that so? The next second, the short-haired maid opened her green eyes and her expression quickly changed from a smile to a cold one. Since Moen has discovered it, there is no need for her to continue acting. The short-haired maid cast her magic, enveloping herself in black magical energy and using it to charge into the room. Due to the intense magic she unleashed, the desserts and tea in her hands were thrown out. Moen was also influenced by her strong magical fluctuations and was blown to the position at the door of the room. He just realized that the short-haired maid was not an ordinary person. An assassin! He bumped into the door and fell to the ground. This made his back feel a wave of pain. However, he opened his eyes and noticed that the maid was rushing into the room instead of towards him. Just as he was pondering why, suddenly he realized that Celicia was still sitting on the sofa. He looked at the sofa in shock. "Wait, it's not for me, then it is." "Celicia." Celicia looked at the commotion in the direction of the door in shock. Then, a maid with strong magical energy rushed towards her at a very fast speed. However, she just sat quietly on the sofa waiting for Moen to open the door, without taking any protective measures. The short-haired maid jumped into mid-air with the help of magical energy and raised 2 daggers hidden around her waist, cutting at Celicia. The strong magical aura she emitted made people feel scared. Immediately afterwards, the black magic energy collided with the blue magic energy, emitting a huge energy shockwave, causing some of the furniture in Moen's room to be blasted away. Moen crossed his hands again and raised them in front of him to protect himself. Their magical aura caused a gust of strong wind, even so intense that it was about to blow him away. The strong wind blew some furniture debris towards him, forcing him to close his eyes. He tried to lean against the door and maintain his body balance. Due to concerns about Celicia's condition, he slowly opened his eyes to confirm if she was safe now. "Celicia." Then a sound of weapon impact echoed through the room. When Celicia realized that the purpose of the short-haired maid was her, she immediately summoned the ice sword and blocked her 2 daggers. The short-haired maid is not to be outdone. She clenched her weapon tightly and pushed towards Celicia with all her strength. Celicia didn't provoke anyone tonight. How could an assassin suddenly come to kill her? She guessed in her heart that there would be no one else besides the brother who hated her. She tentatively asked the short-haired maid, "Did my foolish brother send you here?" The short-haired maid sneered disdainfully. She doesn't need to tell Celicia too much information. Then she put down harsh words to Celicia. "Sorry, the employer's information is top secret, and you don't need to know, Your Highness. Today you will surely die here." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, several golden magic circles appeared on the walls of Moen's room. These magic circles condense magical energy into golden orbs of light. Then the short-haired maid loudly announced to Celicia, "The 3rd princess of the Empire was assassinated at the Duke of Campbell's mansion. This is your finale." Subsequently, these light balls transformed into one lightsaber after another and shot towards Celicia. The golden light shone on Celicia, making it difficult to see how she would respond to them.
The assassin summoned the magic circle with the intention of killing the princess. But the princess blocked the attack with her own magic. I was powerless and planned to escape, but found that the door was locked by an assassin. I'm wondering if I've changed the story plot once again, because of myself. The princess and the assassin are fighting fiercely, and the assassin is about to be suppressed. At this moment, the assassin pulled out a mysterious potion and suppressed the princess's magic. The princess without magic is about to be killed by the assassin.
The short-haired assassin summoned several unknown golden magic circles in Moen's room. The magic array condenses golden energy into golden swords, and the entire room emits a strong golden light. They aimed at Celicia and flew towards her. The short-haired assassin quickly jumped back to a safe position to avoid the falling sword. One huge sword after another quickly landed at the position where Celicia had just stood, emitting a strong explosion sound. The explosion ignited Moen's room, and suddenly the room was filled with flames. The falling sword also chopped the furniture in the room into pieces, raising strong dust that made it difficult to see how Celicia was doing. The short-haired assassin landed in a safe position and maintained her body balance. She lifted her head and clenched 2 daggers tightly. The firelight shone on her face. She looked at the explosions and flames emanating from Celicia's position, with a confident and sinister smile on her face. Such a large-scale attack, Celicia will definitely be unable to withstand it, she proudly said. Such a dense magic assault, even a Santa Maria College instructor would only be able to. However, after a while, the flames and explosions instantly disappeared, and in their place, very icy cold air and ice took over the entire room. Ice crystals and cold air came towards the assassin maid. She slightly widened her own eyes and froze in place. Then she heard the sound of Celicia reciting an incantation. Ice, take form. Frost, turn into a spear. Grant the power of supremacy. Celicia rushed out of the thick smoke with a serious expression. Her hands held a long spear condensed from ice magic energy. She jumped into midair, raised her long spear, and charged towards the short-haired assassin. Celicia attached ice magic to the long spear and then stabbed it at the short-haired assassin. The short-haired assassin reacted quickly when he saw Celicia rushing towards her. She bent back and stabilized her body. She raised a dagger in one hand to resist Celicia's long spear attack. 2 weapons collided, unleashing strong waves of magical energy. Celicia looked down at the short-haired assassin with a cold expression. The attack that the short-haired assassin just launched on her seemed to have no effect on her, and she didn't even feel scared because of it. She unleashed ice magic again and launched another attack on the short-haired assassin. The short-haired assassin did not expect Celicia to be able to withstand the attack of such a powerful magic circle just now, and even protrude from the encirclement of the magic circle. She desperately resisted Celicia's attack, but her face was still scratched by flying ice crystals, and some blood flowed out. She glared angrily at Celicia with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Due to Celicia's sudden attack, she was temporarily suppressed by her ice magic. At this moment, Moen, standing near the door, noticed that Celicia and the short-haired assassin had started fighting. Celicia's ice magic has a wide range of activation, and even some ice crystals have flown to the vicinity of Moen. Moen covered his face with his hand to avoid being accidentally injured by the ice magic, while slowly groping for the door handle of the room, intending to escape directly. He nervously said to himself, "Damn it, gods fight, mortals suffer. I can't stay here, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died." After touching the door handle, he pressed down hard and found that the room door seemed to be closed. He tried opening the door a few more times, but the door handle remained motionless and couldn't be pressed down no matter how hard he tried. Moen noticed the seriousness of the matter. He widened his eyes and showed a frightened expression. "It's locked?" At this moment, Celicia and the short-haired assassin were in a fierce battle. Celicia's ice magic once again fell near Moen. Moen was so scared that he quickly found a place to hide. He found a table not far behind him. He lay on the ground, dodging the ice magic from Celicia over and over again, while awkwardly crawling towards the table. He feels helpless about the current situation. Damn it! After safely climbing behind the table, Moen poked his head out and carefully observed the battle between Celicia and the short-haired assassin. When they were fighting each other, some sawdust and magical energy would occasionally hit the area near him, but he couldn't control them temporarily. He silently analyzed the current situation. The door was tampered with. This must be done by this maid. But this shouldn't be. The section about assassins doesn't even exist in the original novel. How could the Duke's mansion? At this moment, Moen seemed to have remembered something. He suddenly widened his eyes and recalled what he had said to Anne last night. Wait, could it be? In memory, Moen prepared to leave the hallway and return to the room. He turned his head and said to Anne standing behind him, "That's how it was decided. Tell the head maid to arrange for all unwell servants to rest, and for vacant staff to be recruited from outside. I don't want a large group of mentally confused patients to cause inconvenience to the guests at tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony." Moen realized that this was a huge mistake he had made. Because he requested to recruit external maids to help the Duke's mansion, it led to assassins sneaking in. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. "It's my command? How is this possible?" Seeking external assistance was a temporary decision made just last night. Could it be that someone has been surveilling the Duke's mansion 24 hours a day? At this moment, Celicia fired a magical ice cone at the short-haired assassin, accidentally hitting the table that was used as a defensive weapon for Moen. The ice cone exploded directly on the surface of the table, turning into countless small ice cones scattered around the table. After hearing the explosion, Moen screamed in fear and immediately covered his head with both hands to prevent being injured by the ice cone. He covered his head with one hand while looking sideways. Celicia and the short-haired assassin fought fiercely, never even stopping. With someone like him who has neither magic nor force, going out to fight is impossible to defeat an assassin. At present, I can only pray that Celicia can defeat the assassin. After all, my physical fitness cannot participate in the battle of this level. But... Moen quietly poked his head out and looked nervously at Celicia and the short-haired assassin. Due to his reasons, the plot of the story has changed. He is also difficult to predict what the future story will become. He began to worry a little about what would happen next. The assassin's target is clearly only Celicia. Now I have unintentionally changed the original story, and I don't know what will happen in the future, but for now... Is Celicia winning really a good ending? Celicia seems to have stopped attacking the short-haired assassin. She held a long spear in her hand and looked ahead with a serious expression. The blue ice magic energy surrounded her, emitting waves of icy coldness. Although her attire had become a bit tattered due to the battle, the princess-like aura that belonged solely to her did not dissipate as a result. If Celicia unfortunately dies here, won't no one know what just happened? Moen closed his eyes and pondered the question seriously. Whether Celicia wins or loses, it may lead to a change in the storyline in another direction. This makes Moen very worried. Suddenly, Moen heard the voice of the short-haired assassin speaking. "Truly a super genius chosen by the gods, Princess Celicia." He opened his eyes and quietly listened to her conversation with Celicia. Although Celicia had slight abrasions on her face and body, she still stood straight. She held her long spear and explained to the short-haired assassin what type of magic she had just used. "Sudden bursts of footwork, light arrow magic, and gravity magic that makes my body heavy. The last two spells have no magic power to activate. It must be the means of the assassin in the next room." Celicia had been aware for some time that the assassin wasn't solitary. Another lurked in a separate room. "You can see through our magic at a glance, just like what was rumored. No, the hearsay is not accurate enough. I have also killed a magical genius. Even in the realm of genius, you can be considered a monster." Celicia was able to quickly recognize the magic she was using, and the short-haired assassin praised Celicia's insight. Although her clothes had become a bit tattered due to the battle with Celicia, Frost had formed on some parts of her face and clothes. It seems that the magic of ice magic is very powerful. Celicia unleashed ice magic, transforming her long spear into an energy of ice magic, which then condensed into a long sword. She clenched her long sword tightly and pointed at the short-haired assassin, saying coldly to her, "Tell the person behind the scenes who instructed you, and I will spare you from death." "Is that so?" The short-haired assassin doesn't seem to intend to reveal the name of her employer. She found Celicia's demands ridiculous. She clenched 2 daggers tightly and raised her hand, making a gesture of wanting to attack. She gave a sinister smile and then said to Celicia, "Actually, as an assassin, I shouldn't have talked too much nonsense with you, but sometimes, even an assassin, I also need to stall, don't I?" She opened her green eyes and looked at Celicia. She showed an expression that her plan had already succeeded. Her words seemed to be about to carry out some unknown and sinister plan. At this moment, a sudden vibration came from Moen's room. Some gravel and dust fell from the ceiling. Not long after, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the wall. The long-haired assassin hiding in the next room knelt down with her hands on the ground and activated the golden magic circle. Due to the fact that this magic circle consumes a lot of her strength, she loudly reminded the short-haired assassin, "The room is completely sealed. Hurry up! I can't maintain this for long." "Got it." The short-haired assassin hid a dagger behind her waist and reached into the pocket of her skirt to search for something. Then she took out a glass bottle from her pocket, which contained some red liquid. The black magical energy emanating from the bottle enveloped the short-haired assassin, making one feel somewhat fearful. She lifted the bottle, looked up at it, and recited a spell in her mouth. "With the blood of 100 innocent children, I offer this sacrifice to the molten god, Lord of the Crimson Sun, the great withering king." Evil god! After hearing the familiar name, Celicia felt something was off. She clenched her long sword tightly and looked solemnly at the short-haired assassin. The short-haired assassin still hasn't stopped reciting spells. The black energy surrounding her slowly gathered into the blood bottle. "Please grant us." Realizing that the bottle in the hands of the short-haired assassin was about to burst with immense magical energy, Celicia rushed over immediately. She activated the ice magic and swung the sword in her hand towards her. She wants to stop her from continuing to cast magic. Unfortunately, it's already too late. When Celicia's sword was about to strike the neck of the short-haired assassin, the bottle had already cracked, and the blood inside suddenly boiled violently. The assassin, with a very sinister smile, uttered the last spell. Suppress the power of wind and snow. In an instant, the bottle suddenly exploded and all the blood inside flew toward Celicia. The room was immediately shrouded in red blood, which looked very terrifying. These blood with evil god energy split into blood bullets, immediately devouring Celicia's ice magic and even bouncing her out. Celicia fiercely bumped into the bookshelf in the room before stopping. The books on the bookshelf also fell down due to her impact. Although she felt a great pain in her back, she slowly lifted her head, gritted her teeth, and cursed the short-haired assassin with an angry expression. "Evil priest, you mice in the sewer dare to appear in front of me!" The short-haired assassin casually threw away the cap of the blood bottle. Celicia's ice magic has been suppressed, and she has nothing to fear anymore. She clenched the dagger in her hand with a relaxed expression and slowly walked towards her. She said contemptuously to Celicia, "Mouse? Indeed, for Royal Highness Princess, we may seem like nothing more than vermin. But the noble Royal Highness Princess." Suddenly her expression became grotesque and twisted, and she quickly rushed towards Celicia. "You're about to die at the hands of a mouse!" Celicia noticed that the short-haired assassin was about to rush over and kill her, so she quickly observed her surroundings. She lowered her head and noticed a dagger with a red blade near her. She quickly grabbed the dagger. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The short-haired assassin showed a crazy expression, laughing wildly while quickly waving the dagger in his hand and cutting towards Celicia. Her attack speed is very fast, even causing a large amount of blood to splash out. Celicia clenched the red dagger tightly, desperately resisting her attack. At this moment, she suddenly stopped attacking. She showed an unexpected expression as she looked at Celicia standing in front of her. Huh? Celicia trembled and maintained her balance so as not to fall to the ground. She held the dagger. Although she blocked the quick attack of the short-haired assassin, there were many bloody wounds on her face and body. The skirt and socks also became even more tattered in resisting the attack just now. The short-haired assassin commented on her when he saw that she was still standing. Interesting. I didn't expect that besides magic, your swordsmanship is also good, and you managed to avoid all important parts of your body. Since the sharp slash just now failed to make Celicia fall, the short-haired assassin decided to continue attacking until she had no strength to resist. After all, Celicia cannot use magic now, and she cannot hold on for too long. The short-haired assassin quickly punched forward, and Celicia urgently dodged the punch backwards. She said very arrogantly, "But without your ice magic. You're nothing but a helpless lamb waiting for slaughter." The short-haired assassin raised his leg again and aimed a kick directly at Celicia's waist. At this moment, Celicia was very weak and was kicked out before she could react. She violently bumped into a wooden cabinet in the room again, emitting a strong impact sound. The wooden cabinet was smashed into several pieces, raising thick dust. After the thick smoke dissipated, Celicia still hadn't fallen. She slowly stood up and walked towards the short-haired assassin. Her body had several bloody wounds, and her blood had already soaked her dress. She bent slightly, panting weakly, and her gaze became somewhat unfocused. She grabbed her arm to maintain her balance. The short-haired assassin saw Celicia's appearance and guessed that she no longer had any power to rebel. She happily turned the dagger in her hand, revealing an arrogant smile. Phew, comfortable. The time is also about the same. Next, princess, your head. I'll be taking it now. The expression of the short-haired assassin suddenly became distorted. She clenched the dagger in her hand and fiercely stabbed Celicia. She thrust the dagger forward with such force and a lot of blood immediately splattered out. However, she seemed somewhat surprised by the person in front of her. She slightly widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe what she was seeing. Celicia stared blankly at the person with yellow hair in front of her. He stood in front of her, and his blood even splattered onto her. Seeing Celicia in crisis, Moen rushed over and stood in front of her, blocking the knife. His chest was immediately stained red with blood. His gaze became unfocused, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. Celicia looked at the person in front of her who was blocking her knife in surprise and couldn't say anything. The short-haired assassin was shocked when she saw that her dagger had gone into Moen instead of Celicia. She shouted loudly, "Moen Campbell!"
My appearance prevented the short-haired assassin from stabbing the princess. While I caught the short-haired assassin, I told the princess to hurry up and kill her. After apologizing to the princess with my injuries, I lost consciousness. After opening my eyes, I found myself entering an unknown space. Just as I was still recalling what had just happened, the book of prophecy that suddenly appeared sucked me in again. The long-haired assassin was stopped by my father during her escape.
Just as Celicia was about to be killed by the short-haired assassin, Moen rushed straight to her from the door and blocked the assassin's dagger for her. He tightly grasped the short-haired assassin's hand and dagger with both hands, preventing her from letting go. The dagger had already penetrated his chest, and blood gushed out, staining his noble clothes. When the short-haired assassin realized that Celicia was not killed, she exclaimed in surprise, "Moen Campbell!" Celicia, standing behind Moen, was stunned at the scene. Her body was also stained with the blood that had just splattered from him. She didn't understand why someone who poured an unknown liquid into her tea was standing in front of her now to save her. She slightly widened her eyes and trembled all over. She looked at Moen and said to him in confusion, "You, why?" Moen used all his strength to grasp the hand and dagger of the short-haired assassin. However, his trembling body and constantly losing blood also told him that there was not much strength left. He lowered his head and kept coughing, spitting out a big mouthful of blood from his mouth. He listened to Silicia's question and silently said in his heart, "Yeah, why exactly is that?" The way out was right there. Just now, while Moen was hiding behind the table observing the battle between Cilicia and the short-haired assassin, the door behind him suddenly opened. The long-haired assassin hiding in the next room stood behind the door and whispered to him, "Our goal is only Cilicia. You can go now, young Master Moen." Upon hearing these words, Moen felt both nervous and surprised. When he turned his head, the long-haired assassin was no longer behind the door. I could have stood by and watched Cilicia die. But, with a nervous expression, Moen reached into the air as if trying to push it open and escape from here. As long as he can leave this room, he will not be implicated again and can still save his hard-earned second life. As long as he leaves Cilicia here, what happened between him and Cilicia in the room just now will not be known by anyone else. However, he made another choice. I just couldn't do it. He chose to turn around and rush towards Cilicia at the fastest speed, grabbing the dagger that was aimed at her with force and stabbing himself. He recalled what had just happened, lifted his head, slowly opened his gradually blurred eyes, and forced an awkward smile. He couldn't watch a living person die in front of him. Before the short-haired assassin could react, Moen used his remaining strength to tightly grasp her hand again, preventing her from attacking Cilicia again. Now is a good opportunity to attack short-haired assassins. He bent slightly and shouted Cilicia's name desperately. "Cilicia! What are you waiting for?" Cilicia was a little surprised by Moen's behavior at this moment. However, she immediately knew that he was creating an opportunity for her to kill the short-haired assassin. She couldn't think of any other way to attack the short-haired assassin besides seizing this opportunity. The short-haired assassin, who had been caught and unable to move, was very anxious at this moment. She opened her eyes wide, her expression turning fierce with anger. She tried to break free from the hand held by Moen, wanting to retreat to avoid Cilicia's next attack. However, unfortunately, she only realized now that it was too late. She glared angrily at Moen and cursed him loudly. "Moen Campbell, useless playboy. How dare you!" Before the short-haired assassin could finish speaking, Cilicia had already charged towards her with a dagger. The short-haired assassin lowered her head and was shocked to see a blue shadow passing by her. She realized something was wrong, but she could no longer avoid it. Cilicia passed by the short-haired assassin with a cold expression, but the dagger in her hand was already aimed at her neck. Moen also seized the opportunity and released the hand of the short-haired assassin. The short-haired assassin, who had lost balance, fell backwards. She glanced aside and saw that Cilicia had already swung the dagger towards her neck. She said Cilicia's name. "Cilicia." Cilicia didn't give the short-haired assassin a chance to continue speaking. She clenched the dagger tightly and slashed the short-haired assassin's neck with force, her movements flowing smoothly without any hesitation. After killing the assassin, she knelt down on one knee and stabilized her body. A dazzling blue light grazed the neck of the short-haired assassin, but at this moment she could no longer struggle. The short-haired assassin covered his neck in fear, constantly bleeding, trying to prevent excessive blood loss. However, all of what she did was in vain. She spat out a mouthful of blood and intermittently spoke Cilicia's name. "Cilicia." Then she fell heavily to the ground and never stood up again. She held the dagger stained with blood and stood up. She turned her head, making sure the fallen assassin was no longer moving before she spoke softly. "It's over." Moen was still lying on the ground because he had no strength left to stand up. He was panting weakly, his body still trembling, and his hand was covering his bleeding chest. Seeing that the assassin had been killed by Cilicia, Moen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cilicia knelt on one knee and looked at Moen, telling him about the situation of another assassin. Unfortunately, that assassin who was casting spells next door managed to escape. So isn't this the assassin you hired? Moen Campbell. Moen gasped for breath while intermittently answering her questions. Of course not. Celicia asked him again about his intention to save her. Why did you save me? If I had died, no one would know about your treachery. From a rational standpoint, that would have been the best outcome for you, she said to him calmly. Moen added an unknown liquid to her tea, causing her to do something unspeakable. However, as long as Moen can run away on the spot and get her killed by the assassin, what he just did won't be known by anyone. However, he still had to run over to save her. She doesn't know why he did it. Moen looked at the ceiling. He knew he could have avoided saving her, but he felt guilty in his heart. He suffered fatal injuries in order to save her, which was also his choice. He weakly said to her, "Yeah, but that's not important anymore." Celicia's emotions are very complicated at this moment. She lowered her head and looked at Moen, who was so weak that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Just now, you said, if you were a man, you should pursue you with dignity. Now, do I look like a man anymore, My Highness?" Moen intermittently asked Celicia, trying to get her response. However, obviously, he is about to lose his grip. As he spoke, his body kept trembling uncontrollably, and his gaze began to become increasingly unfocused. At this moment, blood was still flowing from his mouth all the way to his neck. Although he covered the wound on his chest with his hand and tried to stop the blood from flowing out quickly, it didn't seem to have any effect. The wound was still bleeding continuously, slowly staining his fingers red. Watching Moen in such a miserable state now, Celicia closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh. By observing Moen's physical condition, she can determine that Moen's life is running out. She did not directly answer the question raised by Moen just now, but only shared her judgment with him. "In 10 breaths, you will lose all your blood. You have 3 sentences left. Leave your final words. I will pass them on to the Duke and Duchess." After hearing what she said, Moen couldn't think of any last words for a moment. Actually, he doesn't have any last words to leave, because he knew that his setting in this world was just a playboy, an inconspicuous yellow-haired villain. If he dies, the world will lose a scourge like him. He slowly lifted his hand stained with blood while replying to Celicia. "No, my curse is gone. That's the best outcome for them. There's no need to leave any words for them to just think." "If I must leave a last message?" His hand gently caressed Celicia's injured face. Celicia slightly widened her eyes, somewhat surprised by Moen's behavior. He used all his remaining strength to apologize for what he had done to her. "Celicia, I'm sorry, and I really like you." Moen's voice was getting lower and lower, and it was getting close to being impossible to hear what the last words he said were. However, Celicia still listened to what he said clearly. After saying this sentence, Moen slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness and breath gradually dissipated, until Celicia could no longer hear his heartbeat and speech, and saw that his body was no longer making any movements. She understood that the person in front of her was already dead. As Moen had lost his strength, the hand that touched Celicia's cheek slowly fell to the ground. Celicia still maintained a kneeling position on one knee. She looked at the hand at her feet and remained silent for a moment. After a while, Celicia suddenly said a sentence to Moen. "After doing that kind of thing to me, do you think that your life and apology can make it up to me?" "Moen Campbell!" She called out Moen's name with an angry tone. However, a slight blush appeared on her face and her body trembled slightly. She was also unsure whether her current mood was angry because Moen failed to give her a formal apology, or moved by what Moen had just said. She placed Moen on her thigh and used her ice magic to freeze Moen's still bleeding wound, preventing further bleeding. She won't accept Moen's hasty apology and death. This won't make her forget what he did to her. She cast ice magic on him while saying to him, "I do not accept your apology. You must live to atone for your sins." After an unknown amount of time, Moen slowly opened his own eyes. He found that he had fallen into an unknown space and the clothes on his body had disappeared. However, none of this mattered anymore. He was dead and the pain in his body had completely disappeared. So he casually spread his arms and legs, his body relaxing as he lay in this space. All fatigue, dizziness, and pain have disappeared. It's comfortable. It felt like the body warm. Was this what it felt like after death? He maintained this posture, closed his eyes, and recalled what had just happened. The outcome is still death, but this time it was my own choice. And before I died, I even acted handsome in front of super beautiful girl like Celicia. No matter what I think, I haven't suffered any losses, and I even took advantage of it. However, from the results, Moen still felt a little disheartened. He sat up and scratched his head with his hand. Okay, judging from the results, this is indeed a loss. This is my hard-earned chance to be reborn. But I just couldn't be the kind of scumbag who'd take advantage of a girl and then see her to die. After all, I'm not a heartless brute like the original Moen Campbell. Just as Moen was analyzing the situation, he lowered his head and noticed a black energy ball that was constantly gathering energy. Huh? While Moen was still wondering what this was, suddenly, the black energy ball transformed into a book. This book is the prophecy book that predicted the direction of his story before. It suddenly appeared in front of him and flipped the pages wildly again. Moen was startled by it and widened his eyes. Damn it! At this moment, a black energy jumped out of the prophecy book. With the prophecy book constantly flipping pages, this energy slowly spread in front of Moen, forming something similar to a screen. Then, the screen slowly displayed some words. Moen held the prophecy book with both hands. He looked up at the words and then at the book in his hand, completely unaware of what the content meant. He shouted loudly, "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, the prophecy book stopped flipping pages. It stopped on one of the pages, slowly displaying text under the influence of black energy. However, some of these words are invisible. The left page says, "Keep struggling, Moen Campbell." The leaf on the right says, "For the sake of this world, my." As soon as Moen finished reading the contents of the book, the prophecy book emitted a lot of black-purple energy. It surrounded Moen and then sucked him into the book like last time. Under the influence of the black-purple energy, a part of Moen's body slowly transformed into energy that was absorbed. He exclaimed in shock, "Damn it! Just now when I was about to die, I didn't see you come out, and now you want to take me to that terrifying basement. Tiger don't show its strength. You really think I'm a sick cat." Meow. Before Moen could finish speaking, he transformed into a white energy. This energy was sucked into the book along with the black-purple energy. The current location is in the sewer of Duke Campbell's mansion. The long-haired assassin who had just escaped cast a magic circle and teleported from the room to the sewer. She was wearing a black cloak and running frantically in the sewer. She and the short-haired assassin had failed in their mission, and this place was no longer suitable to stay for long. She felt very angry about Moen's sudden appearance, which disrupted their plan. She said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, it is so close! I should have eliminated him first, even if he wasn't the primary target, Moen Campbell. I think I heard something about what to do to my precious son." At this moment, the fleeing long-haired assassin heard a familiar voice. She widened her eyes and was somewhat surprised by the sound. Not far from her, a tall man was standing there, blocking her way. The red magical energy he emitted formed a huge red lion, making people feel very intimidated. The long-haired assassin's body couldn't help but tremble slightly when she saw this red lion. Damn it, how could he be here? Although she felt very nervous, she still pulled out 2 daggers hidden around her waist and prepared to fight. She looked at the man warily while revealing his true identity. Lionheart King, Ron Campbell. Ron walked towards her while placing his hand on his sword. "Oh? I didn't expect this guest to know about my insignificant name. But this guest, I remember the Campbell family never invited you. Why did you come uninvited?" He closed his eyes, pulled out his sword, and cast his magic. He couldn't help but get interested when he heard the long-haired assassin mention the content related to Moen just now. "Tell me well, especially the part about what you want to do to my precious son." I will definitely listen attentively. Ron opened his red eyes and pointed his sword at the long-haired assassin. He looked at her with indifferent eyes, emitting the red magical energy once again. The red lion behind him let out a roar, as if declaring war on the long-haired assassin.
Due to my serious injury, I was lying in bed and unconscious. After waking up, in order to go to the toilet faster, the maid carried me out directly. I asked the maid about the duration of my coma, and learned from her that I had been asleep for a long time. When I questioned whether my injury had healed, the maid told me that it was the doctor sent by the princess who quickly cured my injury. Then, the maid explained to me the situation of the princess and the outcome of the assassination incident.
At dusk, the setting sun shone into the room from outside the window. The warm sunshine quietly illuminates the somewhat dim room to prevent it from continuing to be so dull. The sunlight quietly shone on Moen lying in bed and Anne sitting next to him, but they didn't seem to notice much. At this moment, Moen still closed his eyes and was unconscious. Anne sat on a chair by the bed, watching over Moen and silently guarding him. The sunlight shone on Moen's face. At this moment, Moen's eyes suddenly moved a few times. Then, he opened his eyes groggily. Noticing Moen's movement of opening his eyes, Anne quickly stepped forward and tried to call out to him. "Young master." Upon hearing someone calling out to him, Moen slowly turned his head and looked at the person standing next to him. "You are Anne." After blinking a few times, Moen's vision gradually became clearer. He stared at the person in front of him for a while before realizing that the voice calling his name was from Anne. Anne leaned slightly down and used her right hand to lift a tuft of hair behind her ear. She slowly approached Moen in order to assess his state of consciousness. She whispered to him, "It's me. Where else does the young master feel uncomfortable? Where else does the young master feel uncomfortable? If there is, I will call a doctor to diagnose and treat you now." "I don't need to call a doctor. I need to use the restroom." Moen refused Anne's request to call a doctor over. He supported the bed with one hand and, with a trembling body, tried hard to sit up. However, as he has just woken up and is still in a weak state, he does not have much strength at the moment. Anne saw Moen struggling to get up and looked at him with a worried expression on his face. "Young master, you can't do it now." Perhaps it was his sudden movement that tugged at the wound. Moen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He closed his eyes and tightly held his chest with one hand. His expression was painful, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. He suddenly felt that his body had no strength, and then he fell backwards. Noticing Moen's movements, Anne quickly stepped forward and caught him from behind to prevent him from falling down. "Be careful." Moen steadily leaned on Anne's chest. Anne hugged Moen's waist with both hands and slowly helped the weak Moen sit by the bed. Moen felt sorry for her when he saw that he still needed her help to sit up like this. He scratched his head and said to her, "Sorry, Anne, I suddenly lost strength in my legs." Anne helped him move while speaking. "You don't have to apologize to me, young master. Taking care of you is my responsibility. If the young master wants to go to the bathroom, you don't have to walk so far. There is a chamber pot in the room, let me help you." Chamber pot. Moen was puzzled by this thing Anne was talking about. Anne walked over to the side and brought over a uniquely shaped urinal. This urinal is made of gold, with a golden color and decorated with several rubies and emeralds. Holding the urinal calmly, she explained to Moen with a serious expression on his face. "Yes, Madam preferred not to delegate your care to others, so I am responsible for feeding you medicine, wiping your body, and helping you go to the toilet these days." Moen seems to have realized something. According to Anne, during the days when he was unconscious, she was the only one helping him with his daily life. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. He covered his head with one hand and interrupted Anne's next words with the other hand. "Wait, are you saying that you've been helping me these past few days?" Anne doesn't seem to know what Moen is thinking in his heart. She calmly answered Moen's question. Although the young master is unconscious, it is not difficult to guess your condition. When you frown and curl up, I sense your discomfort. Don't worry, you did not wet the bed even once. Then, Anne squatted in front of Moen's legs, placing his hands on his knees, intending to help Moen take off his pants. She lifted her head and asked her with a natural look. Do you need me to take off your pants for you? As soon as Moen saw Anne's attempt to help him take off her pants, he immediately became nervous. He was so scared that he quickly raised his hand to stop Anne. Wait a minute, Anne. Since he has already woken up, he doesn't want to cause any more trouble for Anne. Moen scratched his head awkwardly, and his cheeks also flushed. It was unavoidable when I couldn't take care of myself before. But now that I'm awake, I certainly can't let you help me with that anymore. Please help me to the restroom. It shouldn't be a problem for me to walk slowly. Since this is Moen's request, Anne did not continue to persuade him. She placed one hand on her chest and politely bowed slightly. Okay, if that's the young master's wish. Suddenly, Anne gently wrapped her hands around Moen's back. Moen turned his head and looked at Anne's arm with a slightly surprised expression. Huh? He doesn't know what Anne plans to do next. Anne exerted some strength slightly and quickly picked up Moen's entire body in a horizontal hug. She intended to take Moen out in the fastest way possible. She lowered her head and said to Moen, "This way is faster. Please be patient, young master." Moen showed a very surprised expression. He looked at Anne and then at his own body that was picked up by her and felt a little shy. After all, she had never been picked up by a girl before. He stammered, "Anne, wait, this is..." At this moment, in one of the corridors of the Grand Duke's mansion, Noel and other maids were sweeping the corridor together with brooms. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound of running coming from the hallway. Noticing the sound, Noel turned his head and curiously looked towards the other end of the hallway, wanting to see who was there. Running from the other end of the corridor is Anne. She held someone tightly in her arms. Since Anne was running, he had to hold onto Anne's shoulders to keep his balance. Noel carefully looked at the person running over and murmured to himself, "That's Anne. And young master. Young master is awake. I must inform Madam." Noel got a good look at the person being held by Anne was none other than Moen, who had passed out a short while ago. Seeing that he had already woken up today, Noel felt very happy. Anne looked ahead very seriously, hugged Moen tightly, and ran towards the nearest toilet and the entire floor. Moen feels very shy about being hugged by Anne now. This is too embarrassing. Upon reaching the nearest restroom on this floor, Moen still felt somewhat uneasy. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Anne, Anne." Anne answered him very calmly. "What's wrong, young master? Can you go out for a moment? I will provide you with round-the-clock personal protection. This is the order of the madam." However, Moen would feel embarrassed if a girl came into the men's restroom. "But if you stare at me, how can I go to the toilet?" Anne doesn't seem to care about this detail. She kindly offered help to Moen. "Do you need me to help you take off your pants?" There was really nothing more Moen could do about Anne's kind help. He didn't give her a response. Instead, he opened the door and pushed her directly outside the door. Then, he slammed the door hard behind him, leaving her waiting outside alone. Anne turned her head and looked at the closed toilet door in silence. A short time later, Moen emerged from the toilet and was assisted back into the room by Anne. Moen slowly sat down on the bed. At that moment, Moen remembered that he had forgotten to ask Anne about one thing. He raised his head and asked about her. "How long did I sleep?" After putting down Moen's arm, Anne answered his question. "Young master slept for 3 whole days." Moen was surprised by this time. 3 days? So long? What about my injury? Anne picked up a small tray placed beside Moen's bed, on which was a bowl filled with medicinal soup. She picked up a spoon and planned to give Moen medicine. When she heard Moen's words, she knew that Moen was worried about whether there was still a chance for his injury to heal. She explained his injury. It was Her Highness Cilicia. She summoned the chief physician of the Royal Mage Corps to personally treat you. That night, young master's injury had already healed. But due to excessive blood loss, your brain experienced a period of hypoxia. This is why you have been weak and sleeping for so long. Moen lowered his head and looked at the star-like scar on his chest, muttering to himself. It turned out to be her. He didn't expect Cilicia to save him on the brink of death. He couldn't help but feel guilty when he remembered what he had done to her that day, and Cecilia's anger towards him. He was not sure if Cilicia was still angry about what he had done. He looked aside and nervously asked Anne. So, did Her Highness say anything? Anne answered him very calmly. No. Knowing that Cilicia had nothing else to say about him for the time being, Moen breathed a sigh of relief. He covered his chest with his hand to calm his nervousness. Phew, that's good. It seems that Cilicia has no intention of pursuing. At that moment, Anne looked like she suddenly remembered something. She raised her head and thought for a moment, then said to Moen. Oh, wait, Her Highness seems to have said something to His Majesty. Upon hearing Anne's words, Moen widened his eyes and his emotions suddenly became tense again. He was very afraid that Cilicia would really tell the king what he had done to her that day. He hesitantly inquired about the detailed situation of Anne. What did Cilicia say? Anne told him about what had happened during this period. According to subsequent investigations, the target of this assassin incident is Her Highness Cilicia. The initiator was the underground black market that had been entrenched in Belland for many years. His Majesty was furious about this and sent troops to sweep the black market the next day, arresting and executing many people. Moen covered herself with a blanket and slowly leaned against the bedside, listening attentively as she recounted the outcome of the assassin incident. He is afraid of missing any key information. Anne looked at him with serious eyes and continued to tell him. On another note, although Duke Campbell personally captured 2 disguised assassins that night and extracted a full confession from them through interrogation, as the location of this incident, our Duke's mansion theoretically cannot shirk its responsibility. Before entering the palace, the Duke had already steeled himself to face His Majesty's wrath. However, surprisingly, the Duke returned at noon the next day. Not only did he not receive any punishment, but even when His Majesty sent people to investigate the aristocratic class, he did not investigate our Campbell family. I think it was Her Highness Cilicia who said something to His Majesty and helped us navigate through it. After hearing the outcome of this incident, Moen relaxed completely. Phew, you scared me to death. Could you please be more thorough with your words next time? My heart can't handle such shocks. Anne seems to have sensed Moen's mood. She quickly approached him and placed one hand on the bedboard behind him. She questioned him expressionlessly. Young master is so nervous. Did something unspeakable happen to you while you were in the same room with Her Highness? Moen was startled by Anne's sudden approach. He hesitated to explain. No, A few days ago, Cilicia, who had already been controlled by the potion, pressed onto him and not only kissed him, but also vented her emotions wildly towards him. Moen couldn't help but feel nervous when he thought of the scene of him and her being intimate. In order to prevent Anne from suspecting that he had really done something unspeakable, Moen quickly pondered in his mind how to get this matter over. He turned his head nervously and explained to her. How is that possible? I'm just bad, not stupid. If I dare to do anything to the princess, I will be beheaded, right? At this moment, Moen noticed that Anne not only did not respond to his words, but stared at him for a while. The air suddenly quieted down for a few seconds. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he asked her. What's wrong? Anne didn't seem to doubt Moen's reaction just now. She thought for a moment and realized that what Moen said was not wrong either. She closed her eyes and replied to what Moen had just said. Indeed. Then, Anne picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of medicine from the bowl. She plans to give Moen medicine. Young master, take some medicine. The medicine has already cooled down. For the convenience of taking medicine, Moen sat up straight and slightly bent down. He closed his eyes and ate the spoonful of medicine expressionlessly. Suddenly, Moen opened his eyes. His face didn't look very good, as if he was surprised by the taste of the medicine. Subsequently, Moen began to cough wildly and even vomited the medicine. He coughed while speaking. "What kind of medicine is this? This is too bitter. My tongue is numb." Anne held onto the tray firmly. She held a spoon and calmly explained to him. "Strictly speaking, this is not medicine but a tonic to replenish your blood. I know the young master is afraid of hardship, so I have already put sugar in it. Young master, be good. Say, ah." Seeing that Anne didn't seem to understand what he was saying, Moen became somewhat anxious. "This has nothing to do with being good or not. My body is physically rejecting this." At this moment, Moen looked towards the door of the room and noticed voices speaking there. Although the sound was very low, it came through the crack in the door and he could still hear what the person at the door was saying clearly. "The young master has lost his temper again. The young master is angry, it's so scary." The people whispering at the door are Noel and the maids who just cleaned the hallway with her. When they passed by Moen's room, they heard his evaluation of the medicine. The red-haired maid whispered to them. "The young master hates bitter food the most. Before, every time he ate bitter food, he would become furious and whip people." The blue-haired maid also added softly. "Didn't Noel say that the young master has become a little gentler recently? It seems that Anne will also be beaten by him later. It's not convenient for Noel to make a judgment on the situation they mentioned. I don't know either. Just in case, let's report to Madam quickly." Upon hearing that the maids were planning to tell his mother about his situation, Moen couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed at the maids squatting at the door and spoke loudly with an angry tone. "Stop, you are not allowed to go." Noel and the other two maids were startled by the sounds in the room. Moen snatched the bowl from Anne's hand and continued speaking to the maids. "You are not allowed to tell my mother. It's just a medicine." Then, he lifted his head and held the bowl in one hand, drinking the medicine in one gulp. Noticing that Moen had started to lose his temper, the maids stopped eavesdropping. Noel quietly closed the door and quickly followed the other two maids away from here. After Moen heard that there were no more other sounds in the corridor either, he stopped drinking the medicine. Although the medicine remained in his mouth, he couldn't bear the bitter taste anymore. He turned his head and vomited completely on the ground. Anne was a little scared when she saw this scene. "Young master." She quickly went to fetch the nearby trash can and handed it to Moen. Moen held the trash can in both hands and vomited wildly into it. Anne looked at him with a worried expression and gently patted his back with his hand. "Sorry, young master. Drinking this medicine in one go can cause physiological nausea. You need to drink it bit by bit. I forgot to tell you in detail." Moen couldn't reply to Anne's words for a moment, so he could only continue to vomit loudly.
What method did the maid use to feed such a bitter medicine into my mouth? I asked her with curiosity, but she left without specifying. At dinner time, I asked my father about the specific details of the assassination incident. After learning some details, I recalled the plot of the novel. I suddenly realized that due to changes in the storyline, the most important chapter for the protagonist was not triggered. This made me start worrying about the future development of the story again.
After spitting out all the medicine in his mouth, Moen gently touched his chest, wanting to make his body feel more comfortable. Anne put the trash can aside and said to Moen, "This is the medication for the 4th course of treatment. According to the royal physician, drinking twice more should cure the young master's body." Moen was surprised to hear that he had to continue drinking such bitter medicine. He said to Anne with a distressed expression, "What, I have to drink this stuff 2 more times?" Anne nodded lightly. "Yes, young master." Since there was no way not to take this medicine, Moen had to accept it. The bitter taste from just now still lingered in his mouth, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He felt like his soul was being driven away by this medicine. He lay on the bed, his hands weakly resting on the blanket, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. He muttered to himself. Bitter, it's too bitter, it's even worse than my life, I don't want to try anymore. Just let the world be destroyed. After explaining the matter of drinking medicine to Moen, Anne silently cleaned up the bowls and trays on the table, as well as the small trash can that had just been placed next to the table. Then, Anne took out a small plate of exquisite cake and a pot of red tea and placed them on the table. Due to Moen waking up not long ago and having just vomited his medicine, Anne was worried that his stomach might also be hungry. She picked up the teacup and poured tea into it while saying to Moen, "There's still some time before dinner. If you're hungry, young master, here's some black tea and pachichi cake. If it's not enough, you can call me anytime and I'll have Noel guard outside." Anne handed the pachichi cake to Moen first. It's comforting for Moen to see that Anne is busy all over the place trying to take care of him. He took the plate containing the cake with both hands and expressed his gratitude to her. You've been working hard these past few days. I'll tell my mother to give you a raise later." Anne sorted out the plates and small trash cans and put them in a basket. She lifted her little skirt and bowed politely to Moen. She plans to leave his room first and report the situation to Moen's parents. In order to avoid Madam and Duke from worrying about you, I will report to them. I'll excuse myself for now. Moen held the cake and observed it very happily. This was the first time he had seen a pachichi cake. He looked at the cake while replying to Anne's words. Go ahead, go ahead. This pachichi cake is really good. No wonder it's so expensive. Suddenly, Anne remembered that there was one more thing she hadn't told Moen. By the way, young master, there's one more thing. This morning, the palace sent a letter to you. I put it in the cabinet next to you. Young master, remember to check it when you are free. Moen took the fork with the cake inserted in it. He ate the cake with relish while wondering about the address Anne said the letter was sent to. He thought silently in his mind. Royal Palace, could it be? He said to Anne. I know, I'll read it later. At this moment, Moen seemed to have something else to ask for. He ate the remaining cake in one gulp and looked up at the ceiling, pondering for a while. Then, he stopped Anne, who was about to leave the room. Wait a minute, Anne. Anne turned his back to Moen and didn't turn around to look at him. She stood still and asked him if there was anything else she needed to tell her. Does the young master have anything else to do? Moen hesitated for a moment, then said to Anne. I suddenly thought of a question. Moen bit his fork while looking at the ceiling. He said the question he had just been thinking about with a puzzled expression. Something as delicious as pachichi, even if I'm unconscious, I can eat 10 in one gulp by instinct. How did you feed me down that kind of bitter as hell medicinal soup? He really couldn't figure out through what method Anne had fed such a bitter medicine into his mouth. He was worried that Anne might misunderstand his meaning, so he quickly said the next sentence as an explanation. I didn't mean anything else. I was just a little curious. There are no devices such as gastric tubes here. How did you give me medication? He reached out and scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed about the question he asked her. Upon hearing Moen's question, Anne only slightly turned his head and did not immediately answer. She doesn't seem to have much reaction to his question. She pondered for a moment. Immediately after that, she elegantly turned around and touched her lips with her hand. She looked at Moen with affectionate eyes and answered the question just now expressionlessly. Just like the young master thought. I know you can't endure hardship, so I put a lot of sugar in my mouth. Then, Anne walked quickly out of the room and gently closed the door. At this moment, Moen was still immersed in Anne's answer. He doesn't seem to have realized what else she just said. He stared blankly at the closed room door, softly repeating her answer. Oh, so she added sugar. Moen placed the fork in his hand on the plate and slowly leaned against the bed. Just finished eating the cake, he wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while. However, he suddenly remembered what Anne had said in the latter half of his sentence. He slowly recalled Anne's words. Wait, mouth. At this moment, Moen realized that he hadn't noticed this important information in a timely manner earlier. He was shocked. He instinctively touched his mouth with his hand, and his face instantly flushed. He stuttered. Whose mouth? Mine, hers. He was confused for a moment, not sure whose mouth Anne was referring to with sugar. However, he could imagine without much thought how Anne had administered the medicine to him during the 3 days he was unconscious. Actually, the way of feeding the medicine is the same as what Anne said. During the 3 days when Moen was unconscious, she put sugar in her mouth in order for Moen to drink this bitter medicine soup. Then, she took the bitter medicine soup in her mouth and gently hugged his head, feeding him the medicine in the form of a kiss. After learning the truth, Moen shouted loudly in the room. Ah! At that moment, Anne, who had walked out of the room, walked towards one end of the corridor with an expressionless face. She didn't seem to have any reaction to Moen's screams. Moen gripped the quilt tightly, his red-stained face carrying a happy expression. How could he have never thought that he would experience such a lucky thing? He reveled in the pleasure while imagining the picture of Anne feeding him medicine. He chanted in a small voice. Moen, you are a silly man. Powerful dad, beautiful mom, handsome self and her who loves you. Why do you keep bothering Ariel instead of living your privileged life as a young master? What exactly are you after? Mouth to mouth, pretty sister. Speaking of which, this is still my first, wait. Suddenly, Moen opened his eyes as if recalling something. He remembered what had happened before. In order to follow the plot, he poured a potion into Silesia's tea. After drinking tea, she not only frantically vented her emotions to him, but was also forced to kiss him under the influence of the potion. His first kiss had already been taken by Silesia at this time. Moen spoke softly. My first kiss. It seemed like it was already. Moen remembered that Anne had told him about a letter sent to him from the palace. Right, my first kiss. Although Anne said that Silesia did not mention to the king what happened between her and him in the room, he was worried that Silesia would mention it to him in the letter. He hastily lifted the blanket and took the letter that had been placed on the cabinet. Moen sat by the bed and opened the white envelope. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the content written on the letter. He couldn't believe that this was all the content on the letter. He held the letter paper and said blankly, "This is..." A sentence had been written on a piece of brown letterhead with lace. "I'll reluctantly consider you half a man, Moen Campbell." Apart from this sentence, there is no mention of anything on the letter, including what Moen did to her. Silesia seems to have no intention of continuing to pursue his matter for the time being. After knowing Silesia's thoughts, Moen breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the letter on his chest and whispered, "It seems that she is not ready to hold me accountable for the moment." Moen smiled helplessly. Due to his reasons, the plot of the story changed and indirectly prevented him from leading to a shattered ending. He looked up ahead and silently said, "I have avoided the worst outcome." After a while, it was time for dinner. With a somewhat weakened body, Moen walked towards the dining room to eat with his parents. Noyce could no longer control her emotions when she saw that her son was able to wake up. "Moen, my precious Moen," she ran over and hugged Moen tightly. She spoke to Moen intermittently, tears streaming down her face. "You finally woke up. You scared my mom to death, do you know? When your father picked you up, you were covered in blood. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to go on living." Moen didn't know how to comfort her mother for a moment when she saw her so sad. He reached out and gently patted his mother's arm, hoping to stabilize her emotions. "Mother, Mom, it's okay now, it's all over. Look, don't you think I'm still living well now? Come on, don't cry, it's not good for your health." Noyce returned to her seat and took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Although Moen said that his health was not seriously affected, she still felt very worried about his physical condition. "Fine, look at yourself in the mirror." She looked at the star-shaped scar on Moen's chest and felt very uncomfortable. "My precious Moen is so flawless, and now there's such a long and ugly scar. It breaks my heart." Moen lowered his head and looked at the scar, then comforted his mother. "This is just a minor injury, Mom. You don't have to worry too much. Except for a slight weakness, I have basically recovered." Ron reached out and gently patted Noy's shoulder. He looked at her with a smile, comforting her not to feel sad about leaving scars on her son. Moen was right, it's just a small injury. What's wrong with one more scar? Scars are a man's badge of honor. This time, it was also thanks to Moen sacrificing his life to save Her Highness. Otherwise, even if I have made many military achievements, I cannot resist Your Majesty's anger. Upon hearing his father mention the assassination incident, Moen's eyes became serious. He turned his head and asked his father about the specific details of the assassination incident. "By the way, father, this incident." Ron used a fork to pick up a steak and put it in his mouth. He explained to Moen while eating steak. There were a total of 3 assassins involved in the assassination of the Crown Prince. In addition to the one killed by Her Highness on the spot and the one who broke through the barrier, there was another hiding in our mansion's sewer, waiting to assist their escape. The 2 survivors were caught by me and sent to the palace overnight. Those 2 assassins had tough mouths, but we still found many clues from them. These 3 weren't professional death squads or assassins. They were bounty hunters who had been operating in the Belland black market for years, followers of an evil god known as the King of Wither. In the palace dungeon, one of the assassins was wearing thin clothes, with her hands suspended and many marks of being whipped on his back. Her hands and body were trembling. It seems that she was subjected to a very severe interrogation. King of Wither, bounty hunters. Upon hearing the key words in his father's words, Moen murmured to himself. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He recalled the plot in the novel and found that there didn't seem to be too much mention of this organization in the novel. He silently spoke in his heart. Indeed, the limitations of novels are still too great. The original text did not mention such an organization. Probably some inconspicuous small group background setting. Ron continued to explain with a serious look in his eyes. According to the Royal Guard's intelligence, these people have been a notorious criminal syndicate for years, committing every kind of atrocity. As long as they are given enough money, they can even take on the task of killing their own biological parents. This can be said to be a group of rather insane outlaws. The shape of the King of Wither resembles a huge eye. It is surrounded by many red flames, indicating that it belongs to the fire type of evil god. As soon as Ron finished speaking, Noyce continued to add to his words. "Don't worry, baby. Your father has led people to completely eradicate that despicable organization these past few days. Completely eradicate." Moen was somewhat surprised to hear his mother's words. Noyce put her hands together on the table. She turned around and looked at Ron, saying with a proud smile. "That's right, did you forget? Your father was the first Grand Duke to be promoted with outstanding military achievements after the founding of the country. Those despicable assassins dared to harm our precious Moen. We certainly can't let them get away with it." Upon hearing Noyce praise him so much, Ron just smiled lightly. He slowly sliced the steak from the plate and said calmly to Moen, "Don't listen to your mother's exaggerations. I was simply ordered to clear out the rat nests around the capital." Moen listened to the conversation between his mother and father, closed his eyes and awkwardly smiled. He picked up a fork and forked some vegetable salad from the plate. As his body has just recovered, he cannot eat too much meat. He continued to ask him while eating vegetable salad. "I see. Father is really amazing. So, did you find out who hired them?" Ron picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. "Unfortunately, no. All members of the Hunter organization who were arrested were cursed. Whenever news of the people behind the scenes is mentioned, they will immediately spontaneously combust and die. That's also why His Majesty is so angry." Ron recalled the scene when he went to the black market. In his memories, he led armored knights to arrest all the merchants in the black market. The black market in Belland has been completely destroyed, but no substantial evidence has been found. This can prove that the behind-the-scenes control over the underground forces in the capital has reached an extremely deep level. So, your Majesty has issued an order to thoroughly investigate all nobles. After all, those who dare to take action against Her Highness Silesia are most suspected to be the prince and several dukes and marquises. Upon hearing his father's further extension of the assassination incident, Moen slightly widened his eyes and felt somewhat shocked. He recalled that a similar plot had also appeared in the novel. Wait. Belen's underground black market was destroyed by father. I remember there was a similar event in the original book. In the plot of the original novel, a woman wearing a luxurious aristocratic dress fell to the ground and was covered in blood. Moen slowly recalled the specific details of this story. The cause of the incident was someone offering a reward for the life of His Majesty's beloved concubine on the black market. As a result, not only did someone actually take on this task, but the assassination was also successful in the end. His Majesty was very angry about this and dispatched the royal knights to thoroughly cleanse the underground world of Beland. The brutal purge lasted for 3 months. Due to the large number of deaths, their blood stained the sewers of the royal city red, hence it is also known as the Blood River incident. In the story, all the merchants of Black Market who were eliminated by the knights fell into the sewer. Each person's blood flowed into the water in the sewer. The black robe and red blood on the merchant's body filled the entire sewer with a terrifying atmosphere. But this thing won't happen until 2 years later. Now that the black market is gone, it means the princess won't die. If the princess does not die, the real Blood River incident will not happen. Moen lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Ron and Noyce noticed that Moen suddenly stopped talking. They looked at him with worried eyes. However, it seems that Moen did not notice his parents' gaze and continued to recall the story of the novel. The Blood River incident in the original book was an event that greatly affected the protagonist Ariel in the middle of the story's development. Ariel, who participated in the black market's auction, was caught up in the battle between the royal knights and the underground world. At this time, Ariel, who returned home, took off her shoes and happily shook her legs while sitting on a chair. She ate the pachichi cake with a joyful mood. She happily lifted her face and enjoyed the happiness brought by the pachichi cake very much. However, in the original plot of the novel, Ariel should not have appeared at home. Under several crises, Ariel successfully turned danger into safety with the protagonist's aura, and her strength grew rapidly. The Blood River incident was an important transitional chapter for Ariel's transition from the Academy chapter to the later Salvation chapter, but now, Moen looked up helplessly at the ceiling. An indescribable feeling slowly crept into his heart. I just gave Noel 2 days off, which caused a chain reaction. Everything has become a mess. The original storyline has been completely altered and there is no way to fix it.
Late at night, instead of going to bed, I sat at my desk planning my future goals. To survive in this world, I must become stronger. I summoned the Black Book, hoping to find a way to enhance my power from it. However, it sucked me into the book again, and sent a black shadow to slash me with a dagger. I was startled awake, and didn't know what had just happened.
It's already late at night. Everyone has gone back to their rooms to rest. However, at this moment, Moen did not go to bed like everyone else. He didn't turn on the room light, but lit 2 candles and placed them on the table. He sat at the desk and took out a blank notebook and a quill. He wrote while silently thinking in his heart. Although my dear parents and everyone have advised me to rest well, it's not yet time for me to take a break. The plot has completely deviated from the direction of the original book, which means that all the plots I will face next are unknown to me. He had a serious expression on his face and held his pen, pondering for a while. Then, he immediately wrote a few lines of words in his notebook. The plot of the original book is no longer of reference value, and whether I can survive depends solely on myself. For this, I need to think carefully and set a few small targets first. After finishing writing, Moen moved his hand away from the notebook. Under the illumination of candlelight, the content of the book gradually became clear. He wrote down these 4 targets in his notebook. First, stay alive. Second, avoid the death by 1,000 cuts ending. Third, get stronger. Fourth, the Black Book cannot be trusted. At this moment, Moen stopped writing. He held his chest with both hands, raised his eyebrows, and placed the quill on his lips. He lowered his head and looked at the contents of his notebook, as if pondering something. Then, he immediately took the quill pen off his lips. He seems to have thought of something again. He pressed the notebook with his left hand and took a pen in his right hand to quickly cross out one of the targets written in the notebook. No. Although Lunatic's voice doesn't sound like anyone I've come into contact with so far, the possibility of 1,000 cuts cannot be ruled out. On the notebook, the fourth goal written by Moen, "The Black Book is not trustworthy," was marked with several horizontal lines. The predictions made by the Black Book a few times before scared him a lot. However, the prophecy in the Black Book seems to be reminding him. He looked at the line of words and muttered to himself. Black Book prophecy must be guarded against. So far, I still know nothing about the cause and triggering conditions that led to that ending. If it weren't for Ariel and Cilicia, who would hold a strong hatred towards me, due to the multitude of things that Moen has encountered in these past few days, his brain is now very confused. Apart from a dream he had before and the few words given to him by the Black Book, he didn't grasp much other information. He raised his hands very irritably and scratched his hair crazily. He closed his eyes tightly, furrowed his brow, and impatiently shouted out. I'm completely screwed without intel. Based solely on the tiny fragments of precognitive dreams, nothing can be inferred at all. This is driving me insane. Moen left the desk and collapsed heavily on the blanket with a slightly tired body. He lay on the bed, spreading his hands and legs, staring at the ceiling in a trance. He couldn't think of any solution for the current situation at once. He held a notebook in one hand and whispered. Phew, forget it. It's useless to think too much. I'd better focus my goals back on what I can do now. Moen had to give up thinking about who harbored hatred for him for a while, and put the important things first at the forefront of his mind. Becoming stronger is currently the top priority. As the son of a duke, there are many ways to make me stronger, but those are too conventional. They are simply not enough to make up for the gap between me and the protagonist group. Original Moen Campbell wasted too much time. Although he studied at the Santa Maria College of Magic for a whole year, the only magic that comes to mind now is illumination. The original Moen Campbell, wearing a school uniform, showed his learned magic to his two followers in a corner of the college. He extended 2 fingers of his right hand and concentrated the magic on them. In no time, a glowing ball popped out of his finger. His 2 followers both had exaggerated smiles on their faces, as if they had seen some powerful magic. Knowing that he had only learned this one magic, Moen gritted his teeth and cursed at the original Moen Campbell. This is beyond ridiculous. What was this idiot doing in class every day? Moen sat up from the bed. He raised his hand and stared at his palm, lost in thought. After calming his emotions, he began to recall knowledge related to his abilities. Fortunately, my physical fitness is quite good. As the Duke's son, I'm roughly at late stage 1. According to the combat knowledge popularized by the Academy, warriors, mages, and priests all have 5 tiers. I estimate that even with my current abilities, I won't be able to reach higher levels. But even if I try my best to reach the 5th stage, it's useless. Ariel and Cilicia are a divine person. In this world, the divine person is completely different from the other 3 conventional systems. They are an unconventional humanoid cheating system. As soon as Moen thought about the powerful abilities of the protagonist group, he covered his head with his hand and showed a helpless expression. His current ability level is far inferior to that of the protagonist group. He recalled the description of the abilities of protagonist group in the novel. Cilicia had been given power by the ice goddess not long after she was born, so she had the ability to manipulate ice and snow since she was a child. This ability was an innate instinct that was not comparable to the kind of divine power that clerics had that could be obtained by praying, making offerings, and trading in exchange. Cilicia closed her eyes and gently hugged her body with both hands. Behind her, a blue ice goddess wrapped her arms around Cilicia. The power of ice and snow surrounds her, gently blowing her hair. And there's also Ariel, the girl Overlord. I remember in the later part of the original book, this guy received blessings from the gods that were as high as double digits. All kinds of gods have some connection with her to varying degrees. If she can't defeat the enemy, she summons the gods as reinforcements. She's like a female version of Sun Wukong. It's too awesome. Ariel, who has grown up, exudes a mature aura. She carried a big sword on her back and raised her right hand, with a confident smile on her face. Several seemingly powerful deities stood behind her, following her instructions. Although Ariel, like Moen, is still in the low-level stage now, she has already mastered other abilities that are even more powerful than him. Moen continued to analyze her abilities. I won't talk about the future Ariel, even if it's her now, although she should be around the same level as me in terms of strength. This guy not only learned magic but also has divine blessings and various rare props. If she encounters a mage or warrior who is 2 stages ahead of her, it wouldn't be a problem for her to use her current strength to defeat them, let alone someone like me who is a novice. I can't even beat her. After recalling Cilicia and Ariel's abilities, Moen sighed. He closed his eyes and closed his notebook. Based on the current situation analysis, the answer is obvious. He held his notebook and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes as if he had made an important decision. He looked ahead with a determined gaze. I need to reach the level where I can protect myself against Ariel as soon as possible. This is the ultimate target at this stage. Moen put the notebook aside, propped up the bed with both hands, and wore a mysterious smile on his face. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he also has powerful abilities. At least in times of danger, it can help him save his life. He smiled lightly and silently thought in his heart. Speaking of which, Girl Overlord's cheating methods are a bit stronger, but I'm not without them. Through the assassin incident, it also awakened new abilities. That is, Black Book. After speaking, Moen snapped his fingers and summoned the hidden Black Book. A black-purple energy appeared in front of Moen, and then it formed a black portal. In the portal, the Black Book transformed into black energy fell from inside. At this moment, Moen smiled and leaned back slightly, his right hand still maintaining the gesture he had just made. He heard the sound of the Black Book appearing and prepared to turn his head to catch it. However, he didn't notice in which direction the Black Book flew. It's really on call. Suddenly, the Black Book quickly flew towards and crashed between Moen's legs. Moen felt that her body was a bit unwell. Ah! Moen cried out in great pain. He covered the important part of his body and kept rolling back and forth on the bed. Obviously, his important part was hit very violently. The Black Book that did this instead flew onto the bed and transformed into the appearance of a book. It seems to be mocking Moen. Moen is very angry about this. He quickly grabbed the Black Book, looked at it with an angry expression, and shouted at it. It hurts so much. If you want to kill me, just say it directly. Why aim at that part? I will still use it in the future. However, the Black Book did not express any response to its behavior just now. It unfolded in front of Moen and began flipping pages frantically. Moen lowered his head and looked at the Black Book with a puzzled expression. Huh. Under the influence of black magic, the Black Book seems to have no intention of stopping. However, Moen noticed some words faintly appearing on some of the pages. Then, the Black Book suddenly stopped on one of the pages. Under the influence of black energy, the content on the page slowly emerges. The content recorded on this page is all about Moen's actions a few days ago. It not only recorded the incident of him buying medicine on the black market before the coming-of-age ceremony, but also detailed all the things that happened to him on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. Moen held the Black Book in both hands and read the content displayed on the pages with great surprise. He hadn't expected the Black Book to possess such a capability. Even what happened between him and Cilicia in the room was written in great detail. He evaluated the content while reading the book. Is this a record of what happened to me in the past few days? Come on, this is way too detailed. Why does it read like some kind of erotic novel? And I'm the main character. Just as Moen was still immersed in a state of surprise and continued to look down, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with one of the sentences. Hey, wait a minute. The sentence at the bottom of the page seems a bit different from the other sentences. Later, Moen Campbell carelessly opened the door without any precautions and was ambushed by an infiltrating assassin. Then, the word, assassin, suddenly changed from purple to red. Moen felt a bit strange about this reddened word. He touched the word and whispered, "Why is this text in red? Does it mean something?" Before Moen could finish speaking, the black book suddenly began to unleash its magic. The red word in the book, under the influence of the black book, released a huge red magical energy like blood. It slowly surrounded Moen like flowing water. Moen looked up and found that the black book was about to suck him in again like before. He quickly let go of the black book and said with a surprised expression, "Damn it! It's here again. Could you please let me know in advance next time?" Moen crossed his hands in front of his body, trying to prevent himself from being sucked into the book again. However, as more and more red energy emerged from the book, he could no longer control his body. In no time, he was completely engulfed by the red magic energy. When Moen is transported to a specific destination, the red magical energy gradually disappears from around him. Moen maintained his previous movements and slowly opened his eyes. He was not tied to a wooden board like before. He spoke slowly. "Where am I?" He looked up and observed his surroundings, realizing that the place he was in was completely different from before. He arrived at a place similar to a gladiatorial arena. Although the arena is a bit dark, there are some lit torches on the nearby pillars. They silently illuminated this area. Moen observed while speaking. "This place has insufficient light, but I can see around clearly. This is not the dungeon from before. Is this the space in the black book?" Suddenly, a black figure appeared behind Moen. This shadow carried a weapon and slowly walked towards Moen. At this moment, Moen heard faint footsteps behind him. He slightly widened his eyes and immediately became alert. He nervously turned his head quickly, wanting to confirm who was standing behind him. "Who is there?" Before he could finish speaking, he heard the figure make the voice he was most familiar with. "Shadow step." He widened his eyes in surprise at the sound. Then, a woman emitting black magic held a dagger and rushed towards Moen. With a swift, practiced motion, she drew the dagger across Moen's neck in one clean slash. This woman is the short-haired assassin who was killed by Cilicia in his room a few days ago. Moen was still in shock at this moment. He stood still and stared ahead. Before he could react, he felt like something was wrong with his neck. He nervously looked down and found that his neck was constantly gushing large amounts of blood like a fountain. He tried to move his body, but felt that his body could no longer move at all. This made him feel very scared. Moen slowly looked up at the front. In the constantly spewing blood, he could see the woman's appearance clearly. However, the short-haired assassin turned his head to look at him and did not make any other movements. Just as Moen was puzzled by this, his vision suddenly turned black. He fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. "Damn it!" Moen struggled to sit up while lying in bed. He opened his eyes wide and kept inhaling and exhaling heavily from his mouth. A large amount of sweat broke out on his face, and he looked to be terrified by the scene just now. After slowly calming down the tense emotions, Moen reached out and touched his neck. He found that his neck was still intact, without any bleeding or injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief. The scene that just happened made him feel very scared. He whispered, "What happened? Did I get killed in a flash? How did that assassin appear in the black book?" He couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the black book placed next to him suddenly started flipping pages crazily again. "Black book?" Moen turned his head to look at the black book. He doesn't know what content it will display next. Skill proficiency. After a while, the black book stopped again on one of the pages. However, the content of this page is different from what he just saw. This page not only lists his name, but also lists all the abilities he currently possesses. This looks like a chart of his abilities. The abilities displayed on the page are these in order. There are 2 progress bars below the skill proficiency level, which seem to record the progress of Moen's mastery of these 2 skills at the current stage. Seeing the content displayed on this page and combining it with what he had just experienced, Moen seemed to understand what Black Book was trying to convey. He held his chin with his hand and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. I see. Is this your true ability, Black Book? I scolded you too loudly just now, I apologize to you, baby. Moen turned his head and revealed a confident smile. If he upgrades his skills according to the prompts given by the Black Book, he may become stronger at an astonishing speed. Knowing this information, Moen secretly rejoiced. He said excitedly, "Wait for me to try a few more times. If my inference is correct, my cheating method would be absolutely brilliant."
After multiple attempts, I discovered the secret to improving skills. I followed the prompts given to me by the Black Book, and started fighting against the phantom in the book. After a night of hard work, my skills have finally undergone a slight change. However, the pain caused by my battle with the phantom made my body very uncomfortable. After summarizing my experience of practicing at night, I found that my physical skills are still not strong enough. Just as I was thinking about which teacher to seek advice from, I suddenly thought of someone at home who could help me.
It's still late at night at this moment. The deep night sky is adorned with many sparkling stars. They are used to decorate this sky. The Moen has slowly risen from the bottom of the mountain into the sky. It emits a faint moonlight and, together with the stars, illuminates the entire dim sky. At this moment, the Duke of Campbell's mansion remained quiet in the darkness of night. In Moen's room, Moen had not yet decided to sleep. He repeatedly entered the Black Book space and tried several times based on the prompts given to him by the Black Book. He gasped heavily, as if he had just come out of a Black Book. He holds a Black Book in his left hand and a pocket watch in his right hand. He lay sprawled on the bed with arms outstretched, staring blankly at the ceiling as he spoke in a hollow monotone. "I'm coming out." Moen raised his hand and looked at the time on the pocket watch in his hand, only to find that the time had not changed much. The time flow rate is consistent, but this time only lasted for 3 seconds. In order to calculate his survival time in the Black Book space, he specifically took a pocket watch to check the time. Moen supported the bed with one hand and slowly sat up from the bed. He was sweating profusely, and the dark circles around his eyes were starting to deepen a little. However, before he could even catch his breath, he immediately raised the Black Book in his hand to check his skill proficiency progress. Since he had held on for very little time, he didn't know how the skill proficiency progress was going. "Wait a moment, let me check my proficiency." Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. Moen opened the Black Book and found that the progress bar under the skill table had undergone a slight change. The dagger combat has increased from 1% to 1.5%. The shadow step has increased from 0.5% to 1%. It seems that he can improve his skills by fighting against the phantom in the Black Book. Seeing the change in the progress bar, Moen revealed a smile and secretly rejoiced. The several attempts he had just made were all effective. Based on his combat experience with the phantom in the Black Book, he came to a conclusion. The skills used by the enemy will be included in the Black Book. By fighting against the shadow enemy in the illusion, I can gain proficiency. This is equivalent to me being able to obtain all the skills I have seen for free through this method, without even having to pay tuition fees for learning skills. It's a good way to make him more powerful quickly. Moen remembered that he saw the short-haired assassin in the space of the Black Book. Her agile movements and proficient spell casting excited him greatly. Her swift footwork and her nimble combat skills. These will soon be mine. With such a powerful cheating system, should I still be afraid of the protagonist? Moen excitedly imagined the feeling of holding these powers in his hand, while lying on the bed and pulling the blanket to cover himself. He didn't expect the Black Book to provide him with such a timely way to become stronger. Just now I said I needed strength, and the cheating system came. I really shouldn't have lost my life. Although it is not yet known what the increase in proficiency is related to, but now. Just train directly. After finding a comfortable position to lie down, Moen picked up the black book placed next to him and threw it directly in his face. The black book activated its magic and immediately brought him into the space within the book. After entering the book, before Moen could stand firm, the short-haired assassin felt the enemy's invasion. She immediately rushed to Moen and lifted her leg, quickly kicking him in the neck with her high heels. Moen received a fierce blow from her very directly, and a lot of blood flowed out. Not long after, he fainted to the ground and lost consciousness. He was taken out of the book's space again. After entering the book again, Moen still couldn't immediately dodge the attack of the short-haired assassin. She crossed her hands and gathered magic into her hands. She quickly arrived in front of Moen and used a cross-slash on him. At that moment, two black energies rushed directly into Moen's body. He was seriously injured and blood splattered everywhere. Under her attack, Moen lost consciousness once more. After entering the book for the third time, Moen still couldn't persist in front of the short-haired assassin for too long. She took out the dagger placed on his waist this time. She clenched the dagger tightly and slashed at him. Moen was powerless against the quick response and skilled killing techniques of the short-haired assassin. He shouted loudly, "What the?" Soon, his body was cut in two by her. He lost consciousness again. Just as Moen entered the space of the black book again, Anne arrived at the door of his room. She held a tray with a medicine bowl in one hand and lightly knocked on the door with the other hand. "Young master." Anne didn't hear Moen's voice, so she opened the door and walked in. After closing the room door, she walked towards Moen's bed holding a tray. "Young master, it's time to take your medicine." That's when she noticed that something didn't seem quite right with the covers on the bed. Moen, who was supposed to be lying in bed, wrapped himself in a blanket. From Anne's perspective, it looks like there is a ball moving around on the bed. However, she was unaware that Moen was engaged in a fierce battle with the short-haired assassin in the black book at this moment. Due to being in the space of the book, he was temporarily unable to perceive the outside world and did not realize that the blanket had been messed up by him. Seeing Moen wrapping himself up like a baby, Anne's mouth slightly curved upwards. She seemed to recall things from the past. "Even after all these years, you still sleep just like when you were little. You are so cute." Anne praised Moen softly. She lifted her head, and a large blush quickly appeared on her face. She gazed at the blanket with infatuation, feeling her heart melted by his cuteness. She showed a faint smile. She loves both Moen when she was a child and Moen when she grows up now. Whether it was Moen as a child or Moen all grown up now, she liked him. Anne quietly placed the medicine for Moen on the cabinet next to him. Then, she reached out and gently touched the bowl. The entire bowl instantly emitted a faint red magical glow. Seeing that Moen had already rested, it wasn't convenient for her to wake him up to drink the medicine. So, she cast the can make food keep warm magic to keep the medicine from getting cold so quickly. She whispered, "He should have just fallen asleep. I won't disturb him for now." Then, Anne walked out of Moen's room gently. Moen didn't notice that Anne had already left his room. He is still fighting. Suddenly, Moen lifted the blanket and quickly sat up. It seems that he has once again lost to the short-haired assassin. He lowered his head and stared at his important parts with wide eyes, his body trembling slightly. He was sweating on his forehead and face, and there were still some tears at the corners of his eyes. He seems to have been kicked in an important part by the short-haired assassin. He covered that area with his hand while loudly cursing at her. "Ha, damn it, crotch kicks." He clenched his fists in anger and expressed dissatisfaction with the attack from the short-haired assassin. "She is so much stronger than me and still plays tricks. This is too cunning." Even in the face of such a strong opponent, Moen does not want to choose to give up. In order to become stronger, he needs to continue fighting. He lay face down on the bed and quickly pulled the covers over himself. He rolled himself into a ball again with a blanket. He said angrily, Once more, I don't believe I can't touch her once. In the repeated battles between Moen and the short-haired assassin, time slowly passed from night to morning. The sky outside the room changed from black to azure. The white clouds gradually increase, adding some decoration to the open sky. The gradually rising sun dispelled the darkness and shone on the Duke Campbell's mansion. Moen, who hadn't slept all night, lay in bed. He had thick dark circles under his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling with bloodshot eyes. He gasped weakly and drooled from the corner of his mouth. "It seems that he is really exhausted," he said with a trembling voice. "The 185th time. I finally managed to hold on in front of that guy for 30 seconds. Ah!" Suddenly, Moen widened his eyes. He struggled out of bed as if he had felt an electric shock. He shouted out in pain. He waved his hands around and tried to grab onto the cabinet, but accidentally knocked over the medicine Anna had placed on it. With nothing to support him, Moen fell off the bed in one fell swoop. The medicine that Anne had given him to drink also all spilled all over the floor. However, he was no longer in the mood to pay any attention to it. He desperately tried to suppress the pain in his body. He curled up on the floor in pain, covering his head with one hand and pounding the floor with the other. Damn it! He had been killed by the short-haired assassin so many times that his body was already in too much pain. After a while, under his efforts to hold on, the pain in his body slowly began to dissipate. Feeling that his body didn't hurt as much as it did just now, Moen slowly sat up from the floor. He dragged his weak body against the side of the bed and tilted his head back, panting heavily. Due to the pain just now, his body was constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. The sweat soaked his white shirt. As his body slowly recovered, Moen opened his bloodshot eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. Finally, it has stabilized. At this moment, the sunlight outside the window poured into Moen's room. It quietly shone on Moen's body, making him feel a little warmth. He began to analyze the cause of the physical pain. Although I won't actually die in the illusion, the pain that death brings me is real. I had originally planned to find a loophole and enter there to avoid the shock of death. It doesn't seem feasible now. The pain from close to 200 deaths was almost going to send me to heaven just now. Moen endured the pain, supported the bed with one hand, and slowly stood up from the ground. But now, he covered his body, his forehead still sweating, and his eyes were fixed on the black book lying on the bed. He fought tirelessly against the short-haired assassin all night. As for whether his skills have improved, he is not very clear yet. I need to first verify the results from last night. Moen picked up the black book and flipped it to the page on the skill list. When he saw the content of the book, he showed a slightly surprised expression. Although the levels of warrior, mage and cleric remained unchanged, the two progress bars for skill proficiency had changed very significantly. The dagger fighting technique has changed from level 0 to level 2 now. The progress bar has changed from 1.5% to 35% now. Shadow step has changed from level 0 to level 1 now. The progress bar has become 11%. Seeing the numbers on the progress bar, Moen smiled with joy. I succeeded. He held the black book tightly in his arms, tears of happiness welling up in his eyes. His efforts throughout the night were not in vain. Although he hasn't become very strong yet, as long as he continues to work hard, his abilities can still improve rapidly. He said with a smile. Although I am only at level 1 or 2, far from being comparable to that assassin, as long as I take the first step, the rest should be much easier. Since his skills had been improved, Moen wanted to try it out in his room. I can't wait any longer, let's try the effect first. He placed the black book on the ground and found a suitable place to try his skills. He walked over to the wall and made a preparatory posture. Shadow step. After speaking, some black magical energy gathered around Moen. Then, he took a gentle step forward and quickly rushed from his original position to a more distant position. Did I succeed? He turned his head and found that his current position was already some distance away from his original position. I just did it. Moen clenched his fist lightly, revealing a happy expression. It seems that the skills on the black book have really improved, and the effect is very obvious. He is very pleased with his progress. Suddenly, Moen felt something was wrong with his feet. Ah, my feet! Then, the pain in his foot made Moen instantly fall to the ground. He covered his feet and kept rolling on the ground. He cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Why didn't anyone tell me that using this skill would make my feet hurt? How did the assassin remain expressionless and indifferent to the pain in her feet during the fight with Cilicia? This goes against logic. At this moment, Moen seemed to remember something. He stopped rolling and lay on the ground, slowly calming down. Wait, I understand. It's because my level is too low. This skill is not something that first-stage warriors can learn at all. In the memory of the college, I remember martial arts skills need to be combined with battle aura to be displayed. Battle aura is an energy that only second-stage warriors can master. Even if he immediately learns to use advanced skill, his body cannot withstand the damage caused by this skill. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, he must find a teacher to help him improve his warrior ability and enhance his physical endurance. He gently rubbed his ankle with one hand and looked at the skill chart in the black book with the other, pondering his next plan. Anyway, I'm still too weak now. The subsequent plan needs to be readjusted. Firstly, I need a teacher. Speaking of which, it seems that Santa Maria College is about to start classes. However, in my memory, most of the college mentors seem to be mages, and there have never been any strong warriors in my memory. While recalling the relevant clues in his memory, Moen walked towards the desk and took away the quill. He played with his pen while scratching his head, feeling very distressed about the current situation. This is troublesome. Magic in this world is so easy to use that there are not many people practicing martial arts. If I want to find a teacher in this field, even if I have money, I would probably. When Moen was just worried about which teacher to look for, a character's name suddenly flashed through his mind. He slightly widened his eyes and expressed surprise at the person he thought of. Wait a minute. The most famous and powerful warrior in the original work. Moen's mouth slightly curved upwards, revealing a smug smile. He knows who to choose as the teacher to help him improve his martial arts skills. The man who possesses unparalleled combat power and acclaims as the absolute pinnacle of martial arts. Isn't he at my house? Moen's father Ron was wearing pajamas and sitting in the dining room enjoying his breakfast. After he forked up some macaroni and put it in his mouth, he forked up a shrimp. He gave a slightly bewildered expression looking somewhere in the dining room. It seemed that Moen was looking for his father as his teacher.
My father had already developed a whole set of skills when he was young. He is the most suitable teacher for me, both in terms of resources and abilities. Just as I was about to tell my father about my practice plan, he happened to be leaving home and heading to the border. My plan to rely on my father to enhance my abilities fell through. I can only bid farewell to my father with a sense of loss. Before leaving, my father told me many inspiring words, and also mentioned an important thing to me.
Moen began to recall some background stories about Ron Campbell in the novel. If we were to talk about the most powerful and famous warrior in the world in the past century, there is only one candidate. At the age of 15, he served as a guard beside His Majesty the King, who was still a prince. At the age of 20, he led the king's guards to sweep through rebellious forces both domestically and internationally, and successfully stabilized the turbulent situation of the new king's accession at that time. In the novel, Ron wears armor and a cloak over his shoulders. He walked up the steps with firm steps. On both sides of him, there were many nobles standing. They all bent down slightly and bowed to him. The person standing above the steps is the king. He served as the imperial marshal at the age of 25 and defended the border, fighting several battles that shocked everyone on the continent. At this point, the entire empire not only clarified its territorial map, but also made neighboring countries and demons retreat and dare not invade for nearly 20 years. He returned triumphantly at the age of 32 and was awarded the title of Lion Heart King by His Majesty the King. This is the only imperial duke who has been promoted through outstanding military achievements since the founding of the empire. This man, undefeated throughout his life, whether against kingdoms, demons, remnants of the old regime, or rebellious border cities, anyone who posed a threat to the empire, he'd crush them, even if they were just a passing dog. He is my father, my dear father. Moen couldn't help but admire him. After recalling the relevant content in the novel, he closed his eyes and sat on the bed. He spreads his hands and shakes his head, lamenting how the original Moen Campbell had failed to recognize the remarkable people by his side. He gave a mocking smile and muttered to himself, "Moen Campbell, how pathetic your fate is. You've got a treasure mountain but don't even realize it. Who needs St. Maria College, or teachers? I don't need any of that. From today onwards, I'll just stay at home and let my father teach me. Perfect, that's decided." Moen smiled smugly and nodded with great satisfaction. He believes that with the guidance of his father, his abilities will definitely be greatly improved. He has already started imagining the scene when his father guided him. Just then, there was a knock on the door of his room. Then, a familiar voice came in. "Young master, are you awake?" Moen raised an eyebrow, turned his head with a puzzled expression, and looked towards the door. Who had come to his room to find him? He opened the door of the room and found out that Anne had come to find him. He calmly said to her, "I woke up very early. What's up?" Seeing the room door open, Anne walked in. She approached Moen and bowed gently to him. Then, she told him what she wanted to convey. "Duke is looking for you." Moen was a little surprised by her. "Father?" Moen was just thinking about discussing with his father about improving his abilities. He didn't expect his father to find him so soon. He placed his hands on Anne's shoulders and gently pushed her out of the room. He showed a very happy expression and said to her, "As it happens, I have something to discuss with father too. Let's go." Anne felt a bit confused about Moen's actions. She didn't know why Moen looked in a good mood. She walked out and said in a daze, "Young master." After leaving the room, Noel and another grey-haired maid passed by Moen's room. Noel was holding a broom. She seems to be going somewhere to clean up. They saw Anne and planned to greet her as usual. "Anne." I mean, the head maid." Noel seems to have remembered something important. She corrected her immediately and bent slightly with the grey-haired maid, bowing politely to Anne. Anne did not blame her for Noel's small mistake. As she walked forward, she gently waved her hand to Noel, indicating that she wouldn't mind this. "It's okay, you can continue working." Moen, who was following behind Anne, was surprised when he heard Noel's words. He leaned out half of his body, slightly widened his eyes, and curiously asked Anne, "Head maid, Anne, did you get promoted?" Anne didn't react much to Moen's words. She still maintained a calm expression and took Moen to see his father. "Yes." As she walked, she explained the situation to Moen. The former head maid resigned due to personal reasons. Not long after the young master woke up, I was appointed as the new head maid by Duke. Upon hearing Anne's explanation, Moen looked awkwardly aside and placed one hand on his forehead. He didn't expect the demands he made to the head maid to trigger a series of events that followed. He said to Anne with guilt, "Personal reasons. I'm so sorry. It's all because of my orders." I remember my father saying that the head maid had been taking care of him since he was very young. They were nominally master and servant, but in reality, they were more like family. The head maid is gone, father must be very sad. Anne, who was walking ahead, turned his head calmly and said to him, "Young master, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault." Moreover, the head maid only resigned from her management position and did not leave the Campbell family. You'll find out later. In no time, Anne took Moen to the backyard of the Duke's mansion. Noyce stood there in a black nightgown waiting for Moen. When she saw Moen walking over, she was very happy. She immediately hugged him tightly in her arms. "Moen, my dear." Moen was a little surprised by his mother's enthusiasm. He accidentally bumped into her, Twin Peaks. "Mother." Noise caressed Moen's head while affectionately pressing her face tightly against Moen's and rubbing against her. Her face was tinged with a slight blush of joy. "Seeing that you have recovered well, I feel relieved. And how many times have I told you, don't call me Mother. You can call me Mom or Mommy." Moen felt a little shy because of his mother's intimate interaction with him. After listening to Noise's words, he didn't know his mother turned out to care about what he called her. He quickly apologized to her. "I'm sorry, Mom, that's right." At this moment, Noise gently hugged Moen's head and moved it to the position of her belly. "Come on, squat down and let you feel it." Due to the fast movement, Moen immediately felt the twin peaks of Noise pressing down on his head. His face instantly took on more blush. He was puzzled by his mother's actions. "Feel it." At this moment, Moen felt as if something was moving inside his mother's belly. He slowly lifted his head and leaned against his mother's twin peaks, carefully asking, "Feel your belly, Mom, are you?" Noise looked at him with a smile on her face. "Yes, very soon, you will have a little brother or sister." Upon hearing the news, Moen immediately stood up. He happily said to her, "Really?" Noise placed her left hand on her stomach and reached out her right hand to gently stroke Moen's face. She nodded, indicating that what she had just said was true. "I've been feeling a bit heavy lately. Last time you were treating your injury, your father had that royal physician also examine me. It's true." Moen was very excited and discussed with her mother about the baby in her belly. "I'm going to be a brother. This is amazing. Do you want a brother or a sister?" "It's okay, I like it all. I know, I just told your dad that our Moen is the best. Either a brother or a sister, you'll love it." Ron crossed his hands in front of his chest and sat quietly at the table. He looked at Moen and Noise happily chatting together with a kind smile. Moen gave Noise a hug with a happy mood. Noise held onto him with a happy smile and gently stroked his head. This is simply a very heartwarming scene. Noticing that Noise's excitement was difficult to calm down, Ron said to her, Okay. Moen has just recovered from a serious injury, and the younger one is also very fragile. Our family is already very small, don't get too excited. Moen, sit down. I have something important to tell you next. The weather is very nice today. The Moen family is located in a pavilion in the backyard of Duke Campbell's mansion. It's very quiet here, suitable for them to talk together. A butterfly flew over from somewhere and curiously watched what they were doing. Moen stood beside the table and carefully listened to what Ron said to him. What? Father, you're going back to the battlefield? Moen was very surprised by this news. Just now, he was still immersed in the joy of his mother having a baby, and couldn't accept such important information for a moment. Ron placed his hands on the table and continued to speak to Moen with a serious look. Yes, I will depart for the battlefield front this afternoon. Considering that you will start school in a month, only your mother will be left in royal capital. So, your mother and most of the maids will also depart with me in the afternoon. I will send her back to our Campbell territory to rest and prepare for the birth. Then, Ron gently turned his head and said to the mature-looking maid wearing glasses, Sister Faye, take care of Noise for me while I'm gone. Faye placed her hand on her chest and bowed to him, indicating that she had received the order. Don't worry, Duke. I will take good care of Madam. This maid named Faye is the resigned head maid that Anne mentioned to Moen just now. Moen is clearly feeling a bit flustered. He leaned forward slightly and said to his father with a pleading expression, Father, can you stay? Besides you, there should be many generals in the Empire who can lead troops to fight. It doesn't necessarily have to be you, right? Ron took a sip of tea and then explained to Moen. The situation is urgent, and I have no choice. After more than 10 years, in the abyss to the west of the border, there are signs of the damned demon race stirring again. After leaving this time, I estimate that I may have to station at the border for 3 years. Abyss demons, Moen felt a bit familiar with the word he mentioned. At this moment, he slightly widened his eyes. He suddenly remembered the relevant information about the Abyss demons in the novel. Wait, I remember it. This paragraph was mentioned in the original book. At first, the invasion of the demon race was just a feint attack. Their purpose is to confuse the human world and lay the groundwork for a plan 3 years later. And 3 years later, it is the beginning of the protagonist's official entry into the world-saving chapter of the novel. In the novel, the adult Ariel is attacking monsters of the Abyss demons. She gathered her magic onto the big sword, then waved the sword in her hand and launched an attack on the demons attacking her. The orange magic flame instantly knocked down demons to the ground. If his father is not around, he cannot rely on his father's experience to help him train. In this way, his plan to rapidly improve his abilities was ruined. At the thought of these, he felt very anxious. He slightly opened his mouth, nervously thinking. 3 years. Father is leaving for 3 years. What about my plan, my teacher, my safety? My plan to stay home and shock the world after I emerge. Over, it's over. Moen stared blankly at the sky, holding his head with both hands and screaming in pain. He is unwilling to accept this fact. He tried to remain calm in front of his parents and suppress his inner emotions. However, he still sat nervously in the chair, his hand holding the teacup trembling. The degree of trembling was as if all the black tea was about to shake out of his teacup in the next second. Soon, it was afternoon. The weather is very clear and there are relatively few clouds. At the entrance of Duke Campbell's mansion, a brown griffin is sitting on the ground grooming the fur on its legs. A white carriage was parked next to the griffin, seemingly prepared for Noyce. It seems that Ron and Noyce are both ready to set off. Ron changed out of his usual attire and once again put on the armor and red cloak that had accompanied him for many years. He placed his hands on Noyce's shoulders and comforted her emotions. All right, you've always been a crybaby. Crying too much isn't good for our little Campbell on the way. Noyce kept sobbing while covering her face with her hand. If it weren't for the little baby, I wouldn't have gone back to our territory. The thought of having to wait until the academy is on holiday before I can see Moen, At this moment, Moen had no intention of listening to his parents' conversation. He bent over and looked ahead in a daze and despair. At this moment, Ron turned around and said to Moen with a serious tone. Son. Moen lifted his head and looked at his father with a disappointed expression. Ron placed his hands on Moen's shoulders and looked at him with a determined gaze. You sacrificed your life to save His Highness in the matter of the assassin, which proves that you do not lack courage in your bones. You live up to the Campbell name. In fact, when Moen remembered what had happened during that time, he felt that his father's praise for him was a bit excessive. Father, actually, I'm not as good as you said, listen to me. As men of the Campbell family, it is our duty to defend our country and our responsibility as the 4 major ducal families of the empire. Then, Ron showed Moen the golden badge on his chest. Did you see this medal on my chest? This is Campbell family crest. The sword blade represents His Majesty the King's sword. The evil dragon below refers to the enemies of all empires. I am the sharpest blade of the empire. The men of the Campbell family will one day step onto their own battlefield. Perhaps you will take it from me, or perhaps you will find another path that belongs to you. But that's not important. I just want to tell you that you are already an adult and possess the qualities that an adult man should have. And there are resources I have prepared for you that I did not have when I was young. If you want to do something, just go for it. After listening to his father's encouragement, Moen was deeply moved. Father. Suddenly, Ron reached out and hugged Moen. He whispered to Moen in a low voice. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Moen, who had just been immersed in emotion, was immediately guided by his father to discuss another topic. Wait, Dad, did this conversation change too fast? Ron said to him with a joking tone. That was all just formal talk. It's just a routine matter. Tell me, what do you think of Anne? Anne, standing in the distance, quietly watched as Ron and Moen interacted together without saying anything. Moen was momentarily stunned by his father's question. He glanced at Anne and then whispered to his father. Anne, she's very good. Why are you asking about her? Do you like her? If there are only two options for liking and hating, then it must be liking. Ron hugged Moen even tighter. I've watched this girl grow up. She comes from a respectable family and is remarkably intelligent. But what matters most is that her feelings for you have already transcended the ordinary bond between master and servant. The maid contract still has 1 year left. If you like her, you'd better act fast. Moen suddenly understood what Ron wanted to express. Wait, father, do you mean you want me? Exactly. The biggest reason our family hasn't had many children is because your mother and I have been apart for too long. Now I have to go to the front lines. At this moment, Noyce gently caressed her belly with both hands. She lowered her head and looked at it, as if talking to the baby inside. However, Moen remembered something. But I'm already engaged to Celicia. Ron explained the engagement to Moen. Don't worry about that. That engagement was just a political arrangement drawn up by His Majesty, to make sure our family supports the prince and balances the power behind the crown prince. Even if the princess does marry into our family, we will help her become stronger. In a nutshell, I want a grandchild in 3 years, you know. Ron stared at Moen with a hint of threat in his eyes and entrusted him with the important task of getting married and having children. Moen felt a little scared as he watched his father's image slowly enlarge in front of him. But, no buts. This is the master's command.
The maid and I watched my parents leave home. The maid was curious about what my father and I had just said, so I shared the conversation with her. After listening to what I said, the maid's reaction seemed a bit off. After my father left home, I planned to improve my skills and knowledge through self-study. At this moment, the maid walked in and brought me a late-night snack. However, I didn't know that something big was going to happen next.
At this moment, the sun has begun to slowly descend. The sunset dyed the azure sky orange. After everyone had gathered, Ron and Noyce got into a carriage and left the Duke of Campbell's mansion. The griffin flies into the air and closely follows the carriage to protect its safety at all times. Moen and Anne stood there watching them and the maids leave. The sound of the carriage gradually faded away, and the surrounding environment gradually quieted down. After seeing that the carriage had already left, Anne turned his head to look at Moen and asked curiously. Just now, it seems that the young master mentioned my name when talking to the Duke. Is there something you need me to do? Moen put his hands into his pockets and was carefully watching the carriage slowly fading away. Upon hearing Anne's words, Moen turned his gaze from the carriage to her. Remembering the conversation between Ron and him just now, Moen felt a bit embarrassed. Ron attaches great importance to his life's major event. Faced with his father who took such matters very seriously, Moen couldn't refute what he said. He closed his eyes and scratched his head with his hand, saying to Anne with a calm expression. Well, it's not exactly a secret anyway. My father wants you to marry me, even saying he hopes we can have children and inherit Campbell's name, so that the Campbell family can grow stronger. Ha ha ha, of course, this is just his joke. You don't need to take it too seriously. Upon hearing what Moen said, Anne felt somewhat surprised. She widened her eyes slightly and looked at Moen, unable to say anything. Moen turned around and approached Anne. He placed his hand on her shoulder and gave her a gentle smile. He spoke earnestly to her about his true thoughts. The maid is just your current identity. In the future, we will eventually have our own lives. You are the best maid in our family. A perfect woman like you will meet someone better than a worthless guy like me. Although Anne's face remained calm and was still listening attentively to what Moen said, her eyebrows seemed to furrow slightly. At this moment, the sunlight of the setting sun shone on Moen, making him emit a warm breath. The sunshine made him and his smile shine even brighter. He continued to speak to Anne. "If you have someone you like in the future, be sure to tell me. I will take the initiative to let you go. And I will also prepare a super luxurious dowry for you. The people who leave the Campbell family must not be looked down upon by others. Be brave to pursue your happiness, Anne. I and the entire Campbell family will be your strongest support." Moen lightly patted Anne's shoulder and walked back to Duke Campbell's mansion with a smile. He hopes that his blessings can bring some peace of mind to her. At this moment, Anne didn't seem to have much reaction to what Moen said. After walking a distance, Moen showed a very happy smile. He closed his eyes, clenched his hands lightly into fists, and excitedly danced in place. He was very satisfied with what he just said. In order to prevent Anne from noticing his emotions at this moment, he tried to restrain his excited voice as much as possible. "Damn, I'm so cool. All those years of reading novels were worth it. A broad-minded young master like me must have Anne moved to tears." However, what Moen didn't know was that Anne had been standing still and hadn't gone back with him. She had remained silent since Moen began speaking, offering no response or comment on his words. She didn't have much interaction with him either. Anne repeated one of Moen's words. "Leaving the Campbell family, let me go." Moen's words just now didn't seem to move Anne. Her expression was obscured by shadows and her body was trembling slightly. She clenched her fists until her nails pierced her skin. Some blood flowed out of her hands. However, she doesn't seem to be aware of the pain. She was very angry about Moen's words. She said softly, "You are indeed different from before, young master." She turned her head and stared at Moen's back with a very indifferent gaze, as if watching her prey. A very dark aura emanated from around her. In an emotionless voice, she uttered a cryptic phrase. "I can't wait any longer. It has to be tonight. It's already evening now." The current location is within the library of the Duke's mansion. Towering bookshelves line the space, each filled with hundreds of meticulously arranged books. The torch and candles in the library were lit. They were placed next to the bookshelf, silently providing light for the library. During this time, Moen came to the library. He couldn't help but curse at what happened today. Damn it, that old saying really applies, plans can't keep up with changes. However, even so, the primary goal now is to become stronger. If father is not at home, then I will self-study. He is truly a great duke who started from scratch with military achievements. Although there are not as many books about martial arts at home as the Imperial Library, they are still enough. Moen is sitting at the desk and carefully reading a book. The desk was piled up with some books about improving martial arts, which he found on the bookshelf. After quickly browsing through a page of content, Moen immediately turned to another page and started reading. At the same time, he also summoned the Black Book. He was reading a book while making plans in his mind for the future. "I won't go to school for the time being. At the moment, it's still too risky if I rush into contact with the protagonist group. I'll study martial arts books, use the Black Book to simulate battles with assassins and gain experience. For now, that's the plan until I can defeat the Shadow Assassin." At this moment, Moen suddenly closed the red-covered book in his hand. "I read half of the previous book. I only read the preface of this book. Let me check again." He raised his hand and grabbed the Black Book hovering above him, trying to look at the knowledge recorded. He held the Black Book in both hands and looked at it with a serious expression. Black Book unleashes its black magic energy and flips the book to the page that Moen wants to see. Sure enough, these books don't need me to memorize them all. Any book whose name I have personally read will be fully included in the Black Book. This function is too powerful. Under the influence of black energy, the Black Book gradually displayed some text. Moen saw that the title on the page of the Black Book was exactly the same as what he had just read. The titles of these books are respectively Fishbone Lock-Picking Skills, Basic Physical Training for Imperial Soldiers, Martial Arts Flexibility Basics and Vital Strike Techniques. The recording function of the Black Book made Moen very happy. As long as he can use it reasonably, he can learn more knowledge effortlessly. This is also a way to quickly improve his skills. He raised the black book with both hands, closed his eyes, and praised it. Don't take to heart the things I said before that you were useless. I love you so much, baby. He gave Black Book a kiss, expressing his love for it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the library. Then, holding a tray, Anne quietly pushed open the door and walked in. Anne saw Moen still reading at the desk. She asked him, "Young master, are you still reading?" Upon hearing someone speaking, Moen realized that someone had entered the library. He turned his head and found that the person speaking was Anne. He greeted her. "Oh, Anne." He pushed the chair and stood up. At this moment, he paid attention to the tray in Anne's hand and the food on it. He asked her, "Did you bring me a late-night snack?" Anne nodded and answered his question. "Yes." Moen and Anne walked together to the rest area of the library. After placing the food from the tray onto the table, Anne turned around and gently assisted Moen to sit down on the sofa. Seeing her bring him food so late at night, Moen couldn't help but feel touched by her thoughtfulness. He closed his eyes, smiled at her, and said to her, "Father took away so many people, leaving only you, Noel, and 3 maids to manage such a large ducal mansion and take care of me. You must be really tired." Anne said to him with a calm tone, "This is what I should do." She picked up a bottle of wine from the table and introduced it to Moen. "This is the rare red wine brought by Count Locke this morning. It is said that his winery only produces 100 bottles of this wine a year. It has already been hyped up to a high price of 200,000 amer on the market. Do you want to try it, young master?" Moen is holding a plate of cake in his left hand and a fork in his right hand. He forked a small piece of cake with a fork and put it in his mouth. The sweetness of the cake relaxed his brain. Upon hearing what Anne said, he pondered for a moment. He chewed the cake while speaking to her in a plain tone. "Wine, I don't drink. I still need to read for a while. I don't want to fall asleep just after I start reading for a while." Upon hearing that Moen refused to drink, Anne seemed very angry. She tightened her grip on the red wine in her hand slightly. The body of the wine bottle cracked under her grip. However, in front of Moen, she still needs to remain calm. She restrained her anger and asked him, "So, young master, what would you like to drink?" "Coffee, it will help me stay awake." However, it seems that there is no coffee in Anne's tray. She closed her eyes and leaned slightly over. She picked up the teapot and poured black tea into a teacup. She explained to Moen, "Sorry, young master. For some reason, the only drinks left tonight are red wine and black tea." After finishing the cake, Moen bit the fork with his mouth and slightly puffed up his cheeks. At this moment, Moen seemed to feel that there was something wrong with his conversation with Anne. He turned his head in confusion, squinted his eyes slightly, and silently said in his heart, "Hey, wait, why does this sentence sound so familiar?" Anne handed the teacup containing black tea to Moen. Due to a maid's carelessness, the bag of coffee beans was gnawed open by rats, who devoured a considerable amount. The new coffee beans can only be purchased tomorrow. Young master doesn't want to drink coffee that has been crawled over by mice, right? Moen didn't have too much suspicion towards what Anne just said. After hearing her explanation, he furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his disgust towards mice. He could imagine the scene of mice eating coffee beans. He took the teacup and said to her, "Yeah, this is also an unavoidable matter. Black tea is also fine. Anyway, it'll keep me awake." Moen put the teacup to his mouth and took a sip of black tea. He closed his eyes, wanting to enjoy the warmth brought by black tea. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and felt an abnormality in his body. His hands were trembling due to physical discomfort, and he couldn't even hold the teacup firmly. The teacup fell from his hand to the ground and shattered, and the red tea splattered everywhere. And, before his vision gradually blurred, Moen reached out and tried to grab Anne, but he gradually felt the strength of his body slowly disappearing. Seeing Moen feeling unwell, Anne did not immediately call a doctor or implement any emergency measures. She still gazed at him with great composure. "Why did you betray?" Moen questioned Anne with a breathless tone. However, Anne didn't answer him right away. Just as he was about to collapse onto the sofa, she immediately walked over and held him up. Anne placed one hand on his back and the other on his shoulder. She gently held Moen in her arms and placed his head on her twin peaks. Anne gently leaned her head against his and looked at him with a gentle expression. She whispered, "Don't worry, young master. I will never betray you. Never." She approached his ear and whispered to him, "Sleep well now." Anne, just as Moen was about to say something to her, he had already fainted in her arms and lost consciousness. "How painful it is now. I loved you so much, but how could you say such things? You've changed. So, I must purify you with my love. Accept my love. Moen, my young master. We will always be together, until the end of the world." At this moment, upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Moen was startled and opened his eyes. He was panting heavily, with cold sweat coming from his face and body. He remembered having encountered such a situation before. He was in an unknown place, surrounded by a dark environment where nothing could be seen. His hands and feet were fixed to the wooden board with iron handcuffs. He exerted all his strength to break free from the iron handcuffs, only to find that everything was in vain. What he is experiencing now is exactly the same as what he saw in the Black Book at that time. The person he saw in the prophecy of the Black Book is now right in front of him. He said with great surprise in his heart, "This place. The person in the prophecy, it's you." Moen never expected that the person who did such a thing to him would be Anne. At this moment, Anne untied his headband and put down his usually tied hair. She knelt on Moen's waist, one hand supporting Moen, while the other slowly took off the maid costume she was wearing. Her face was flushed with excitement. She looked at him with a sickly smile and muttered to herself, "That black market merchant didn't lie to me. This medicine works well." Moen looked at Anne with a very fearful expression and stuttered as he asked, "Anne, what do you want to do?" Anne did not directly answer his question. "What? Young master, aren't you very clear about it?" Anne clamps her legs around Moen's body and grinds them repeatedly. She spoke possessive words to him. 10 years ago, when young master was 8 years old, I came to your side. From that moment on, I existed solely for you. I belong only to you. Of course, young master belongs only to me. What I am doing now is just bringing the broken young master back on track." However, at this moment, Moen was frightened by Anne's behavior. He was so scared that he had no other thoughts to think about what she meant by what she said. He looked at her with wide eyes and said to her very nervously, "What are you talking about? What's on track? I completely don't understand. Anne, please let me go first. We can talk about this." Anne extended 2 fingers to block Moen's mouth. Moen dared not continue speaking in an instant. "No, it's too late. Young master doesn't need to do anything, just leave it to me." Anne looked down at Moen with compassionate eyes, as if watching a prey she had captured. She put one hand to her mouth and felt the warm gas coming out of her mouth. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, a little sweat also broke out on her face. She had already taken off half of her maid uniform, and the intimate clothing inside were clearly visible. She touched Moen's face and said to him, "After tonight, from head to toe, inside and out, from your flesh to your soul. Every scent, every hair, every drop of blood. It will all belong to me." Anna approached Moen with a gradually excited mood and tightly pressed the twin peaks against Moen's chest. She held onto his chest with one hand and inserted the other into his mouth, stirring his tongue. Moen looked at Anne, whose personality had completely changed, and felt scared. His body trembled uncontrollably with fear. What should Moen do next?
After being caught by the maid, she spent the whole night venting her emotions to me. I also learned at this time that the person who turned young master in the novel into a useless person was the maid. After waking up, the maid joked with me. and found my reaction very amusing. However, she still has no intention of letting me go. After the maid left, I tried to leave the room, but was unsuccessful. Just as I was troubled by this, the black book suddenly appeared.
Finally, is it over? I don't remember how many times this has been. But after the 10th time, my consciousness began to blur a bit. Moen slowly opened his eyes. He had very deep dark circles around his eyes and some blood streaks in his eyes. It seems that he didn't get a good rest all night. His expression was very haggard, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling above his head. He exhaled slowly, feeling particularly exhausted. He not only has many big and small kiss marks on his body, but also some scratch marks. However, he had no intention of paying attention to the marks on him now. The situation he is facing now is something he has never encountered before. He silently thought in his heart, I didn't expect my pure body to be taken away in this form, and what I didn't expect even more was the initiator who secretly fueled and guided me to become a scumbag, and the person who imprisoned me and chopped me to death in the prophecy, were actually both done by Anne. Moen turned his head to look at Anne. He didn't expect Anne, who was usually gentle towards him, to have such a crazy side. Because she had engaged in a night of intense exercise with Moen, she was already somewhat exhausted at this point. She leaned against Moen and fell into a deep sleep. She had taken off all her clothes and was simply covered with a white blanket. The quilt quietly outlined her slender figure and white, twin peaks. Last night, Anne secretly imprisoned Moen in a secret room. Then, she climbed onto Moen's body and began to do further things to him. She twisted her waist, continuously conveying her love for Moen. She could feel her body receiving his warmth. This made her even more excited. She accelerated the speed of twisting her waist. Due to her intense movements, her body was struggling to withstand them in the short term. She straightened her waist and lifted her head, letting out a soft moan. Anne frowned slightly and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Her face was tinged with a large blush due to the intense exercise. She stretched her neck, and the expression on her face seemed a bit painful. Her body was sweating lightly, but she didn't care at all. She closed her eyes tightly, as if enduring physical discomfort. Sure enough, even though I was mentally prepared in advance, there was still a little. Moen closed one eye, and the expression on his face also showed a bit of pain. Anne was crazily doing intimate things to him, which also made his body feel uncomfortable. However, as he was fixed on a wooden board, he was unable to move his body. His body also sweated a little due to the intense exercise. He lifted his head and noticed the change in Anne's expression. He tried to persuade her. Anne, you don't have to force yourself. You untie all my shackles. Before Moen could finish speaking, Anne extended 2 fingers and pressed them against his lips. She asked him not to speak for now. Moen was a little surprised by her actions. He stared blankly at her fingers, feeling puzzled. Anne doesn't think that her physical discomfort will make her feel uncomfortable, she said to Moen with a trembling voice. No. Compared to the long wait of the past decade, this pain is nothing at all. She looked at Moen with a sickly smile. Although her eyes looked lifeless, there was a shadow of Moen in her eyes. This makes her feel very at ease. Anne lay on top of Moen. Her twin peaks were tightly pressed against Moen, as if trying to make him feel her warmth in this way. Then, she leaned in close to his ear and whispered to him in a sticky tone. Over the years, I have been protecting you, doting on you, guiding you, and making you arrogant, conceited, and ignorant. I turn you into a useless young master who makes everyone scared, disgusted, and even run away when they see you. Seeing Anne pressing him under her, he dared not move around casually. He listened quietly to her talking. In order to make the young master belong only to me, I have been preparing all the time for this moment in the past decade. So, do you understand, young master? No matter what you say, I will never let go of you tonight. After hearing what she said, Moen slightly widened his eyes. What? It's Anne. He was a little surprised by this truth. In addition, he also learned that the mysterious person he saw in the prophecy of the Black Book was Anne. He was overwhelmed by Anne's madness. Recalling what happened last night, Moen let out a soft sigh. He didn't know that Anne would have a side he didn't know about. He closed his eyes and whispered. Who would have thought that the most beautiful, gentle, and charming maid in the family would not only be a super crazy person, but also the mastermind behind turning the protagonist into a scumbag? Even though yesterday, well, it was great, according to the Black Book's prophecy, I will definitely die at Anne's hands in the end. Damn, I managed to avoid the banishment storyline. How can I just die like this? I have to find a way to leave. Moen clenched his hands tightly into fists. He exerted all his strength to break free the shackles that held his hands in place. Young master, Anne's voice reached Moen's ear from the side. Huh? Moen was startled by Anne's voice. He widened his eyes and looked sideways. He didn't expect that just a slight movement would wake her up. He was worried that his plan would be discovered by her. Anne slowly opened her ruby-like eyes and looked at Moen. She supported her head with her left hand and placed her right hand on Moen's chest. Due to her movements, the blanket on her body slipped a little, and white, twin peaks, were faintly exposed again. She asked him with a curious expression. What do you want to do? In order to prevent Anne from realizing that he wanted to escape, he quickly concocted an excuse to deceive her. Ah, Anne, you're awake. It's nothing. I just feel a pain in my hand, so I'd like to stretch it. Oh, it's already noon. Well, it can't be helped then. The blanket fell off Anne's body. She pressed her twin peaks tightly against Moen's chest, seemingly lightly rubbing him a few times. Her action seemed to be a bit reluctant to part with Moen. Then, she left him and got up from the wooden board. She walked over to the side and picked up all the clothes she had taken off last night one by one. Even though I really hate to part from young master, I still need to handle the matter of the Duke's mansion, otherwise others will become suspicious. Anne said this to Moen while putting on the maid dress. She stood in front of him and put on her close-fitting clothes and maid uniforms one by one. She didn't care if he looked at her whole body. After all, she showed him everything last night. Moen listened quietly to what Anne said with a slightly scared expression. Then, Anne picked up her sheer black stockings and drew them slowly over her long, shapely legs. She was thinking about something while wearing it. She muttered to herself in a leisurely tone. Oh, since young master already belongs entirely to me, then the people of the Duke's mansion, how about cleaning him up? She casually uttered those murderous words to Moen. Clean him up. Upon hearing these words, Moen immediately became nervous. He widened her eyes and looked at Anne with a very surprised expression. He struggled to get up, but due to his hands being handcuffed, he could only lift his head with all his might. Last night, Anne was already so crazy about him that with her personality, he couldn't imagine what terrifying things she would do to the other maids in the Duke's mansion. He felt very scared about it. He immediately shouted at Anne. Don't do this kind of thing. At this point, Anne had already tied her hair and put on her maid uniform. She straightened the folds of her maid gown while pulling her long stockings up to her thighs. Upon hearing Moen's voice, she turned her head and showed a slightly surprised expression. Oh? Anne slowly approached Moen and reached out to repeatedly stroke his face. She looked at him with a mysterious smile and asked him. Besides me, does young master have a favorite maid? Who is it? Could it be Noel? Moen dares not look directly at Anne's face now. He turned his head to the side and nervously said to her. No. Don't guess randomly, suddenly, Anne chuckled softly. She seemed to find Moen's reaction very interesting. You. Moen looked at Anne in surprise. He didn't know why she suddenly laughed. Did he say something that made her happy just now? Anne closed his eyes and covered his mouth with both hands, laughing happily. Her action can reflect her cuteness, making Moen forget for a moment the crazy look she had last night. Her face was tinged with a faint blush due to her joyful mood. She smiled and said to Moen, I was just joking. Young master, there's no need to be so nervous. As long as you are obedient, young master, I will not take action against the people of the Duke's mansion unless necessary. Knowing that Anne was just joking, Moen breathed a sigh of relief. Since Anne is in such a good mood at this moment, Moen wants to do something now. He tried to break free from the iron handcuffs on his own just now, but he didn't succeed and was even discovered by Anne. He plans to make a suggestion to her. Well, can you please untie this shackle for me first? You say you like me, but do you really want to keep me shackled like this for the rest of my life? Of course. Anne agreed to Moen's request. She smiled at him and reached out her hand, snapping her fingers in the air. In a moment, her magic was applied to the iron handcuffs that had bound Moen. Under the influence of magic, all the iron handcuffs on Moen's hands and feet were untied. At this moment, she seemed to be able to guess what Moen wanted to do after he untied the handcuffs. She said to Moen, "Also, I have to advise young master not to try to have any ulterior motives. The core of this room is a sealed space made of stainless steel by me. The door lock is also specially made by a master craftsman, and there is only one key. I spent a lot of time and effort creating this secret room under the Duke Ron's nose." Moen sat up from the wooden board and moved his stiff wrist to relieve the discomfort. When he heard what Anne said, he furrowed his brow slightly. Although he is able to move freely, he still cannot walk out of this room. He felt a little unwilling about it. Even if Anne imprisons him here, the rest of the Duke's mansion will notice Moen's abnormality. At this point, Moen lifted his head and expressed the idea to Anne. "I suddenly disappeared, can't the people in the mansion not suspect me?" Anne had long guessed that such a situation would happen. She slowly approached Moen, with a smile on her face. She explained to him, "I tell them that the Duke and Duchess have both left. Young master feel lonely at home, so he has already returned to the college early. The maids are not surprised by this." Then, Anne squatted down gently beside Moen. She gently grabbed his hand with both hands and placed it on her cheek. She lifted her head and looked at him with affectionate eyes. "Don't worry, young master, no one will find out about your stay here. I will personally deliver your 3 meals a day. Aside from the fact that you belong entirely to me, everything else will stay the same as before. I'm still your most trusted maid, Anne." Suddenly, Anne reached her hand into Moen's blanket and took the opportunity to touch his abdomen a few times. Moen was startled by Anne's actions. He tilted his head and let out a soft grunt. His face was tinted with a light blush from Anne's actions. Anne withdrew his hand and placed it on her twin peaks, as if feeling the warmth from Moen. She looked at Moen with a satisfied smile. She seemed to be checking if his body had recovered just now. She said to him, "As my favorite young master, you have recovered so quickly. I would also love to continue doing what I did yesterday with young master, but unfortunately, I have to go." Then, Anne walked towards the door of the room. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that she had something else to say to Moen. She turned her head and gave him a friendly reminder. "During my absence, please stay here obediently and rest well, young master." After speaking, she opened the heavy iron door and walked out, gently closing it. The sound of the iron door closing reminded the person in the room that he no longer had the opportunity to leave. Seeing that Anne had already walked out of the room, Moen remembered that there was something very important for him now. He didn't have time to step off the wooden bed to stop Anne from leaving. He reached out his hand to the door with a nervous expression and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. At least return my clothes to me." Unfortunately, after the iron door closed, a clear sound of locking the door came from outside. Anne didn't seem to hear Moen's request. Moen is currently facing the most severe situation. He not only couldn't leave this sealed room, but also couldn't get the clothes he needed to wear. Moen sat on the bed, showing a very distressed expression. He raised his hand to cover his head, feeling helpless in the current situation. I'd speculated about the identity of the shadowy figure in the prophecy 100 times before. Damn it. Can I really only spend the rest of my life here as Anne's possession? No, although yesterday was really great, it's like this more than 10 times a night every day. Even if the predicted end does not happen, I estimate that I am not far from death. Of course, the most important thing is freedom. What's the difference between a person without freedom and a salted fish? Moen placed his hand on his face. He peeked out an eye from between his fingers. He looked ahead with a determined gaze. It seems that I can only give it a try. Moen lifted his head and looked at the heavy iron gate. He has already made a decision. He must escape from here. Moen wrapped the blanket around his waist and made a simple piece of clothing to cover it. Then, he immediately got out of bed and ran to the iron gate. He stepped on the iron door with both feet, tightly grasped the handle of the iron door with both hands, and pulled it open with force. He maintained this movement and tried several times, but there was no sign of the iron door moving. Moen tried another method. He took a few steps back, then suddenly charged forward and forcefully hit the iron door with his arm. However, the iron gate still did not move at all, and there were no signs of impact left on it. "Ah, it hurts so much." Moen showed a very painful expression and shouted loudly. He was frantically rolling on the ground while covering his injured arm. He didn't expect this iron gate to be so sturdy. It seems that he cannot rely on such rude methods to open the door. After the pain in his arm eased, Moen took a few breaths lightly. He opened his arms like a deflated ball and lay on the ground. He murmured to himself, "This door is really made of steel, even the walls and behind the rocks are made of pure steel. I thought there was a super cheating system called Black Book that could try to reverse fate. Now, it's really over." Moen closed his eyes and felt a little tired. At this moment, Black Book seemed to hear Moen summoning it. A black-purple energy suddenly appeared on his head. Subsequently, this black-purple energy turned into a black book and fell beside Moen. However, Moen is not in the mood to see it now. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling with a helpless expression. He whispered to it, "No, buddy, I don't call you. Don't joke with me at this moment." Anne's ability to manipulate metal is not something that regular magic can achieve. She is clearly a chosen person of the same level as Celicia. Even if I enter the space and practice hard now, it's too late. Moen closed his eyes again, not wanting to say too much to the Black Book. Black Book did not leave him because of Moen's words. It just stayed quietly beside him. It seems to also want to help him solve the current crisis. After a while, Moen turned his head and found that the Black Book was still here. He stared at the Black Book and pondered for a moment. Moen sighed. He sat up from the ground. He crossed his legs and placed the Black Book on his lap. He closed his eyes, scratched his head with his hand, and opened the Black Book. Okay, I'll practice. I would rather go inside to relax and be killed once than stay in this oppressive space." When he was about to enter the space of the Black Book, he happened to see the content displayed on the page. At this moment, his act of flipping through the book stopped. He was somewhat surprised by the content on the page. "Wait. The book I read last night. This is the equation leading to victory." Moen showed a victorious smile. His eyes were filled with joy. He felt like he saw hope alive in a black book.
During the time I was imprisoned by the maid, I have been exercising to improve my physical fitness. At this moment, the maid brought me food and a bathtub for bathing. Without hesitation, I ran to take a shower. However, the various behaviors of the maid still make me feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, because I ate the food given by the maid, I lost consciousness once again. After waking up, I felt very angry, but the maid was willing to fulfill my small wish.
198, 199, the sound of counting echoed in the room. In this narrow and dim room, Moen is doing push-up. Sweat dripped from his body onto the floor. Because Anne didn't give him any clothes, he could only casually wrap the white sheet around his waist and make a simple piece of clothing. For the convenience of doing push-up, he also tied up his hair. 200. Moen lifted his head and straightened his hand to support himself. He held this position for a short rest. He has already shed a lot of sweat on both his face and body. After a period of exercise, it seems that the muscles in his arms have increased significantly. After a while, Moen felt very tired in his body. After finishing his physical exercise, he lay down very casually on the ground. He closed his eyes and kept panting. At this moment, he opened one eye and raised his left hand. He looked at his left hand, panting and speaking. Fortunately, this body is still in good condition. The cultivation space of Black Book can only improve skills, and it is also easy to damage the brain. To increase physical strength, I can only use this primitive method, and Cilicia is like this. Anne is like this. Damn it, from now on, I must never be oppressed by someone again. I want to be up there. Moen closed his eyes and clenched his fist tightly, as if he had made a major decision. Tears of unwillingness flowed from his eyes. He needs to rely on improving his physical fitness to escape his fate of being ravaged by Anne. I feel relieved seeing the young master so spirited. At this moment, Moen heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Immediately after, the sound of the key turning came from the iron gate. Then, with a slight noise, the iron door was slowly opened by someone. He sat up from the ground. He turned his head and curiously looked towards the direction of the iron gate. He said somewhat surprised, "Anne, you're back." The person who walked into the room was Anne. She stood at the door of the room with a smile on her face. There are some items floating on both sides of her. She activated her magic and easily brought metal plates, utensils, and iron bathtubs into the room. Because she saw Moen again, her mood was very happy. She said to him, "Yes, the work has been completed. What you just said, young master, sounds exactly like a wife greeting her hard-working husband coming home. That's really cute." Before entering the room, Anne seemed to have heard what Moen had said. She found Moen's words very interesting, so she giggled gently a few times. She closed her eyes and raised her hand. She touched her lips with her fingers, as if feeling very happy at this moment. "I brought dinner, medicinal soup, and a bathtub for the young master to take a shower. I have already adjusted the water temperature, which is what the young master likes." The pink magical energy envelops the dining plate and bathtub. Under Anne's control, they were all gently placed on the ground. The hot water in the bathtub still emits a faint steam, and it doesn't seem too hot. Seeing the bathtub placed in the room, Moen smiled happily. "Oh, that would be great. Speaking of which, I haven't taken a shower for 2 days either." At this moment, Anne suddenly said to Moen, "Yes, so, young master, do you want to take a shower first, or eat me first?" Anne shyly turned her head to one side, her face tinged with a slight blush. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and seduction. She raised one hand and unbuttoned the maid's uniform. The white, twin peaks, and close-fitting clothing are slightly exposed. She gently twisted her body, and the twin peaks also swayed gently with her movements. Then, she hooked a part of her close-fitting clothing with her hand and touched her twin peaks again, as if inviting Moen to look towards her. "Take a shower." Moen didn't seem to hear the last words Anne said. Because he hasn't taken a shower for too long, all he has in his mind now is the idea of wanting to take a shower. After answering Anne's words, Moen pulled off the blanket around his waist and quickly rushed towards the bathtub. He made a strong jump with both feet and jumped straight into the bathtub. Seeing Moen's reaction, Anne felt somewhat speechless. Her charm seems to be of no use to Moen at the moment. She whispered, Okay. Moen removed his hair tie and washed his hair. Since he didn't dry his hair, the water on his head silently dripped into the bathtub. However, he seemed somewhat helpless in the current situation. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Anne." Upon hearing Moen calling her, Anne asked in a calm tone, "What's wrong, young master? Is the water temperature not suitable?" Moen felt a bit speechless when Anne didn't understand his question. He continued to speak to her. It's not a problem with the water temperature, it's just that I'm not a child. I can take a shower myself. Moen leaned nervously against the bathtub. His body was covered with bath gel and foam. Anne stood behind him and gently grabbed his arm. She applied shower gel to him while using one hand to rub his body. She had a smile on her face, as if she didn't think that it was a hard job. She felt a little disappointed when she heard what Moen said. Yourself? Has the young master already despised me after only one night? Anne leaned into Moen's ear and whispered these words softly. Her warm breath exhaled in his ear, allowing him to feel her warmth. She reached out her hands covered with foam and gently touched Moen's chest. She rubbed her hand against his body again and again, seemingly dissatisfied with what he had just said. Moen felt Anne's hand wandering around his body. He had goosebumps all over his body. He looked up, his face tinged with a faint blush. He snorted softly. No, I just... Before Moen could finish speaking, Anne took her hand away from Moen and put it in the bathtub. She continued to caress Moen's body while saying to him, It's good if there's nothing. The young master is now something that belongs only to me. It is my duty as a guardian to clean every inch of the young master's body. At this moment, she said with some surprise. Oh. Do you want to? It's okay. In my place, young master doesn't need to suppress yourself. I'm always been here. Anne stuck out her tongue and gently licked Moen's ear. She reached out her hand and placed it on his chin, gently lifting it up. At this moment, due to Anne's movements, the blush on Moen's cheeks became increasingly red. He tried to explain to Anne. No, I don't have that idea. This is a normal reaction for a man. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to endure the physiological reactions of his body. Bro, hold on. Don't lose to this crazy woman. Seeing Moen's reaction, Anne found it very interesting. While Moen was still trying to endure, she took her hand out of the water. Fine, I won't tease you. Then, she squatted down, picked up the silver plate that was lying on the ground, and uncovered the lid placed on it. There is meat of different colors on the plate. She is holding a plate in her left hand and a tableware in her right hand. She walked towards Moen with a smile on her face and said to him, Since the young master wants to take a shower by himself, let me feed you. Moen noticed that Anne wouldn't do anything to him for the time being, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy to hear that he could eat. All right. Let's eat. Anne picked up a brown piece of meat with a fork and placed his other hand under the fork to prevent the sauce from dripping onto Moen. She reached out her fork to Moen's mouth. Young master, say, ah. Moen obediently opened his mouth and ate the meat. This is so delicious. Suddenly, Moen showed a very surprised expression. This piece of meat is so delicious that it makes him open his eyes wide. His eyes sparkled because of this piece of meat. He excitedly took his hand out of the water. He snatched the plate and fork from Anne's hand. Perhaps because he was hungry, he quickly used a fork to pick up one piece of meat after another and put it in his mouth. Because his eating movements were a bit fast, some water in the bathtub even splashed onto the plates. However, he doesn't care so much anymore. He seems to have tasted such delicious meat for the first time. He evaluated the meat while eating. I haven't had such delicious beef before when my father and mother were still at home. It is smooth and chewy, and the most important thing is that it's not only tender but it doesn't have that very tough tendon. Anne couldn't help but feel happy as she watched Moen enjoying the delicious food. She turned her head and explained to him. Young master, you're really amazing. You know it is beef so quickly. In fact, the young master used to often eat these ingredients, but I'm worried that they don't suit your taste, so I usually use them to make soup. Moen nodded at Anne's words. He chewed the meat in his mouth and felt the pleasure it brought him. Noticing that the corners of Moen's mouth were stained with sauce, Anne took out a handkerchief and helped him wipe his mouth. Moen is very curious about this delicious meat. He turned his head and asked Anne, What part of the cow is this delicious beef from? Is it the tenderloin or the neck? It's an ox genital. At this moment, Anne calmly revealed the location of the meat. Ox genital. Upon hearing Anne's words, Moen was greatly shocked. He was immediately stunned. He stared blankly ahead with his mouth wide open. He couldn't believe that such delicious meat actually came from this part of the cow. He accidentally sprayed out a little minced meat from his mouth. Anne doesn't seem to care about Moen's reaction. She closed her eyes and continued to explain to him. It's the Mogratha giant bull. I heard that their abilities in that area are particularly strong. When male giant cows go into heat and cannot find a mate, many tree holes will appear near their habitat after one night, so they are also known as the tree-boring divine bull. At this moment, after listening to Anne's explanation, Moen felt that he had completely petrified himself. He cannot accept this truth at all. Due to his excessive shock, he did not hold the fork firmly. His fork fell into the bathtub. He could imagine a giant bull looking ahead with very terrifying eyes. It also emits a strong golden light from a certain part of its body. He felt very nauseous. He can no longer tolerate the meat he eats being from this part of the cow. He grabbed the edge of the bathtub with both hands and turned his head down, vomiting violently on the ground. Anne is very calm about this situation. She picked up the nearby trash can to catch his vomit. She continued speaking to him. In addition, there are tiger whips, bull whips, goblin whips, troll whips, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that dragons were relatively rare within the Empire, dragon whip would actually be excellent. Moen, who had just vomited, didn't want to hear the meat Anne was talking about for a moment. He kept coughing. He hasn't recovered from the vomiting process yet. He spoke intermittently. Stop, stop. So, why are you doing this? Is this something that humans can eat? Anne did not hide anything from Moen. She said to him very directly. Of course. Actually, I have been secretly adding these things to your diet for a long time. However, considering that at that time, that's enough. I can't bear it anymore. Before Anne could finish speaking, Moen couldn't suppress his anger. He clenched his hands into fists and suddenly stood up from the bathtub. His face showed a very angry expression. He completely forgot that he was still taking a shower and not wearing clothes. However, he was so overcome with anger that he no longer wanted to care about such details. You imprisoned me in such a dark place and made me eat this kind of thing. Anne squatted down and held her face with both hands. She lifted her head and calmly watched as Moen got angry with her. She was like a patient audience silently listening to him speak. Moen reached out his hand and angrily pointed at Anne. He can no longer tolerate anything she did to him just now. He cursed loudly. Damn it! Ox genital, is a bullwhip something that humans can eat? Let me tell you, if you don't let me out again, I'll... Before he could finish speaking, Moen suddenly felt his body unusually tired. His eyes were about to close, as if he was about to fall asleep. Anne noticed Moen's physical abnormality, but she did not immediately take emergency measures. She crouched beside him and silently watched him as if she knew he would experience such symptoms. She muttered to herself. Sure enough, just one drop is enough. At this point, Moen had already lost consciousness. He gradually couldn't maintain his body balance. He gently fell forward, ready to fall from the bathtub to the ground. Upon seeing this situation, Anne immediately stepped forward and hugged him. You're right to be mad, young master. I completely understand how painful it is to lose your freedom. However, if giving you that freedom means losing you forever, I could never allow that. So, sleep well, young master. Leave everything to me. Anne whispered these words in Moen's ear. She gave a satisfied smile. She approached Moen and pressed her face tightly against his. She raised a hand and repeatedly stroked his head, as if soothing a sleeping person. The night is still long. Outside the Duke's mansion, the moon has slowly risen into the sky. It silently gazed at this large mansion. However, what it didn't know was that something was about to happen in a room of the Duke's mansion. Time seems to have passed for a long time. At this point, Moen had already awakened from his coma. He slowly opened his eyes and breathed lightly. He could still feel a slight discomfort in his head and body. He was lying in bed, with his body covered in a blanket. This may be something Anne helped him with. Anne picked up the clothes she threw on the ground last night and put them on one by one. The black stockings outlined her slender legs. Noticing that Moen had already woken up, Anne, who was wearing close-fitting clothes, turned his head to look at him. "Young master, you're awake. Yesterday, it was too intense. I'm worried that the young master's body would be too tired, so today I only did it twice." Anne explained to Moen while putting on the maid's uniform and buttoning it up. After putting on a complete set of clothes, Anne patted her maid's uniform with her hand and brushed off the dust stuck on it. Then, she straightened the folds of the clothes. After confirming that the clothes were fine, she walked over to the bed and leaned slightly down to ask Moen, "Does the young master feel any discomfort?" Moen pursed her lips and turned her head to one side. He neither wants to see nor talk to Anne. He is still angry about what Anne did to him. Anne didn't feel angry when she saw Moen's reaction. She approached him and patiently continued to ask, "Is the young master still angry with me?" However, Moen still maintained this posture and did not intend to speak face to face with Anne. He furrowed his brow slightly and showed an unhappy expression. Seeing that Moen still didn't choose to forgive her, Anna pondered for a moment. Then, she came up with an idea. "Considering that the young master has been very obedient these past few days, I can fulfill a small request from the young master. It's that okay?" Upon hearing Anne's words, Moen slowly turned his head to look at her. He whispered with a puzzled expression, "A small request?" Moen directly expressed his thoughts. "I want freedom." "That's not possible. I need clothes." "No way. This is not acceptable, that is not acceptable. How small are the small requirements you mentioned?" Moen is getting impatient with Anne. He doesn't understand what kind of demands she can fulfill. Anne lifted her hand and touched her lips with her fingers. She looked up at the ceiling and made a cute, thoughtful gesture. Let me think. Probably to the extent that you can decide what to have for lunch and dinner every day." Moen seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened slightly.
In order to temporarily allow the maid to leave the Duke's mansion, I sent her out to do something. Although the maid doesn't want to leave me, she is willing to do this for me. After seeing her leave the room, I summoned the black book to continue secretly practicing my skills. After arriving at the corresponding location, the maid happened to encounter a major event. The relevant personnel attempted to stop her, but were stabbed by her magic. How will she respond next? Moen sat up from the bed. He raised his hand, scratched his head, and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of the food he was going to eat. He said to Anne, "You can let me decide what to eat. This requirement is really small enough. However, this is also better than nothing." And seems to know that Moen has an idea about the food he wants to eat. She asked him, "So, have you already figured out what you want?" Moen didn't give his answer straight away. He closed his eyes and put his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough a few times. Speaking of which, it seems like autumn is coming soon. And didn't understand Moen's words for a while, but she still answered him, "Yes." Moen continued speaking. "I still remember this time in previous years. I was already on a ship at Beber Lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery of autumn leaves falling, drinking the red wine from Count Locke's estate, and tasting the fresh autumn fish that had just been caught. In Moen's memories, the clear Beber Lake was dyed with gold and orange in autumn. There are many maple trees planted on both sides of the lake. With a gentle breeze, some maple leaves broke free from the embrace of the maple trees and spun a few times in the air, before slowly drifting into the lake. On the lake, a large ship with the Campbell family emblem is sailing. The natural beauty of Beber Lake blends seamlessly with the large boats, creating a very beautiful autumn scenery. And raised his hand and touched his lips with his fingers. Her gaze looked upwards, as if she was contemplating something. After listening to what Moen said, she suddenly understood what food Moen was going to eat. However, she also has concerns about this food. She said to Moen, "Young master, would you like to eat fish from Beber Lake? But Beber Lake is so far away. If someone were to send it over, I'm afraid." At this moment, she heard sobbing from Moen. She snapped out of her thoughts and looked over at him. She was a little surprised by his reaction. Moen placed one hand on his chest and extended the other hand, making a very exaggerated speech-like gesture. He had a very sad expression on his face and looked ahead. There were some tears left in the corners of his eyes, as if he had really cried. He was making this gesture while expressing his current feelings to Anne. "Last year, I sailed on the lake like a true aristocrat. Now, I can only be locked up in this small prison and wait for death to come. This is such sadness, such pity." Then, Moen turned his head and quickly pulled up the blanket to cover himself. Sobbing could be faintly heard behind the blanket. He shook his head, seeming sad that Anne couldn't agree to his request. He cried and said to her at the same time, "I can't even eat the fish from Beber Lake. What's the point of such a life? I think I might as well just die." Young master, seeing Moen so sad, and hesitated for a moment. She felt a little guilty towards Moen. She reached out her hand to comfort him, but she still dared not step forward. However, what she didn't know was that behind the blanket, Moen's expression was not a sad one, but a mischievous smile. He seemed to have other ideas, but at this moment, he didn't tell Anne, and felt helpless towards Moen's request. She closed her eyes and sighed. She decided to agree to his request. "Okay, I see." Upon hearing Anne's answer, Moen quickly put down the blanket and clenched her hands tightly. He looked at her with sincere eyes and said to her with great excitement, "Really? Did you really agree?" And was a bit surprised by Moen's approach. She was so scared that she opened her eyes, but she still remained calm in front of Moen. She calmly said to him, I will catch fish. At any cost. I will also let the young master eat fresh fish from Beber Lake." Moen was very pleased with Anne's answer. He flashed Anne a warm smile and gave her a wink. He supported the bed with one hand and gestured with the other hand, giving her a flying kiss. He showed her his handsome movements. He praised her. "Truly the most reliable head maid in our family. It's really amazing. Go get them. I'll be waiting for you at home." And slowly widened her eyes and raised a hand to cover her mouth. Her face instantly took on a large blush. She was deeply fascinated by Moen's actions. Her heart was like being hit hard by an arrow he shot. Her heart was beating wildly due to his movements, like a reaction that a girl deeply in love would have. At this moment, Anne suddenly approached Moen. Moen slightly widened his eyes. He doesn't know what Anne is going to do next. Then, Anne gently grabbed Moen's shoulder, closed his eyes, and gave Moen a kiss. She couldn't resist the excitement in her heart about this kind of Moen. Moen felt as if time had come to a standstill at this very moment. He was very surprised by Anne's behavior. He opened his eyes wide and calmly looked at Anne in front of him. He didn't understand why she suddenly did such a thing to him. The kiss didn't last long. After a while, Anne pressed onto Moen's shoulder and slowly distanced herself from him. Then, she left Moen's bed and didn't explain to Moen what her previous behavior meant, nor did she say anything more to him. She silently turned around and walked briskly towards the door of the room. Moen felt a bit strange about Anne's reaction. He asked her with a puzzled tone, wanting to know what had happened to her. Anne didn't look back at Moen because of his words. She doesn't seem to want to stay here for too long. She stood at the door with her back to Moen and told him her plan. Beber Lake is quite a distance away. I will be back before noon tomorrow. Please be patient during this period. Young master. Moen seems to have been scared by Anne's aura. He stared at her blankly and answered her hesitantly. Okay, and bid him farewell calmly. All right, I'm off now. Then, she pulled open the heavy iron door and walked out, gently closing the door, and seems to be trying to suppress her emotions. She lowered her head, her expression obscured by shadows. She walked briskly forward quietly, while silently thinking in her heart. Too close. I almost couldn't hold back. Young master is really the cutest in the world. I need to catch the fish quickly, so that I can have more time to spoil him when I come back. In fact, Anne's inner excitement was already almost uncontrollable. She showed a shy expression. Her face was once again flushed, and even some nosebleeds were coming out of her nose. She hurriedly lifted her hand to cover her nose, trying to stop the rapid flow of nosebleeds. Moen made such a handsome gesture towards her, which made her feel very happy. Although she still wants to do more for Moen. In order to get the food, she must go to Beber Lake. Seeing that Anne had already left his room, Moen breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "She finally left. Although I was tormented by her for another night, I finally found my chance. Next. Black Book. My baby." Moen lifted his left hand. At this moment, a black-purple energy gathered in his hands. Upon hearing Moen's call, the black energy immediately transformed into a book and appeared in his hands. In fact, Moen asked Anne to go to a place particularly far from home to look for food for him, just to sidetrack her. Since Anne is no longer here, Moen can implement his real plan. He asked the Black Book, "Besides that evil assassin, you should be able to create other simulation experience spaces, right?" The Black Book floating in his hand shook up and down, indicating that it could fulfill his request. Moen showed a confident smile. "Perfect. based on the book I have read before. Help me create an experience space with 1,000 locks. Before Anne comes back, I'm going to master that divine skill. At this moment, the book floating above Moen's hand fell into his hand. Upon hearing his request, the black book quickly flipped through the pages and released its magical energy. These energies immediately rushed towards Moen. However, Moen did not feel as scared as before. He sat cross-legged on the bed and clenched his fists tightly. He entered the space of the black book with anticipation and began a long skill practice. At this time, on the border of Beber Lake, the weather changed unusually. The sunny weather, which had been cloudless, suddenly clouded over and rained heavily. A gust of wind rattled the woods around the lake, as if to roar its fury at them. In the distance, a thunderclap rang through the sky, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the dimly lit Beber Lake. Anne was wearing a black robe and covered her head with a hat. She also put on an eye mask to prevent anyone from recognizing her. She has now arrived at the border of Beber Lake. Beber Lake is experiencing strong winds and heavy rain, and the weather is extremely bad. However, this cannot stop her from moving forward. At this moment, a forest ranger wearing a raincoat saw Anne walking towards Beber Lake and immediately walked up to her, trying to stop her. "Miss, I said it. Beber Lake is very dangerous now. You cannot approach it." And expressed confusion about his behavior. She asked him, "Why?" The forest ranger doesn't seem to want to give too much explanation to Anne. He approached her, wanting to grab her hand and take her away from here. "This is not something you should know. Hurry up." Noticing the actions of the forest ranger, Anne immediately became alert. She looked at him with indifferent eyes. Then, Anne cast her magic on the ground. In an instant, several sharp pieces of metal appeared on the ground and stabbed the hands of the forest ranger. His hands immediately splattered with blood. The forest ranger shouted loudly, "Ah!" She turned her head and looked coldly at the poor forest ranger. She doesn't care about how his injuries are. She just wants to catch the fish back here now. She said to the forest ranger with an emotionless tone, "I don't like being touched by anyone but the young master. That was a warning. If you dare to stop me again, I'll cut you into pieces and feed to the fish. Now, answer my question. What exactly happened to Beber Lake?" Seeing Anne's tough attitude and ruthless methods, the forest ranger no longer intends to stop her. He was panting heavily, covering his hands to prevent excessive bleeding, while softly scolding her. "You're such a crazy woman. If you're looking for death, I won't stop you anymore." The Lake Master of Beber Lake awakened. The Adventurers Association has dispatched personnel to assess the situation, confirming it to be a dominant level magical beast. Currently, B-rank adventurer team is engaged in subduing the creature, which is why Beber Lake has been cordoned off. The forest ranger raised his head with a frightened expression and explained the situation to Anne. Anne held an umbrella in one hand and reached out the other to catch the falling rainwater. She looked up to observe the weather and then muttered to herself, "Dominant level? I see. This abnormal weather phenomenon is also its cause, right?" the forest ranger nervously said. Probably. Anyway, leave here. You can keep 300 Amir as the treatment fee for stabbing me, and I won't argue with you. Otherwise, if you disturb the adventurer team, you're dead meat. At this moment, a small bag of money was thrown at the feet of the forest ranger. He was surprised by this bag of money. You! He didn't expect this mysterious woman to really give him the money for the treatment. He quickly bent down and picked up the bag of money. Although his hand was still emitting severe pain, he held back the pain and asked Anne, "Even so, do you still want to go?" And calmly answered him, "Of course." He expressed confusion about her behavior. He didn't understand why she still risked her life to insist on entering Lake Baikal. You are very crazy. Knowing there is danger ahead, you still need to go over. What exactly makes you so persistent? What for? And walked slowly forward while holding an umbrella. Despite the exceptionally bad weather, she still persisted in her decision. Because she promised Moen that she would catch the fish he wanted to eat. Of course, it's for love. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck Anne, blowing her hat right off her head. At this moment, out of sight of the forest ranger, she showed a gentle smile. She lifted her hand and held onto her hat to prevent her from being blown away by the wind. Her ruby-like eyes shimmered with a light known as love. She would do anything for Moen. The bad weather is still ongoing. The storm is even more intense than before. A small team is braving strong winds and heavy rain to suppress the owner of Beber Lake. At this moment, a girl wearing a red cloak stood behind her teammates. The heavy rain soaked her clothes and cloak, but she still stood quietly in place. She held her wand tightly, as if contemplating something. If this keeps up, that person will be taken away. Rod, I can't let that happen. All right, let's do it this way. After I finish this mission, I'm going to tell him how I feel. The girl in the red cloak lifted her head and looked ahead with a gentle expression. As soon as she thought of the person she liked, her face was tinged with a faint blush. It seemed she was preparing to pour out her heart to someone after this. In order to be braver, she needs to complete the task of suppressing the Lake Master of Beber Lake well. Aluka, what are you staring at? The girl named Aluka was suddenly startled by her teammate's voice. She quickly snapped out of her daze. She was just thinking about something about her, and almost forgot that she was still on a mission with her teammates. A boy wearing armor and a girl wearing a purple cloak stood at the forefront. He held a sword and shield, trying to block the lake water that was pouring towards them. The girl wearing a purple cloak standing next to him maintained the movement of casting spells and remained alert to the surrounding environment. Noticing that Aluka had not yet activated her magic to help, he found an opportunity to turn his head and loudly urged her to come over and help him quickly. Hurry up! Use healing magic now! I can't hold on any longer. Aluka nervously answered him. Okay. Aluka closed her eyes and raised her hand, softly reciting the spell. Spirit of life, I implore you. At this moment, a green magic array appeared behind her and continuously emitted soft magical energy towards the external source. Then, Aluka reached out her hand. The healing magic flew towards her teammates with her movements. While Aluka unleashed the healing magic, her teammates seemed to have anticipated something. They stopped attacking Beber Lake and nervously raised their heads to look up. The girl wearing a purple cloak said, "It's coming." The boy wearing armor knew what was going to happen next when he saw the abnormality in the lake water. After eating so much magic, it finally emerged from the water. Suddenly, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into Beber Lake, and the entire lake blew out in a huge splash. The lake water rose up to the sky, forming a water column. The master of Beber Lake. Then, a bizarre big fish with red eyes rushed out from the water column. It opened its huge mouth towards them, revealing sharp teeth inside. They all took their fighting stances, ready to catch the big fish's next attack. Lured by the adventurer team, the lake master of Beber Lake appeared. The boy in armor and the girl in a purple cloak joined hands and successfully defeated this monster. However, the girl wearing the red cloak did not feel happy about it. She watched their interaction with a heavy heart. Just as they were preparing to deal with this monster, another crisis was quietly approaching them. At the same time, the maid was standing on the tree, seemingly planning something. A team of adventurers who have arrived at Beber Lake continuously cast magic into the lake in order to lure out the lake owner. However, the lake owner also constantly launched counterattacks against them. They did not back down and continued to launch attacks into the lake. Finally, with their unremitting efforts, a very scary-looking big fish rushed out of the lake. It opened its mouth to them and let out a loud roar. This giant fish faced the boy in armor, then opened its mouth and kept gathering the lake water into it. Subsequently, a huge water ball formed in its mouth. It aimed the water ball at him, ready to launch an attack on him. The girl in the purple cloak, standing next to the boy, immediately alerted him loudly when she saw that something was wrong. Rod. The boy named Rod was just shocked by the big fish, and now he realizes that it is preparing to attack him. However, Rod did not feel afraid of this big fish. He looked ahead with a determined gaze and raised the shield in his hand. He placed his shield in front of him and spoke a spell. Blessing of the Earth. At this moment, his shield instantly emitted a golden glow. Suddenly, the lake master of Beber Lake forcefully threw a water ball at them. The water ball instantly forms a giant water column. Just as the water column was about to attack them, the light emitted from Rod's shield quickly formed a huge protective shield, protecting him and the girl. The protective shield successfully resisted the attack of the lake master. Under the blessing of the spell, its attack temporarily did not cause fatal damage to them. Rod felt that he was about to be kicked away by the lake master. He gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his shield, trying to resist its attack. Due to its intense attack, some water streams that were not blocked by shields flew past Rod's side. He frowned and shouted loudly, "Now, use magic to attack." Aluka was startled by the scene in front of her. She seemed to have never seen such a big fish before, nor such a fierce attack. When she heard Rod's call, She only recovered from her surprise. She clenched her wand tightly and nervously answered him. "Okay." Aluka closed her eyes and opened her hands, beginning to recite the spell. "The god in charge of ice and snow, please." As she chanted, her wand slowly floated above her head and emitted a blue mist of ice. Frosty mists coiled around her one after another, ready to lunge at the Lake Master upon her command. Explosive magic. Before she could launch her attack, Aluka heard a familiar voice. Then, a very bright flame appeared in front of her. She stopped using her ice spells. The ice and fog around her instantly disappeared, leaving only a little bit by her side. She stared blankly at the fire magic and couldn't say anything for a moment. This fire spell immediately rushed into the Lake Master's open mouth. In an instant, its entire body was surrounded by a raging fire, accompanied by a violent explosion. It stopped launching its attack and let out a loud cry of sorrow, as if expressing its pain. Its body shook for a moment and then fell backwards. The person who delivered the fire spell to the mouth of the Lake Master was the girl standing next to Rod. Seeing that her magic had severely injured the Lake Master, she turned her head with serious eyes and said to Rod, "Rod, right now." In order to create an opportunity for Rod to attack the Lake Master, she cast her fire spell to attract the Lake Master's attention and inflict huge damage on it. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lake Master currently has no chance to counterattack, Rod tightly gripped his sword and shield and quickly ran towards the Lake Master. Without the attack of the Lake Master, it would be easier for him to advance. Rod tensed his legs, then sprang into the air with a powerful leap. At the same time, he raised his sword and gathered all his strength into his hand. At this moment, the Lake Master still couldn't shake off the girl's fire magic. It's too late to attack Rod. Rod, who had already flown above the lake monster's head, swung his sword downward in a fierce slash. The Lake Master's skull caved in instantly under the blow. Before it could unleash the flames gathering in its maw, Rod's strike forced it to swallow the fire hole. The Lake Master let out another agonized cry before collapsing into the lake, its entire body engulfed in flames. As it fell, the lake instantly exploded in a huge splash, and some of it splashed onto the shore. After delivering a fatal blow to the Lake Master, Rod supported himself on the ground with his hands and safely landed on the ground. Rod plunged his sword into the ground and tightly grasped the hilt as a support. He closed his eyes and knelt on one knee, panting continuously from his mouth. He furrowed his brow, his expression betraying evident weariness. It seems that killing the Lake Master took him a lot of effort. The rain kept washing away the wound on his face, but he didn't care at all. Then, with a quick turn of his head, he flashed a wink and threw up a thumbs up. He gave his teammates a cheerful smile and said happily, "It's over." It seems that he has already defeated the Lake Master of Beber Lake. Nice, Tia. Rod couldn't help but praise the girl named Tia. If it weren't for her timely use of fire magic to stop the Lake Master's attack, he wouldn't have found the opportunity to kill it so quickly. A gust of wind blew Tia's messy hair. Upon hearing Rod's words, Tia felt a bit shy. She lifted a strand of her hair behind her ear, pretending to be combing her hair. She smiled and asked Rod, "Have you been injured?" "I'm all right. Fortunately, you took timely action to restrain it." "Don't move. Look, isn't the skin between your thumb and index finger cracked?" They were immersed in their world, seemingly forgetting the existence of Aluka. Aluka, who couldn't help Rod in time, showed a very sad expression and stood there blankly. Rod's praise for Tia drifted into her ears from afar. "Tia, you are very gentle. I am lucky to have you as my teammate." However, at this point, Aluka no longer wanted to continue listening to Rod and Tia's chat. He felt dissatisfied with their interaction. She bit her lips tightly and silently lowered her head. "Why? We make a promise to become the most powerful adventure duo when we grow up. We will be together forever." Aluka remembered the time she spent playing with Rod when she was a child. On a clear morning, tired from playing, Rod and Aluka were lying on the lawn together. They made a pact with each other to travel together and become the strongest adventurers in the future. Aluka has always kept this promise in her heart and continuously worked hard to learn magic. Until now, she has the ability to stand by Rod's side. At this moment, Tia gently held Rod's injured hand and couldn't help but complain a few words to him. Seeing her discover the injury on his hand, Rod couldn't continue to conceal it. He shyly raised his hand and scratched his head, giggling at her. They interact with each other very naturally, just like a couple. However, Aluka became increasingly jealous of their close interaction. She looked quietly at Rod and Tia, silently saying in her heart, "I try so hard to catch up to you, but your eyes never truly saw me. It's me. I am the one who first stepped into your world." In the end, I don't even deserve to be a supporting role. You turn away and fall for someone else without a second thought. Why? Aluka couldn't understand. No matter how long she stayed by Rod's side, he never developed feelings for her. She felt very sad about the promise Rod had once made to her. She frowned and showed an unwilling expression. The rain kept flowing from her head to her face, which made her look very pitiful. She could only watch helplessly as the person she had loved for so long was taken away by another girl. Tia carefully held Rod's injured hand with one hand, and then used the other hand to cast healing magic. She is fully focused on healing his injuries. At this point, Rod did not notice any abnormalities in Aluka. He just noticed that she wasn't walking towards them. He turned his head to look at her and said to her, "Aluka, what are you thinking? Come help us carve up the Lake Master." Aluka tightly gripped the wand in her hand. Although Rod was calling out to her, her mood at the moment was still not very happy. She still cares very much about Rod not paying attention to herself. Her heart ached as if it were being wrung by an invisible hand. In the end, she chose to suppress her emotions. She lifted her head and forced a smile at Rod. She answered, "I'm coming." Her hat fell off as she looked up. The cold rain fell on her head, but she didn't have the mood to put on her hat now. She let the rain wash over her head and face, hoping it could take away her uncomfortable mood. Just as Aluka was about to walk towards Rod and Tia, she suddenly heard a strange sound. This made her body tremble uncontrollably. She opened her eyes and immediately entered a state of alert. Rod and Tia also noticed the sound. They were surprised by this. They turned their heads and nervously looked towards Beber Lake. This sound, could it be? The sound was mixed with the sound of rainwater and slowly approached them. For some unknown reason, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the center of Beber Lake. The vortex rotates at a fast speed, as if it is about to suck up all the lake water. Something is about to rush out here. Then, a huge water column rushed out of the vortex. The power of this water column is even more intense than the one formed by the big fish just now, and it even damaged some nearby trees. The powerful gust generated by the water column sent Aluka's clothes fluttering wildly. Rod and Tia stood by the lake, staring blankly at the suddenly appearing giant creature in front of them. The shadow of this huge creature enveloped them, causing them to feel a bit panicked. Tia couldn't help but lean closer into Rod's embrace. Rod widened his eyes, completely unable to believe what he was seeing in front of him. He extended his hand to protect Tia while saying in surprise, "This, how is it possible?" Another lake master. A huge monster appeared from the water column with an extremely strong sense of oppression. It is the true owner of Beber Lake. The size of this lake owner is even bigger than the big fish that Rod killed just now. Its entire body is black, and it has a red horn on its head. It still has many scars on its face, which seem to be from previous battles. It looked ahead with its red eyes and opened its big mouth, as if trying to swallow everything in front of it. Tia didn't back down because of this huge monster. She plans to use the same spell to attack it. She reached out her hand and uttered the incantation loudly. Explosive magic. A red magic circle appeared in front of her. Under the blessing of the spell, the magic circle shimmered with red light and continuously emitted flames. She waved her hand upwards, and the flames spewed out from the magic circle immediately flew towards the lake master. The flames hit the face of the lake master and caused an explosion. However, unlike the huge blow caused to the big fish before, Tia's flames did not cause serious injuries to the lake owner. Her attack did not leave any scars on its face. To the colossal creature, her flames were nothing more than a trivial attack. At this moment, the lake master looked down and noticed the flames on its face. It feels very angry about someone attacking it. It opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Then, it gathers magical energy onto its horns and continuously emits red lightning outwards. When Rod saw its horn glowing red, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Magic! Soon, the lightning emitted by the lake master landed where Rod and Tia were standing. Red lightning kept jumping on the ground, splitting it into many broken stones. In an instant, a huge cloud of dust rose up here. Due to not being able to dodge the lake master's attack in time, Rod and Tia were instantly blasted away. Tia seems to have been accidentally struck by lightning from the lake master. She shouted loudly, "Ah!" Rod was also struck by lightning from the lake master. He flew out of the dust in an instant. He couldn't help but scream in pain. Ah! Seeing Rod's figure, without hesitation, Aluka immediately rushed forward and hugged him, preventing him from flying further away. Rod. Due to the strong force received by Rod, Aluka was unable to stand firm immediately. She slid backwards for a distance before slowly stopping. Although Rod was caught by Aluka, his body was still trembling uncontrollably. Instinct told him that they definitely couldn't defeat the current Lake Master right away. He gasped heavily while speaking to Aluka. Aluka, this is no longer a monster we can deal with. Hurry up and leave here. Aluka is very concerned about Rod's physical condition at this moment. She reached out her hand to try to comfort him, but she still dared not touch his shoulder. She asked him in confusion, "What about you?" Tia, who was attacked by the Lake Master, has fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. She has big and small wounds on her face and arms. Rod doesn't want to abandon his injured teammate and leave here. Tia is brought into the team by me. I must protect her safety. At this moment, Rod plunged his sword into the ground and gripped the hilt tightly to support him as he slowly stood up. He has a head injury and is still bleeding outwards. However, Rod had no intention of dealing with the wound on his head anymore. He only wants to rescue the injured Tia now. He also made up his mind because of this. He looked forward with a serious expression and muttered to himself, "Even if the ending is death, I also want to die with her." Upon hearing what Rod said, Aluka was completely stunned. Her eyes lost their radiance, and her mouth slightly opened. She seemed to feel the light shining in her heart disappear. Tia. Before Aluka could react, Rod had already raised his sword and quickly ran towards Tia's direction. At this moment, wearing a black robe, suddenly appeared here. She stood on the tree and quietly watched everything that happened here. The Lake Master of Beber Lake. I see. Is this the dominant level? She took off her hat and eye mask with one hand and extended the other hand to cast magic. In no time, a black energy gathered in her hands and gradually formed a weapon. If the level of a dominant monster is only at this level, it seems obtaining the dragon's whip for young master won't take me much time. She gave the weapon a deft twirl in her hand, executing a fluid knife-flipping maneuver. She silently stared at the Lake Master of Beber Lake, as if she had developed some interest in it. Just as the adventurer team was about to be eliminated by the Lake Master, the maid appeared in time and saved them. Then, the maid cast her magic and killed the Lake Master. After the crisis was resolved, the maid was troubled by choosing delicious fish. At this moment, the girl wearing the red cloak came over to help her and taught her some knowledge about fish. After catching the fish, the maid thanked her and prepared to leave. However, the girl stopped her. After Tia's flame magic attacked the Lake Master, it was completely enraged. At this moment, the Lake Master lifted its head and let out an angry roar. It gathered magical energy towards the horn above its head, preparing for a second attack. The energy ball on its horn is getting larger and constantly emitting red lightning. It seems that the power of this attack will be even more fierce than the first time. The red lightning near the horn of the Lake Master gradually converged into a ring, with a huge energy ball in the middle of this ring. If humans were hit by this huge energy ball, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rod quickly ran to Tia's side and planned to take her to a safe location to avoid the Lake Master's attack. However, Rod lifted his head and noticed that the Lake Master was about to launch a red energy ball at them. He didn't have time to escape with Tia. He cursed loudly. Damn it! Rod held the injured Tia tightly in his arms. He couldn't stop the Lake Master's attack, nor could he immediately take Tia away. In this desperate situation, all he can do is try to protect Tia. At this moment, the energy ball was flying towards them at a fast speed. The red light is getting closer and closer to Rod. He closed his eyes tightly and silently accepted the attack from the Lake Master. Defense. At this moment, and gently said a spell. She reached out her hand and gathered magical energy into her palm. She waved her hand, and the magical energy was emitted outwards. Then, a very bright light rushed into Beber Lake from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a very loud explosion sounded from the shore of Beber Lake. The explosion was accompanied by red lightning soaring into the sky. In an instant, the entire Beber Lake was covered in yellow light. Due to this sudden attack, the entire Beber Lake was shaking and splashing a very large amount of water. The light was so dazzling that it was hard to see what was happening on the lake. Rod nervously closed his eyes and turned his back to Beber Lake to resist the Lake Master's attack. However, at this moment, a loud noise came into his ear. Then, a strong wind blew over. With this sound, some lake water splashed onto him. Some burnt leaves drifted past him. He neither felt Lake Master's magic attacking his body, nor did he feel any pain on his body. After hearing the sound, Rod opened his eyes. He is very puzzled about the current situation. He turned his head, wanting to know what had happened, and confirm the situation of the Lake Master. However, the scene in front of him surprised him greatly. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but couldn't say a word. This is... Rod looked up and noticed a huge black wall suddenly appearing by the lake. The walls still pulsed with intermittent flashes of red lightning. The Lake Master's attack was blocked by this wall. Rod and Tia did not suffer any fatal injuries under the protection of this wall. They are temporarily safe. Behind the wall, the Lake Master seems to be under attack. It opened its mouth, let out a mournful cry, and tilted its body back a little. Aluka was so scared that she sat on the ground. She was also stunned by the scene before her. She couldn't believe what she saw. Incredibly, this single wall managed to withstand such a powerful assault. She stared blankly at the injured Lake Master and the black wall, stuttering. Has the attack of the Lake Master been blocked? Have you been injured? At this moment, a voice came into Aluka's ear. Aluka was so focused on observing the strange phenomenon happening at Beber Lake that she didn't notice that someone had already appeared before her eyes. She came to her senses and noticed a lady wearing a black cloak standing in front of her. She answered hesitantly, I'm fine. Who are you?" And did not immediately answer Aluka's question. She placed her weapon behind her and lifted her left hand, beginning to cast her magic. She turned around and said to Aluka, "I'm glad you're okay. Next, I'm going to kill it. Protect yourself." Aluka was a bit surprised by Anne's approach. Although she didn't know how the unfamiliar lady was going to kill the lake master, she quickly nodded and replied, "Okay," and extended his left hand and looked ahead with a firm gaze. Then, she uttered a spell. Imprisonment. In an instant, all of her magical energy transformed into black metallic objects and appeared around her. She shook her hand, and all the metal objects followed her movements, quickly flying towards the lake master. In order to hit the lake master faster, under Anne's control, all the metal objects quickly turned into black molten iron again. Aluka lifted her head and stared blankly at the countless metal weapons flying over her head. She was once again stunned by the scene before her. She silently said in her heart, "Iron tools. They have all turned into liquids. What kind of magic is this?" After reaching the vicinity of the lake master, the black molten iron quickly turned into countless iron spikes and forcefully plunged into the body of the lake master. The lake master didn't have time to respond with an attack. It tried to break free from the iron spikes that troubled it, but unexpectedly more spikes penetrated deeply into its body. It twisted its body very painfully and lifted its head, emitting a painful howl, and shook her hand. She manipulated her magical energy, gathering a portion of the molten iron and forming a staircase. This staircase extends all the way to Beber Lake. Finally, the staircase stopped extending near the lake master, and clenched her weapon tightly and walked up the stairs. Her footsteps were firm and powerful, seeming to carry a hint of anger. She muttered to herself, "Since just now, you have been screaming incessantly. You scared away all the fish I planned to bring for the young master." Then, and lifted the black scythe in her hand, and concentrated the magical energy onto it. The sickle became very large after being strengthened by Anne's magic. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "For that sin, you'll pay with your life." She opened her eyes and looked at the lake master with a cold gaze, and clenched his sickle tightly and quickly swung it, slashing fiercely at the lake master. The lake master let out a very loud and painful howl again. In an instant, blood gushed out of the lake master's face like a fountain, and completely covered its entire body. The body of the lake master was cut in half by Anne's sickle and fell heavily into Beber Lake. Due to the enormous size of the body of the lake master, a huge splash of water was stirred up in Beber Lake. Part of the lake water was even splashed onto the shore, wetting nearby trees and grasslands. The lake water also splashed onto the location where Rod and Tia were located. Their bodies were all wet from the lake water, and there were some seaweeds stuck to their cloaks. Some fish carried ashore by the water kept jumping on the ground, and even a few small fish fell on Rod's head and near Tia. However, Rod doesn't seem to care about these. He lifted his head and stared blankly as the body of the lake master silently sank into Beber Lake. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. He said in a daze, "Lake master, is that how it died?" Confirming that there is currently no danger, Aluka quickly ran towards Rod and Tia from a distance. She asked them about their injuries with a slightly worried tone. "Rod, are you okay?" Hearing Aluka calling out to him, Rod turned his head and said to her, "I'm fine." At this moment, Tia tightly closed her eyes and still showed no signs of waking up. She still has some wounds on her face, and her expression looks a bit uncomfortable. It seems that she has suffered quite serious injuries. Rod hugged Tia with one hand and took out a bottle of red potion with the other. Rod observed her injuries and then said to Aluka, "Tia has suffered significant injuries, but I still have a healing potion here." While treating Tia, Rod suddenly said to Aluka, "Aluka, I need you to go do something for me." Upon hearing what Rod said, Aluka felt a bit puzzled. She looked at him and said to him, "Do something?" Rod showed a cheerful smile to Aluka. "Yes, that lady hasn't left yet. Confirm if she is an adventurer and if she has joined the team. If she hasn't joined, ask her if she wants to join us. She killed the Overlord level monster with just one attack and possessed that magical power. If she is willing to join us, we can take on higher level bounty missions in the future." At this moment, Anne was squatting on the ground and watching the fish still jumping in the puddle. She is selecting the fish to bring to Moen for food. She picked up a colorful fish with her left hand and a fish that was all red with her right hand. She carefully observed the two fish, trying to distinguish which one looked better. However, she doesn't seem to understand these fish. After observing for a while, she suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, the previous year's fish were all taken care of by the boatmen from fishing to serving. What kind of fish does the young master want to eat? And closed his eyes and let out a gentle sigh. She said with some disappointment, "I can't believe I make such a basic mistake. I fail to know even young master's favorite fish. How incompetent of me as a maid." Just as Anne was struggling to find delicious fish, a voice came into her ear. Excuse me." Aluka quietly walked up behind Anne. She seemed to notice that Anne couldn't distinguish the types of fish in the puddle. She placed her hands on her thighs and slightly bent down. She smiled and introduced the relevant knowledge of these fish to Anne. "The two fish in your hand are both inedible. The crimson fish meat is hard in texture and has a strong fishy smell. Colored fish are highly toxic. The two fish in front of you on the left can be eaten. They are a very famous fish species in Beber Lake." And raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised that Aluka was able to learn about these fish. And picked up a fish and stood up. She turned to face Aluka and curiously asked her, "Do you know much about fish?" Aluka nodded and said to Anne, "Yes, my village is just across the lake. Every autumn we'd come here to fish with my family. Nobles love the fish from Beber Lake. We could always sell them for a good price. Can I ask you for advice on how to cook this fish?" "Of course." Next, Aluka taught Anne the cooking methods she had learned. and took out a pen and notebook, carefully listening to Aluka's explanation while quickly writing down these methods. Charcoal grilling or steaming. After marinating with coarse salt for 15 minutes, add ginger slices and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. I see. Thank you for your guidance. It is a great help. Upon hearing Anne thanking her, Aluka felt a bit shy. Ah, it's nothing. Compared to saving us from the lake master, this is nothing. Aluka noticed that Anne, as a woman, had come to such a far place alone. She asked nervously, "Miss Anne, are you here from such a far place to catch fish for the person you like?" And didn't have much reaction to Aluka's question. She lifted her head and said calmly, "Yes, my lover wants to eat the fish here. That's why I came here. To offer your love something so heartfelt. Your beloved must be incredibly happy." Upon hearing Aluka's words, and stopped taking notes, she looked up at a certain spot in the sky, as if she was contemplating something. She recalled what had happened between her and Moen before. In the room she had carefully crafted, she sat on top of Moen and placed her hand on his chest, enjoying the time of doing intimate things with him. Under her, there was already a lot of sweat left on Moen's body. However, he did not show a happy expression like Anne did. His head tilted to the side, as if he had already passed out. Yes, he is very happy, after he fully understands my deep love. And did not tell Aluka what she had done to Moen. She slowly stood up, holding a bucket filled with fish in her hand. With the help of Aluka, she has caught many fish. She thanked Aluka. "Thank you for your help, Miss Aluka. The fish has been caught. I should go back now." After listening to Anne's explanation, Aluka hesitated a bit. She put her hand on her chest, seeming to feel a little nervous. Just as Anne was about to leave Beber Lake, she gathered her courage and said to Anne, Miss Anne, just a minute, please," and turned his head and looked at Aluka with confusion. I have a small doubt about love. Can I confide in someone as mature as you for a moment?" The blush on Aluka's cheeks was even redder than before. She doesn't seem very confident about issues related to love. She lowered her head slightly and held her face with both hands, feeling very shy. Upon hearing that Aluka had doubts about love and did not reject her, she placed the bucket on the ground and said to Aluka, "Emotional issues are indeed one of the few difficult problems in this world without a fixed answer. As a gift for teaching me how to cook, you can ask me. I will try my best to provide you with experiential assistance based on my own experience." And calmly raised her hand and asked Aluka to speak out her inner thoughts. Aluka nodded and said to Anne with a nervous tone, Well, I have a friend. She's liked someone for a very long time, but she doesn't know if the person she likes her or not, because that person is particularly slow and gentle towards everyone around them." As Aluka spoke, she turned her head to look at Rod sitting not far away. After listening to Aluka's description, and thought for a while, a fireplace-type man, the kind who glows and heats up for everyone, Aluka answered her, "You understand it correctly. My friend was originally planning to confess their feelings, but at this moment, Another woman appeared and raised an eyebrow, but she was not surprised by this kind of love. A love triangle? Aluka lowered her head slightly. So, recently, my friend has been wavering, because the person she likes is obviously better off towards the newly emerged woman. She wondered if it was better to give up. After all, they were in love with each other, but she was just his childhood friend, and seems to have understood what Aluka was saying. She closed her eyes and said calmly to her, "I understand your troubles, so I'll ask directly. Miss Aluka, how much do you like that man?" Upon hearing Anne's words, Aluka clearly panicked. She nervously raised her hand and waved it, trying to deny that the person Anne said was not her. "No, it's not me. It's my friend." Aluka lowered her head helplessly. She closed her eyes and raised her hand to her forehead. She let out a soft sigh and confessed to Anne, "Okay, I'll just admit it. I really like him. I have liked him since I was young. I have liked him for over 10 years. And asked Aluka, "Are you willing to give up your life for him?" Aluka clenched her fist tightly and looked at Anne with a determined gaze. She answered with great certainty, "Of course. Besides that, what else? Not just life. I am willing to do anything for him, even if it is something that the world cannot accept." "In that case, don't you already have the answer?" And closed her eyes and pulled up the hood of her cloak to put on for herself. She believed that Aluka's answer was already very clear, and did not require any further advice from her. However, Aluka seems to have some confusion about Anne's words. "Eh?" And continued to explain her words. "If your love for him has reached such a deep level, is there still a need to ask me?" Aluka looked at Anne with a bewildered expression. "Miss Anne, do you mean?" And cast magic on the bucket placed next to her. Surrounded by magic, the bucket slowly floated into the air and followed closely behind Anne. She turned her head and gave the final advice left to her to Aluka. "Follow your innermost thoughts. Give everything for the one you love, and do not make choices that you regret. This is my small suggestion for the current predicament you are facing. Good luck, Miss Aluka."